Right.
Like I'm reading this article
Hmm.
where the press secretary banned a journalist for referring to the body of water below Mexico as the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
It has to be called the Gulf of America.
Oh boy. Is that Trump's doing? Of course.
I mean, if it ain't Trump's doing, then it's Elon Musk doing.
Right.
But if that's the case, I want Trump ain't in office. you
I
know,
ain't, I ain't vote for that man.
I mean, it's not even a human being at this point. It's like
Right.
the Antichrist. And it's amazing, like the diversity, equality, inclusion initiative was stricken from
Crazy.
law, but you have unqualified white people that are in head of the Department of Communications, head of the
Eric was
Department of
good.
Education.
Look, we got a Trumpster in here. Eric, what up? Eric the Trumpster, what up, bro? What's good? I ain't see you in a minute. I heard you been locked up in YouTube jail.
I,
We sent him the
I
link.
wish, I wish for real. I wish his namesake was in actual jail.
Oh man,
But I don't want to bring the conversation down.
that's all good. You know I'm playing with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So how you doing?
I'm chilling, man. It's we had some snow today, this morning. You know, wasn't a lot. Maybe like looked like about barely an inch or two. That's about it.
Yeah, uh, I know a lot of companies here they shut down early
Yeah.
because of inclement weather.
Hmm.
And I did my taxes over the weekend. I'm glad I got that over
Nice,
with.
nice. Do it early.
Yeah, and
No doubt.
uh, I'm expecting something real nice to come back. You know, that's a good thing for me. That's
Hmm.
something for me to look forward to.
Right.
And like I know a lot of people, want that direct deposit, but I want that in my. I want the check. I want to make sure I have it in my hands.
Oh yeah. Oh man, this game. We gotta talk about this game because I was not happy, and not because I didn't make no bets or anything. Just the game was just boring. It was already a blowout before the half. You know, and I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe the Chiefs forgot that they were in the Super Bowl, but I'm like, yo, this game is terrible. It's a good thing I ain't had no Super Bowl party or nothing. I would have been pissed. I would have been like, yo, y'all got to go home, get the fuck out because I'm not happy with this game. You know,
I'll save my thoughts,
like,
for the show.
Eric, what's good, bro?
What's up, man? What's up, motherfucker? I ain't
The
seen you. Long time no
the
see,
Trump
player.
stuff, what's good, Trumpy?
Nah, ain't none of that. Shit, I
No,
agree with these motherfuckers getting deported, but anything past
oh
that, I
Lord,
really don't care.
oh
Shit.
God,
The illegal immigrants. I ain't talking about the ones that's legal. I'm talking about these illegal aliens.
the illegal immigrants they got to go back home.
Yeah, they gotta go back home and hold their own nuts since
Oh
they be
man,
talking all that shit. I don't
oh
feel
Lord.
sorry for none of them motherfuckers. I really don't. I'm just keeping it real.
You know, none of us was actually from this country, right? We all came here.
Nah, you already had black people here in America. All this didn't come off the boat. Only
So
a
that's
small
that's what
percentage of
that's what they
African.
taught us in school that
They
Columbus
they
discovered America.
they they taught you wrong. Christopher Columbus was a white motherfucker who got in with the white folks in America. Different people came from different countries and spread it out from Africa. It's something called an ethnogenesis. Everybody ain't the same like they used to be. Caribbeans are not the same as Africans. Africans ain't the same as Black Americans. Hell, Asians ain't even the same as other Asian groups. Chinese people and Japanese people do. different things.
Those,
So they're gonna
those
have
ra-
ethnogenesis.
when racist cops stop us, they don't give a fuck about where we come from. All they see is black.
Man, they some of these, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm just gonna keep it real. A lot of these groups play that shit, but when it comes to these other folks, they get in where they fit in. And I try to separate real people from different groups like that from fuck niggas that do stupid shit and just want to get in with white folks. I really don't try to play those games like that.
Right.
So
What do you think about the game?
I'm glad them motherfucking Chiefs lost, boys. Shout out to them Eagles, man.
Did you bet on the game or no?
Nah, I should have. I probably would have been a millionaire right now. Patrick Mahomes was out there running. Patrick Mahomes was out there getting his ass whooped, man. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
man, them Georgia Bulldogs were playing.
that shit was bad. I'm like, yo, I think that's the worst ever seen Patrick Mahomes play.
I'm
Like it was
tired, man.
bad.
Them motherfuckers was cheating all season. Cheated my Falcons out of that damn win.
Mhm.
They've been cheating all season. I wish the damn Lions and the fucking Ravens would have played. That motherfucker didn't catch that damn 2-point conversion. If I was Lamar Jackson, I would have smacked the shit out of him, man. I would have been like, "What are you doing, man?"
man, who you telling, man? As a Lions fan, I was
Oh,
I was
I felt so sorry for y'all, man. That's 2 years in a row, bro. I was like, damn.
and like the thing that sucks the most is that we were down. Our defense was down to our practice squad players.
Right.
So we was give like we could not stop the run against the Commanders, and Ben Johnson took the head coaching job with the Bears and took damn near half of our offense. He took damn near half of our position coaches with him. I don't got no smoke for Aaron Glenn because he's a head coach of the Jets.
Mhm.
We don't play the Jets next season, and he's in the AFC. But this upcoming season, I want all of the smoke with Ben Johnson,
Mhm.
and I'm a be at that game when they come to Ford Field. I hope the Lions beat the brakes
Mhm.
off of the
Yes.
Bears.
Oh yeah.
But as far as the Chiefs, oh, well, have you started yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure. As far as the Chiefs, I was not surprised because the Chiefs weren't offensively explosive during the regular season. Like
Right.
they had one score games against the Cleveland Browns, I believe,
Mhm.
and they had been skating on thin
And
ice.
they remember they barely beat the Raiders of Christmas song.
Yeah, that's another one. So I wasn't scared of the Chiefs offensively. What I was surprised by was just how
The refs.
the referees didn't really play that much of a
Yeah,
role.
because it was already a blowout.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
they were like,
also,
fuck. They was like, fuck that. We can't cheat no more. Shit,
Exactly.
we might as well let these motherfuckers win.
Right.
but the Eagles they had made the game so out of reach for the Chiefs that they were sacking Patrick Mahomes with
Yeah.
4-man pressures.
Yeah.
They dropped the other 7 in the back for pass protection. To me, that game was won by the defense.
Yeah. I agree.
I I mean, and even like the cornerback that jumped the route, he intercepted Mahomes' pass and ran it for
Mm.
a touchdown. To me, I felt like once they got up by 27,
It was
24
done.
to nothing, it was a wrap.
Yeah.
And the reason why I wasn't really mad that it was a blowout is because one, I hate the Chiefs. Secondly, I wanted like the Lions have a number 1 seed and we couldn't even make it past the divisional round. I wanted the other number 1 seed to lose at the most important game of the season. So just for me, I was being a hater. Like if the number 1 seed in the NFC lose, I want the other team in the other conference with the number 1 seed to lose.
But see, the thing is, there. the offense was bad last year, and they still managed to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but the Eagles' defense was much better than the 49ers'
Right.
defense.
And they couldn't. Saquon didn't run the ball good, but the quarterback did, and they couldn't stop the quarterback.
Yeah, my
But
boy
if you,
Jalen Hurts right there.
Yeah, he almost had 100 yards rushing by himself.
yeah, and the thing that the Chiefs could not do, they could not stop Saquon Barkley. Like whatever, like the passes that
Mm-hmm.
um, uh, Jalen Hurts got off, they were always against the blitz. If you
Yeah,
notice, like once they would start once they started to stack the box, everybody was crouching at the line of scrimmage. So if you only got one man that's playing deep, all you got to do is just get rid of a football, and if that route matches and the wide receiver catches it at the stem and he can break, towards the end zone, then
right.
it's a wrap.
I
Now,
yo, congrats to the Eagles, but I just wasn't rooting for them. I'm like, yo, the Giants stupid asses gave up Saquon to enemy, and then he ends up
No.
winning the ring. So I was not cheering for the Eagles. I'm like, I'm sorry, they in the same division like us.
yeah, I felt like I felt I'm gonna tell you, when we lost in the divisional round,
Mm-hmm.
I was angry for a week. But then once I saw the Eagles dismantle the Commanders, they were the head of the NFC.
Yeah,
So it was easy for me to get over it and just accept that the better team won.
man.
But for Giants fans,
Yeah, I'm like, and I saw all these Giants fans posting. They were rooting for Saquon. I'm like, oh, you're nuts, because that's the same team we got to face next season.
oh
You know,
yeah, I did see P Rock had an IG post where he had a meltdown.
I don't blame him. I'm like, y'all are crazy. I'm like, I'm not rooting for
that,
Saquon. He ain't winning with us. He winning with another team.
that nigga will be all right. All he gotta do is make some more beats. He'll get over it.
That is the most hurtful thing the Giants front office could ever do, was let Saquon
Hey,
walk and let him go to the Eagles and win a Super. We will never live that down.
how
But
you think
see,
I feel as a Falcons fan? All those damn Georgia players. We could have
Mm-hmm.
had Jordan Davis, fucking. We could have had all them damn players. The Kobe Dean, Keely Ringo. Imagine if we had most of those players on our defense
Right.
and get rid of fucking Kirk Cousins. I think he's going to the Jets. Get rid of that motherfucker. I'm sticking with Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, because
Send his
they're
ass
not
to the Jets
they're
because
not
that
keeping Aaron
motherfucker
Rodgers. They
is
already
doing.
said
Yeah,
that. So
they pack your bags, Aaron Rodgers. Y'all can take Kirk Cousins. We'll take
now,
somebody else.
now
We
they
got
talking about
MP9.
Minnesota. I'm like, Minnesota. Why the fuck y'all want him?
yo, at least with the Giants and the Falcons, y'all gonna have a relatively easier schedule. Like our schedule next season is going to be hard.
You think so?
I've already seen our schedule. Like our road schedule is
Mm-hmm.
going to be hell.
Wow.
But I will say this though, I would rather I would rather we have like a if we can win the division, like at worst, say we don't win the division because our competition is so stiff.
Right.
I would rather us be the wild card and be healthy than have what we had this season and have a number one seed, but be played with players on injured reserve.
Yeah. I just the way that the Chiefs played, though, I think anybody could have beaten them. They just played like crap. Travis Kelsey been playing like crap the whole season. They need another
Crying like
receiver.
crying
Huh?
like a bitch because he got that hit stick.
Yo, you know who really embarrassed themselves?
Hmm.
Embarrassed themselves.
Yeah.
Did you see Chris Jones
Yes.
on the bench? Like he even faked the injury to
Crying
get
like a
out of the
bitch.
game.
Did he fake the injury though? Cause I saw when he went down and he was grabbing his knee.
I mean, come on, look at the way that he grabbed his knee. Like he did it. Like you ever seen those actors
Mm,
where they're in rehearsal
right.
and they miss a cue and it's badly missed that 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 they that is terrible. Like
Yeah.
you could tell, like number one, he had gotten beaten
Yeah.
two
They.
times in a row, and after uh, he was in the middle of a drive, he came out of the game and went
Mhm.
right to the bench, and he was having his leg
Yeah. They look
massaged.
defeated already.
He
You
was on
know.
the sideline doing the Petty Griffin for Family Guy when he fell on the ground.
Yeah,
I saw when he went
that
and
was
he was grabbing the
hilarious.
knee brace. I'm like, damn, he got injured again. No, that was terrible. I like competitive games. Like last year against the Niners, that was a competitive game, and it was close. This game, I thought really this game this year would have been close, but they played like shit. I'm like, damn, Patrick, y'all forgot you at the Super Bowl.
Kermit the
Yeah,
Frog done slipped up. He was all
You
over the
know,
place. I was like, hit his ass.
they,
Don't call no flags, refs.
right. He got sacked. They were blitzing that nigga the whole game. He got sacked
Tear
like so
that
many
nigga
times.
ass up. I thought it was Blitz the League out there. I was like, what the hell
Yeah,
is going on? But yeah,
and they offensive line is not that good. You know what I'm saying? Like it's evident and offensively they need a wide receiver. Like since Tyreek Hill left, they've had that issue. They need a dynamic receiver to take the pressure off of Kelsey because Kelsey has had a bad year. He only had like maybe two or three touchdowns this season. I had him on my fantasy team and I had to bench him. And
you
I've
can't win
never
no bets
had
to
to
that
bench him on my
motherfucker
fantasy
on
team.
prize picks. Can't win
He
no
was
money.
bro. I had to pick up somebody had dropped Mark Andrews from the Ravens and I picked him up and he was great for my team. And I already had George Kittle, but George Kittle was injured for a couple games here and there during the season. But Kelsey had to bench because he was bad.
but you know who had the second worst offensive game for the
Mm,
Chiefs? Xavier Worthy. You see
yeah,
that drop pass?
right. And he was kicking himself for dropping that pass, but he ended up getting that touchdown at the end, but it was too little, too late.
Garbage time
Yeah,
touchdown, just
they
like
still
we
managed
say
to
in
score
college
20 in
football.
garbage time, which is
I mean,
crazy.
at that point, the Eagles, they were just. It was like to me, it just felt like they had already did the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
So so
They was
by
on the sideline doing that dance like Gilly be doing and shit
Mm-hmm.
with the big ass helmet on and shit.
yeah, like in the
I
fourth
saw.
quarter, they just wanted to. They I'm sure they felt exhilarated, but we can afford to give up a couple touchdowns.
Yeah.
We just going to get the ball. We're going to play ball control.
Mm-hmm.
And if we only get a couple of first downs and we have to kick it again, they still have to score. It's going to take up more time.
Right. And they need a running back too. But Cheo is not good. He's not a one. He's not an RB1. You know what I'm saying? Like you remember like the old Chiefs teams when they had Priest Holmes and they had Larry Johnson. Those
Yeah,
were like their best running backs. Like they need a running back like that. They don't have one.
but look what their quarterback was back then, Alex Smith.
Right. Yeah, he was there too. I remember he was hugging like the Eagles
I mean,
coaches and
back
stuff.
then it's like Smokey joke from Friday. It's
Right.
like you never have two things that match. Either you
Yeah.
have the peanut butter, but you don't have the jelly.
Yeah. But I mean it's been that long since they had like a dominant running back for that organization. They haven't had one since then and they clearly need a running back. Like Pacheco was like a RB2 or 3 at best. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, they got to get some offensive help for Kelsey.
The Broncos, I know they're encouraged.
Yeah.
If if I'm the Denver Broncos next season,
Hmm.
I would be licking my chops.
I mean, well, I
I would.
would I would hope that the Chiefs make the necessary adjustments and retool that team next season, right? Because if they come back with the same team, who are they beating?
I mean, they're gonna retool their team, but I don't know how what the salary cap is.
Right.
But the thing that would be encouraging is that Patrick Mahomes, he's getting older.
Yeah.
he's close to being 10 years in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like the more he gets sacked, the more he gets, you know, beaten up, the more encouraging it's going to be for the Broncos to overtake them.
Didn't he sign like a $300 million contract with them?
Yeah, it was very team friendly.
Right. So he might have to restructure his contract in order for them to go out and get, the different players.
I'm sure he would do that.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? Because he's still in his prime. He's 29 years
Mm-hmm.
old, so he's under 30. So you got to figure he's going to play at least probably 5 more years
Right.
left in his prime.
Unless he wakes up tomorrow and says, "I want to play baseball." Yeah. Remember, he played baseball too, so that could always happen. You know.
But he can do that after he retires. I mean, football is it's a game where you only have a few years when you're in your physical prime, when you're healthy,
right,
and you're virile, and you could take those hits, man. And also, even if he goes to baseball,
mm-hmm.
like if you haven't played baseball in a while, your hand-eye coordination isn't going to be there when you're hitting, when you're fielding.
Yeah, that's true. Because I remember when Kyler Murray got drafted, and he was undecided if he was going to play baseball or football. Because I think he had got drafted by the Oakland A's.
And I think he would have been a better baseball player.
You think so? So you don't think he's a good football player?
I think he's good, but he's not great. I mean, look. To me, in baseball, your speed
mm-hmm.
counts for everything. He's undersized. He's constantly, being blitzed because his offensive line is always having to slack protection.
Yeah.
When defenses overload on that side.
I thought for sure the Cardinals was going to take the NFC West. Because they had a chance, and then it's like they were losing games they shouldn't have lost.
I mean, hell, we lost to we beat the Cardinals.
Yeah.
But I remember that the NFC West, that division is so horrible. You had so many teams swapping, leads. I mean, the 49ers were ahead, then the Seattle Seahawks was at the top of that division. But the Cardinals, they have to tool up. I think they have the most pressure to improve for this reason.
Mm-hmm.
John Lynch, he's not going to sit pat. He's going to go into the free market.
Yeah.
And he is going to spend.
The Niners can't stay healthy. They superstars can't stay healthy. It's either the quarterback or it's Debo or the running backs. The tight end was banged up.
And that's another thing. Like, I think John Lynch, he's going to have to move on from who's the starter for the starting quarterback for the Niners.
Oh, what's his name? Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
They got to move on from him.
You think so? So, who they get if they get rid of Purdy?
He's shown too many times that he's mediocre.
Would you get Stafford?
Does Stafford have? That would be worth pursuing if Stafford only has if he has like 1 year left or 2 years left.
There's a rumor that came out that Stafford might leave the Rams, and of course the Giants fans would want him. I would definitely want Stafford here for sure. You know what I'm saying? Because he's still got to me he still got a lot of playing left in him. But I'm like, if the Rams let Stafford go, who they trying to get? Because it's like that's the man that got you your championship.
I mean, they're trying to deal Cooper Cup as we speak.
That's what I don't understand too. Is like, are they rebuilding? I'm like, if you're trying to get rid of your best receiver, then why would your quarterback stay?
I mean, I read a report that there was a coach in the NFC West.
Mm-hmm.
An anonymous uh, quote from a coach said that he has a hard time, getting off a free release.
Mm.
Like when he's at the line of scrimmage,
Right.
once it's snapped, he has a hard time beating press.
Wow. Where
And
did
I
Pete
like,
Carroll go again?
Pete Carroll.
I know Pete Carroll went somewhere. I forgot.
I think wasn't it the Raiders?
The Raiders. That's right. The Raiders. Interesting.
Man, like the Raiders, like Mark Davis, man, like he gives out money like it's
Mm-hmm.
candy.
Like it's nothing, and they can't seem to get it right out there though.
I got friends that are Raiders fans, and
Mm-hmm.
they even have like prop bets on how long their coaches are going to uh you know keep their job. I did think that Antonio Pierce should have gotten one more year. I felt like
Yeah.
Antonio Pierce was hamstrung.
They rushed to fire him, and for what? I'm like, y'all wasn't making the playoffs with that team, so why fire him?
Yeah,
You keep him there to build a winning culture, and then they were just like so, I don't know, like so ready to jump the gun and fire him. I'm like, well, for what? Because they wasn't going nowhere.
and also keep in mind you're in the same division as the Chiefs,
Exactly.
so it's okay. I mean, right? You have to build up to a championship team.
Right.
Like if they like if they were in a weak division where, uh, for example, if they were in a division like the AFC South
Mm-hmm.
where it's up for grabs every year, then yeah,
Yeah.
I would understand, firing Antonio Pierce and then bringing in another coach that you believe can instill a
That division
football
used to be
culture.
so good, yo. AFC South.
Yeah, the only team in that division that's worth talking about are the Houston
The
Texans.
Colts. I don't know what the Colts are doing. I think the Colts jumped the gun, starting Anthony Richardson. Like they could have let Flacco start for a couple more, at least another season before they start Richardson. They were just so excited that they drafted a quarterback. They wanted everybody to see him. It's like, yo, he was getting injured.
I mean, Flacco, he faltered so badly, man. Like
Yeah.
like he was so bad that one of those games he had like a quarterback rating of 7 or 8.
That team, the Colts used to be so good. I don't know what happened with them, man. Bring back Andrew Luck. The Jaguars. I don't know
I
what
mean,
they
but
doing.
Andrew Luck was only in the league for 5 years.
Yeah, but he took them to the playoffs though. Like they were like on the verge of making the Super Bowl with Luck, and it's like he just said, "Fuck it, I'm done." You know, it's
Man,
weird, yo. Like I don't know. Like his heart wasn't in it no more, or he just was fed up with the team.
but if you look at that class, Andrew Luck and RG3 came out the same year, and
Right.
they had similar careers.
RG3 should still be playing, man. Like he just had that bad injury that he wasn't the same.
His coach in Washington did him in.
Yeah.
Like he was playing with a bum knee,
Yeah.
and the coach, treated him like he treated him like shit because that offensive line was terrible.
Yeah.
He was getting killed left and right
Definitely.
throughout that season.
The Jaguars. What I don't know what the hell they doing with their team. The Titans is a mess. I don't know, man. That division is crap.
Yeah, I will say I kind of thought about it.
Hmm.
Like the last time we talked about the upcoming draft class,
Yeah,
and I do now that I thought about it. I think Deion Sanders needs to just step back.
he's coming here. He got to come to New York.
Yeah,
It'd be crazy not to. He got to come here.
because I thought about it. What I mean, in any once you enter the NFL, you are a pro.
Right.
So if you can handle with the responsibility of being a franchise quarterback for any team, regardless of vices, regardless
Hmm.
of fame, you don't need to
Hmm.
be in the league.
Exactly.
Like you can't micromanage, your son's uh, uh, drafting position.
Right. And
And
why would they listen to him? It's not like he's his agent. You know what I'm saying? It's like
yeah,
that make no sense to me. I'm like, why the fuck is Dion in all these interviews and talk shows talking about where he wants his son to be at?
Cause
Oh, he
he's
needs to be here.
prime time, baby. That's why he's prime time.
I get it, but it's like, but you the coach for Colorado. You're not you somebody's agent. You know what I'm saying? Why would they? If I'm a owner of an NFL team, why the fuck would I listen to Dion and say, oh well, we're gonna draft him here because Dion said so? Yeah, he's not in the NFL.
and he's not. And even though Dion is prime, once you kind of hint that you're going to try to manipulate where your son is drafted,
Hmm.
now the league is on notice.
Exactly, and he said that on the Tamron Hall show when he was on there.
At least with Archie Manning, when Eli was drafted by the San Diego Chargers, Archie Manning he pulled the strings behind the scenes.
Right. And he orchestrated it well. Thank you, Archie, for giving us Eli Manning and two Super Bowl championships. The audacity of the NFL league to not induct Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame. Are they fucking kidding me? Y'all done inducted players that never got a ring, like LaDainian Tomlinson. He ain't never got no damn ring. How many times the Patriots beat the Chargers' ass in the postseason? Like, and he's in the Hall of Fame and not Eli. That's retarded.
I think it's a travesty that it took this long for Sterling Sharp to be inducted into the Football Hall of Fame.
Right.
So if the criteria on how they induct players is so inconsistent.
It is, and that's with every league. I see the NBA too. I'm like, why is Tracy McGrady in the Hall of Fame? What has he done?
Never
He was
got
just a
past the
scorer.
first
What
round.
he lost at the first round matches. He lost every first round match he was in. Like, why is he in the Hall of Fame for what? What did he do?
Word.
He was just a good scorer. So was Grant Hill. Like, what did they do to get a jacket in the Hall of Fame? At least Allen Iverson went to a finals. Grant Hill never went to no damn finals.
Yeah, and Allen Iverson he led the Sixers with Eric Snow. Who else? Who was the center?
For the Sixers.
Yeah,
Didn't they have Dikembe that year?
Yeah, Dikembe Mutombo.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Not in my house.
I mean, they were over. Like I remember watching that series, they were so overmatched.
Yeah, they was because who was guarding? Who was going to guard Shaq and Kobe? Nobody. Not on that Sixers team.
I mean, the kid Mutombo, he was so light in the ass, man.
Yeah, like he ain't fucking with Shaq.
Like Shaq outweighed the kid Mutombo. Damn near
Shaq had him for breakfast. He ain't fucking with Shaq. Word. And Kobe, like who was fucking with Kobe from that team? Eric Snow? Come on.
Yo, and Kobe, like he was scoring from everywhere. That's what made him so unstoppable. Because if you're going to trap him, at the baseline, he's just going to find a way to get a screen to get a good look at the top of the key.
Right. Allen Iverson never had no help on that team, and not one time did they ever come out publicly and say, "I want out. I'm leaving." That man was a trooper. He was playing day in and day out, injuries, no injuries. The NBA plays now is straight pussy. They want to take load management, days off, and you know what I'm saying? It's like they want to join so and so and make a super team. It's totally different now than back in the day.
Yo, would you say even like there were some things that I can criticize David Stern for, but would you say David Stern at least made sure that the league was competitive and nothing? There was no player empowerment nonsense. I believe in player empowerment, but I also believe that players abuse it.
Right. It was well, it still is competitive. I think the thing that people didn't like was David Stern having like the dress code, and I understand why now they have it, why they had it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like if these players can't be comfortable coming into the arena with what they got on, and there's like so many things going on in their personal lives and off the court issues that they dealing with, let them come in wearing what they want to wear. They don't got to wear a three-piece suit. I mean, there's players that were dressed up all the time. Like I remember seeing a GQ magazine back in the day with Dominique Wilkins when he was playing with Atlanta, and
Mm-hmm.
him and his brother Gerald were on the cover because they were always wearing suits. Not every player was wearing suits like them back in the day, but they were, Jordan was always wearing suits, and there was certain players that was wearing suits. But there's other players that they just want to come in wearing whatever they want to wear. Allen Iverson was clearly one of those players that he came in with two chains on, a do rag, baggy jeans. He didn't give a fuck. He was not trying to wear no suit and tie.
You know what Allen Iverson looked like when he went into the
Hmm.
arena? He looked like uh, uh, a member of state property.
Yeah,
If he was a rapper, he would have been a state property.
exactly. Because he fit right in. And I believe David Stern made the dress code because of him. Because he had the tattoos and the jewelry and the cornrows and then like everybody followed too. Everybody was looking like Allen Iverson, Jermaine O'Neal and Jalen Rose, and it was Stephon Marbury. Marbury got robbed at the red light in New York City.
Yo, that was a gutter time. But like that was like that was the time if you were really in hip hop circles, you was
Yep,
going to be treated like you were in hip hop.
exactly. Carmelo Anthony. You remember when Carmelo got to Denver and they found the weed in his bag and he tried to say it wasn't his, that he was a weed head.
He was trying not to snitch.
Yeah, yeah, that weed was definitely his, yo. He was toking that shit.
Yo, do y'all remember 40 Bars
Oh yes.
by
Oh
Allen
god.
Iverson?
I remember having Napster and downloading that song. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this? You
Yo,
thought he was Jadakiss?
I felt like that would have been. I don't know how y'all feel about this.
Uh-huh.
That would have been the opportunity for you to go have Jada Kiss ghostwrite for you.
Yeah.
Like have somebody that's credible
Yeah.
write for you if you want to get into hip hop.
Right. And he did the Reebok commercial with Jadakiss.
Yeah, the truth,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And
truth Reeboks.
he was just doing too much. And David Stern, he didn't like what Iverson was saying in that song, and they end up shelving the album or whatever. But
Yo,
mhm,
like when you use when you use the F slur,
mhm,
like David Stern was like, I
yeah,
want to see, Allen Iverson in the league office.
yeah.
I
He
know,
didn't like that at all.
like,
You know what
what
I'm
do you mean
saying? But
by these lyrics?
he made the league competitive. Is this? I don't know what the fuck Adam Silver doing now. This whole thing with the All-Star weekend and they having 4 teams, they don't need none of that shit.
Yo, they got too many tournaments, man.
Too many. Too many. It's just make it the basic East West matchup. That's what people want to see. This now they talking about, oh, we're gonna have the USA Dream Team against the world. Like, who asked for that? You see that shit in the Olympics, right? We ain't asking for that All-Star weekend.
And also that makes it less special. Like
It's
it's like when you have pizza every day. It's
yeah,
not special anymore. It
exactly.
becomes generic. Like the reason
Exactly.
why
And
the
and and
Olympics.
Another thing is the big name stars don't want to enter the dunk contest. They want to play safe and do the 3-point shootout. Look, how many times LeBron been teasing us every year? Oh, I'm gonna be in the dunk contest, and he never go in the contest. John Morant last year said same thing with him. You know what I'm saying? Like the dunk
Yeah,
contest is crap now. It's like I'm not even watching it. I'm like, are they even having it this year? Because I don't know no participants that's in it. It's
and
been boring.
there's during the dunk contest, there's way too many dunk attempts.
Yeah,
Look, I think it should be mandated. You will only get 2 dunk attempts per
exactly.
player.
It's the same dunks that we've seen for the last 15, 20 years. Like people doing the same dunks that Vince Carter did back in 2000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or the same dunk that Gerald Green did when he had like the cupcake on the rim.
Hmm.
It's like we've already seen those. It's like how many times you gonna get somebody out of the crowd and jump over them? Like we've seen that already. You know what I'm saying? And it's just been boring. Like I like the 3-point shootout is the best shit also weekend.
Yo, and All Star Weekend is this weekend.
Yeah. And I'm
You
not
gonna
looking forward to it. Like this whole 4 team shit, that shit is whack. Let
yo
them let them go back to East West. Let them wear their team uniforms, not this all-star jersey bullshit. That's how they stood out because like you could tell, Kobe, he's in the All-Star game. He's gonna wear either Laker purple or the blue drink. You know what I mean? Like this I don't like what they're doing with it. It's like Adam Silver got to stop this bullshit, man.
the All Star game is going to be some crap too because
Yeah,
the combined scores for both teams are going to be like
right.
300 or 400
And they
points.
gotta like dangle money in their faces just to take the game serious. That means they don't need it then. Get rid of the whole All-Star game. It's like the Pro Bowl. Pro Bowl, they don't take the Pro Bowl serious no more. You know, I literally saw Russell Wilson in the Pro Bowl game, and he was not even running. Like they scrimmage, and then he like was walking to throw it to somebody in the end zone. He wasn't even running. So now they're not even running in the Pro Bowl. They just walking the shit.
It's worse than two-hand touch.
Exactly. I'm like, we didn't even do that when we were playing a street football. We were actually running in the street.
Yeah,
We had
yeah,
making sure we had to make sure, like like we stay on one side of the block so the cars could pass through, and then
and,
it's right back to the game. It's like they not even running; they just walking in the end zone.
and also like because when you play street football, you have to be very careful. Once you catch it, be mindful of where cars are. Because once
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
catch it, you just might run into a car. You may break
Right.
side view mirror.
I'm like, nah, man. This ain't the All-Star weekend that we grew up on. This is shit. This we don't need 4 teams. Who asked for that? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what are they doing now? It's like they doing too much to get the plays interested. And if you got to do that, then you just got to stop the All-Star game altogether. That'll get them interested again. When you stop it for like a good 2 years, that's when they're gonna get interested again.
And another thing is, I felt like because the season is so long, like you can see, uh, especially during primetime televised games when they're nationally televised,
Hmm.
just how much some players will loaf.
That shit that they tried to do with the mid-season tournament, that shit quickly left. You saw they try to do that shit. Nobody gave a fuck about that.
Yeah, like
Jerry was good.
when you like the re like if it takes all of that just to get interest from the general public,
Yeah.
that product is failing.
That was a meaningless trophy. I'm like, bro, like when the Knicks were in it, and it was so, and I love my Knicks. I don't care for my Knicks to win a midseason title. That nobody's gonna remember that. We're gonna remember when we win the finals in June. That's what everybody remembers.
I mean, what are you going to do? You want to hang the banner up in the
Exactly. I'm like a
rafters?
midseason ban at the Garden for what? We didn't do shit. You beat some below average teams like Atlanta. Like we busting Atlanta's ass right now. We beat Atlanta. Like who cares about that? Nobody. You don't get no ring for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine them doing that shit in the NFL season where we're gonna have a mid-season tournament around Thanksgiving time. Who cares about that?
Yo, did you guys know? Do you know who's going to do the halftime show at the All Star game?
Who's doing it? I seen. I didn't.
LiAngelo Ball.
Oh Lord, I definitely ain't watching that.
Yo, man, like I had enough of that song during the NFL playoffs, man.
I didn't even hear the song. I heard he was rapping. He got to deal with Def Jam.
Yeah.
He got to deal with LiAngelo Ball. Got to deal with Def Jam records. That's crazy.
And the only reason why I've heard that song is like during Lions games.
Yeah.
They will always show like the you know how Dan Campbell he speaks to the players,
right?
And they'll show him speaking to the players, and they'll break it down. Meaning players will give a post game speech.
Yeah,
they will be playing that song loudly. Players are rapping to it.
Oh my God!
They did it every game that they won. This was towards the end of the season.
And I seen when Giannis got injured and they wanted to replace him, and it was between LaMelo and Trae Young, and I'm like, yo, it's definitely gonna be Trae Young. Look, have you all seen the Hornets record? The Hornets record is they in last place. They wasn't gonna pick LaMelo just because he's like the assist leader. They've never done that. You have to be an exceptional player on a bad team to get selected in the All-Star game. They don't do that shit.
I mean, even you speaking to the choir, man, because you telling me something because I didn't know that the Hornets was at the bottom.
The Hornets record is crap. I'm like they were never going to pick LaMelo for the team.
Bro, like I've been looking at Pistons games for 2 months now.
Mm-hmm.
Cade Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
That guy, he should be in the running for most valuable player.
Definitely. He's the reason that they're winning.
Man, like what to me, I'm happy that he has some stability because like when he was drafted, he went through 2 other coaches. And it seems like Burgerstaff, he has made Cade Cunningham better defensively. Like he is averaging triple doubles right now.
Yeah, and they have a squad. They have a young squad on that team, and
Jalen Durham. Man,
yes, I have him on my fantasy team. Definitely.
He is thriving right now. Like I love watching him play.
Mm-hmm. They've come a long way from Greg Monroe and Andre Drummond.
They've come a long way from from breaking that season.
Yeah.
From that for having the record for having the most consecutive losses.
Oh yeah.
In the season. Like there were so many games where Cade Cunningham was so close to having an emotional breakdown on the court. So I'm happy for Cade Cunningham because number one, he's justifying why he was the number 1 draft pick.
Right.
And
what's their financial outlook? Because do you see them going out and signing any free agents during the summer?
I could see them picking up a point guard because I do because he like our current one is kind of injury plagued.
Right.
So
okay. So I thought Caden played the point guard spot.
I always looked at him as a forward.
A forward? Okay, and then you got Jaden Ivey, who's I think he's injured right now, right?
Yeah. So I would like to see somebody kind of be the point guard, take some of the load off of him.
Right.
Because he's doing this, he's averaging a triple double right now, pretty much bringing up the ball and dictating the offense. But just imagine what he'll be like if he has some of that responsibility taken off of him, and he can just concentrate on just scoring.
Would you sign Kevin Durant?
To be honest with you,
yeah,
I would think twice about it because I think Kevin Durant has shown that he can be a coach and culture killer.
Yeah.
Like
It,
Kay Cunningham, like he's coming into his own.
mhm.
He's blossoming. Like this is his team. Like Kay Cunningham deserves to have this team to himself. I
Right.
don't want to see Kevin Durant come to the Pistons and suck all of the air out of the building.
They're already saying today that Durant knows that this is gonna be his last season with the Suns. So if you can't, and he went there. This is a man that, again, this super team shit I never liked. He purposely went to Golden State to get championships, got his rings, and left. Went to Brooklyn, fucked up Brooklyn's team, won it out. Went to Phoenix, made them get Bradley Beal, fucked up that whole situation there. Now they're already talking about, well, this is gonna be his last season in Phoenix. So where's he going now after this?
That's why I don't want him here, man. Like you had it good when you was in Golden State. You had it even. You had it just as good when you was in Brooklyn when you had
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie Irving.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, before the season even started, before he played a single game for the Nets, he said that they didn't need a coach.
Right. So
So
who's gonna
you
coach the
pretty
team?
much,
Him and Kyrie? Crazy as Kyrie?
yeah, like you're gonna disrespect Steve Nash, undercut his authority. So he has shown that he's going to be selfish. He's going to be moody. He's going to sulk when he doesn't get his way. Mm-mm.
And the thing is, Golden State tried to get him again at the deadline. They wanted him back on that team, and he said no.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, it's like, yes, at this point, he wants to have his own team. You had your own team in Brooklyn with Kyrie. You fucked that up. You know what I'm saying? And he purposely, I believe he drove Kyrie to leave Brooklyn. And he'll never come out and say it. But there's a reason why Kyrie wanted to leave, and they still never really explained why. You know what I'm saying? And then he wanted out. You go to Phoenix with Devin Booker. They got Bradley Beal, and they still can't win shit. So now they like, oh well, this is gonna be his last year with Phoenix. So where's he going now? What team is going to sign Kevin Durant now at his age? You know what I'm
And
saying?
remember his last season in Golden State, he was didn't he had an injury.
Right. He had the injury in the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah. That to
He,
me, I
he,
think if Durant and Clay, I think Clay had the injury too. If Durant and Clay don't go down, Toronto don't win that championship. I think Golden State would have won that. But
I remember that because that was in 2019.
yeah, that, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, like Durant, I'm like, bro, this dude, him and James Harden and Russell Westbrook, those dudes, like you talk about jumping ship. Like, look, LeBron was doing that to get rings, and he got his rings. These niggas jump ship and they don't get shit. James Harden, how many teams him and Russell Westbrook been on, and they don't ever go to the finals and win shit? You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, Russell Westbrook is on Denver. Is anybody picking Denver to go to the finals?
They team hoppers.
They
At least,
team hoppers.
like you
And
said,
I'm like, yo, I better not see none of these niggas in the Hall of Fame for nothing.
at least
James
with
Harden should
LeBron,
never be in the Hall of Fame for nothing. He shouldn't even be mentioned when it comes to Hall of Fame.
at least with LeBron, he joined another team after he helped his current team win a championship.
Right. And
I mean,
I believe
especially Cleveland.
even at the deadline, they were talking about like Golden State was looking at LeBron. I'm like, they want LeBron? Yeah, they are really desperate if y'all got to be looking at Durant and LeBron again. Then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because Steph don't need them. You know, they have Golden State have a young team, but they got Jimmy Butler. Like, let's see how far that go before Butler wants out, because he's done that shit too. Where every team he's been on has been an issue, and then he leaves.
And that's
If you
another
can't
thing.
win with Miami, and this is Pat Riley, if you can't win with Pat Riley, what does that say about you? Because LeBron won with Pat Riley, and he still left because him and Riley wasn't getting along. You know what I'm saying?
And I think Pat Riley, the way he has established great, consistent winning culture, to me, it's clear that it's not
It's not
Pat
him.
Riley, and it's not the coach.
Right.
To me, and even though like it's one thing to demand a trade, but when you constantly uh, be insubordinate
Yep.
and you're constantly in violation of player
Well,
conduct.
I only think he was doing that because of what Raleigh said last year when they lost in the postseason that he, you know, he kind of like threw shade at Butler, and he wasn't gonna give him that extension that he was looking for. So that's where I believe that's where Jimmy started acting up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because he took them to the finals before. You know what I'm saying? Even though they lost, but he took that team to the finals. But I think that's what happened. Like he heard what Riley had to say, and then he was like, "Oh well, I'm not getting my extension. Why? I want out."
Do you think Dwayne? You think Jimmy Butler would be acting out if Dwayne Wade was still playing?
If he was
And
there,
yeah, like if Dwayne Wade, like I'm talking about, if Dwayne Wade was still in his prime.
mm-hmm. I don't know
You
because
know,
LeBron left and Wade was still in his prime. LeBron said, "Okay, I'm going." And
yeah,
him
but
and Riley
LeBron,
was butting heads.
yeah, but LeBron wasn't disrespectful
He
like
wasn't.
Jimmy Butler is.
Yeah, Butler's a different type of dude.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm saying?
do people remember when Jimmy Butler was in Philly
Yep.
and
Yep.
he clashed with the general manager? He
Yep.
clashed with the coaches and players.
hmm I mean, I don't know. It's those plays. Paul George also. I'm throwing him in that group because he another one that team hopping. He don't win shit with those teams he on. Same with look at Philly now. They have a terrible record. They're not going anywhere. And they purposely got this dude during the offseason. I'm like, y'all really thought they like what big three? Y'all really thought y'all was winning with Paul George and Embiid? Embiid need another surgery. Like where were they going? Y'all not beating the Knicks?
I think players that have used load management, I can make the argument they shouldn't go into the Basketball Hall of Fame, including Kawhi Leonard.
He need to retire. I don't even know why he's still playing. It can't be for the money. I don't know why he's still playing because it's like their Clippers not going nowhere. Where are they going?
Yo, I call it. You know what I call Kawhi Leonard? Basketball SSI. He's just collecting SSI at
Yeah,
this
exactly.
point.
It was like they're not going nowhere with that team. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, man, this is why I'm like, yo, when these kids talk about legend and Hall of Fame, I'm like, y'all wasn't born to see a real Hall of Famer like we was when we saw Jordan and Pippen and Magic and Bird. Like those are Hall of Famers. Like none of these plays now I look at like, yo, this is a future Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
nah. James Harden? Hell no. I would never vote for him, for no Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? And it's just the Hall of Fame is a joke with the type of plays they be putting in. Like the fact that Eli Manning got 2 Super Bowls here and he doesn't get inducted in the Hall of Fame.
I think it has something to do with the fact that Eli does have as many interceptions
So
as
what?
touchdowns.
So did Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers was throwing an interception in every game he was in. I had Phillip Rivers on my fantasy team for years. He was definitely throwing interceptions like crazy.
Yeah.
He was a good quarterback. He didn't win shit in San Diego. Neither did LaDainian Tomlinson, and his ass is in the Hall of Fame.
I would want to know like what was the what was the deciding factor to not vote for Eli?
What's good, Ray? I don't know. If I was on the committee, he was definitely going in first ballot.
Because another thing that I hear is that when Eli was a quarterback, the Giants missed the playoffs like 50%
Nobody
of the
remembers that.
time on.
We won 2 Super Bowls with him. That's what counts. Nobody remembers. Oh, well, they missed the playoffs with Eli. So he gave us 2 championships. That's a lot better than most of those NFL quarterbacks now. But Lamar Jackson won how many MVPs? He hasn't been to the Super Bowl yet with the Ravens.
2 of them.
Exactly. Why is he MVP then? What has he done? Oh, you played good in the regular season, but you keep losing to the Kansas City.
And up to this point, he lost to Josh Allen.
Right, and then you
But
lose to
now
Buffalo.
MVP.
Right, you lose to Buffalo, and same with Buffalo. Buffalo can't get past Kansas City. I said that. Remember I told you on it. I was like, as long as Mahomes is playing with Kansas City, both Lamar and Josh will never be able to get to the Super Bowl because that is their kryptonite. That is their kryptonite. Now on Sunday, if they were playing Kansas City, they definitely would have beaten Patrick Mahomes, but they cannot get past Kansas City. And to get to the Super Bowl in the AFC, you're gonna have to get past Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? And it happened again. They could not get past Kansas City. You know what I'm saying? So Kansas City's still the team to beat. They still a team to beat going into next season.
Now, like speaking of the Bills, if you look at the AFC East, that division, man, like first
AFC
of
East
all,
is crap.
yo, but Miami Dolphins, they're gonna have to move on from Tua.
You think so? Is he the issue? Or I mean, that's a warm weather team that can't win in the cold. That's another thing.
But dude, look at Tua missed what 5 or 6 games due to concussion.
It's that concussion problem he got. But when he's healthy, he can play. They were making a run for the wild card when he came back. Like they good when he's healthy. When it's like when he's out with the concussion is when they don't win. And they have to figure that out. You know what I'm saying?
But it came down to the last game of the season.
Right.
And I think they had to. Well, first of all, they had to beat the Jets, and the Jets mollywopped them.
Right. And you can't beat the Jets. The sorry ass Jets. If you couldn't beat the Jets, you definitely wasn't making the wild card. You know.
And somehow, some way, Aaron Rodgers threw like for 200 yards.
Right.
200 yards for Aaron Rodgers is like 400 yards for
exactly.
Patrick Mahomes.
At this point, hell yeah. You know, Tyreek Hill, I know he was saying he wanted out. He was mad, but he wants to stay. I think they need another running back also.
I think Tyreek Hill, I think after the game I think he said that out of emotion.
Yeah. You know, when Tua's healthy, they win. It's when he had those concussions, that's when they season is in jeopardy. But I don't know. I don't know if we move on from him yet. If they do, who do you get? Who do you get for that team? Do you get Stafford?
But they have to win in cold weather.
They're gonna have to.
There's no way
unless they win that division, that is the only way they're gonna be able to play at home.
But if they do win the division, you're gonna have to play against the Chiefs and Arrowhead.
Right.
You may have to play Pittsburgh.
Right.
You know,
in the cold.
Yeah.
In
the cold.
They're gonna have to, for them to go to the Super Bowl, they're gonna have to win in the cold, and they can't do it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. That division is terrible. Buffalo is definitely the favorite to win that next year.
And I think the Jets, they're going to truly benefit from having Aaron Glenn as their head coach.
Who do they get for a quarterback?
I will look at Kirk Cousins. Because that, to me, it's. I haven't looked at, like, maybe Eric can share more light. But.
Yeah, Eric, where you been, yo? Are you sleeping over there? This nigga been mute for a whole hour. Let me find out, nigga. I'm about to kick him off of my live stream.
Because when
Eric about to kick him off of my live stream, bro. I don't know if you're sleeping over there. What you got your mic on mute. Oh man.
Like the thing that like Kirk Cousins when he played for the Falcons,
Yeah.
it started out strong.
Mhm.
They were off to the races, but then once they got to the finish line, it was like the horse got shot and got euthanized. I think Aaron Glenn, I think he could I think he would do a great job motivating Kirk Cousins to find it in him to finish strong.
Right.
You know, like, and I also think Aaron Glenn would help him see the field a lot better.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's
Uh,
like it's the Jets. How many times we've seen this play out? Like the new coach, and they always say, "Oh, winning attitude is
oh,
everything is
oh,
new."
I mean, the Jets and the Dolphins, they have a great chance to get one of those wild cards.
Mhm.
There's no reason why they can't get one of those wild cards.
Right.
So I think for Aaron Glenn, that's a great coaching job, but they're not going to be competitive with any quarterback they pick up.
And you know what's crazy? Last
At
season
least not for a year or two.
last season when Rodgers went down with the injury, they actually played better. They played better when he
Yeah,
when
with
he went
Zach
down
Wilson.
with that injury in the first game of the season. They played. They were there was games where they were losing, but they were still in it, and they showed more heart in that season than they did when he actually came back. Because there was a lot of games that he was in. I'm like, yo, they are done. Like, how do you have Aaron Rodgers playing like this, and y'all are even playing worse now than you did the season before?
I
You
think
know?
I think the Lions they retired Aaron Rodgers before Aaron Rodgers even knew it.
Yeah. I don't.
Because
I honestly, if I was an owner, I would not sign him. Like they talking about Minnesota. Also, you're taking the Brett Favre route again. Brett Favre played with the left the Green Bay, went to the Jets,
yo,
left the Jets, went to Minnesota. So he's doing the exact same thing as Brett Favre.
I would love for Aaron Rodgers to go to the Vikings. Hell, that would
Man,
that would bode well for
I
us.
I would I would re-sign Sam Darnold before signing Aaron Rodgers. I can't believe they would actually take a chance on him. Unless he was faking the whole season with the Jets and he really still has some good playing years left where he wants to go play with Minnesota. But damn, why come to New York then? You could have stayed in Green Bay.
But you got to be able to push it downfield. Aaron
Exactly.
Rodgers, he can't he could not throw past 20 yards
Right. And he had
most of
he
the
you
season.
had a great receiver with Garrett Wilson. You had your receivers that you wanted from Green Bay. And he played like crap here. So it's like why would Minnesota even take a chance on him?
I mean, but the sound football decision will be to keep Sam Darnold because he now that he has suffered defeat by losing in the
Hmm.
uh, wild card. Now he has some playoff experience.
Right.
He knows what he has to work on.
Hmm.
But the problem is Aaron Rodgers believes he doesn't have anything to work on.
Exactly.
Like when you hear him talk,
Hmm.
like he talks like he
He
is
talks like a
still
diva.
that MVP from 2010.
Yeah, he talks like a diva that and not showing up to like the Jets camps and all that, and he was taking this retreat and he was like staying in some darkness retreat he was doing or some shit.
And
Like,
also
come on.
he shot and released a documentary about his off season.
Right. Yeah, they have a documentary for him. I'm like, why? At work, who's watching that?
I mean, that tells me everything on where your priorities lie.
Nah, I wouldn't sign him. Like Minnesota needs to resign Darno, and what are they gonna do with McCarthy? Are they letting him go? Are they gonna keep him?
See, I mean, the Jets could make a play for McCarthy, JJ
Right.
McCarthy, and see, what they would want to give
But if
up.
if, if Darno should get injured, who's their backup? Other than McCarthy, that's the only ones they got, right? So it's like they could use a little quarterback controversy in Minnesota. Like, are you all going to start McCarthy? You're going to start Darno? Who y'all starting?
I like that. Like you mean like during training camp,
Right.
like have a competition to see who's going to be the
Exactly.
starter.
Yeah.
I
You
like that.
drafted McCarthy as your future, and he's coming back healthy. So what but you got Darno here that took you to the playoffs. Like, yeah, they could use some quarterback controversy out there. Like who y'all gonna start?
And also with the quarterback competition,
Right.
after preseason is over, now assuming that they each perform high,
Mm-hmm.
And play up to their standards.
Right.
Now they're great trade bait.
Right.
So now you can make, phone calls to other teams, like how much you're willing to give up to get Sam Darnold or JJ McCarthy.
Right. There's gonna be teams that need a quarterback. God knows the Giants need one.
Oh man, and the Giants, you're like, you got JJ, you got Jay Daniels,
Mm-hmm.
you got Jalen Hurts,
Mm-hmm.
and as bad as Dak Prescott played, he still, he's still head and shoulders above.
Yeah. Daniel
Any,
Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Yes.
Yeah. So
he's good, but he is delusional. I saw what he said after the Super Bowl about how the Cowboys could have beaten Philadelphia. What?
No, they wouldn't.
What? The Cowboys could have beaten the Eagles win in whatever.
First of all, Micah Parsons, he would have been, he would have been, asking to get out of the game like Chris Jones.
Exactly. I like the fact that the Eagles fans was at the Super Bowl and they were actually cheering the Cowboys suck. That's how bad Dallas is right now. that the Eagles fans were at the Super Bowl cheering another team is bad.
Because I feel like, in a way, like the Chiefs, the Chiefs were just in the way. It's almost
right.
like they were, like the Chiefs, they were in the way of their championship. But with the Cowboys, it's always going to be on site with them.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if we would have gotten a better Super Bowl with Buffalo or Baltimore as the Eagles' opponent. Because I think that would have been a better matchup.
I do believe James Cook would have provided stiffer competition on the ground.
What about what's his name for the Ravens?
Oh, Derrick Henry.
Yeah, and Lamar too. Lamar's a great runner. I think that would have been a good matchup, like Jalen against Lamar.
Baltimore is great with RPO.
Yeah,
but I've seen Philly handle RPO
right
with ease. Like Washington is a RPO team,
right,
and they ran up the score. Like they could have scored 70
mm-hmm.
on Washington.
Yeah.
So I think Derrick Henry, he would have been good in that game, but I believe Lamar Jackson would have made a mistake during some point.
Right.
I think
that would have been
Josh Allen is more poised.
I think that would have been more competitive, those teams compared to what Kansas City gave us.
Yeah. I think Josh Allen is more poised than Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm. Because he really did feel like this year was his year, and I felt like that too. I'm like, yo, Buffalo is going to the Super Bowl because they just played differently this year. You know what I'm saying? Like they were just more focused.
Yeah.
But they I hope they were watching because I'm like, yo, y'all at some point y'all got to break through and beat Kansas City. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that at halftime they had those analysts talking about is Mahomes going to come back like Brady? He's not Brady. He was never Brady. He was never Brady. And even when the Patriots came back against Atlanta that year,
Well, it's 28-3.
there were people. So many people was talking about, oh, that the game was fixed. They wanted Patriots to come back and win. I'm like, yo, did y'all see the game? Because I did, and I'm like, yo, they it's not like they were coming back like all of a sudden. It was like they were chipping away at the lead, and yeah, he's Brady's. This is why Brady's the GOAT.
And it was in the third quarter.
Yeah,
Like it was 28-3.
right,
So they had to score on every possession
right, and they got
during
some
that half.
defensive stops and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that to me is like what defines Tom Brady. Like the fact, and he's not like he hasn't been down before and he didn't come back. He's done that in many games. You know what I'm
And also,
saying?
but also physically, Tom Brady is much stronger. He's taller.
Yeah,
He like when you look at Patrick Mahomes, he was getting snatched around like a
he
rag
was,
doll.
yo, and I'm like, yo,
He's
he
not
gonna
he
end up getting injured.
like he has to get in the weight room
Yeah,
and pick up and pick up some more
he
bulk.
he didn't know what to do. I'm like, bro, this is the first time I've seen Mahomes vulnerable like that. He didn't know where to go with the ball. It's like you might as well just run the ball your damn self because he didn't know nobody was open for him to throw it to. He was throwing it to people. They were dropping it. You know what I'm saying? It's like they need help offensively. It can't just be about Travis Kelce anymore.
And when if you notice when Mahomes was being flushed outside of a pocket,
Mhm.
they kept all of the Eagle players. They were sticking to the wide receivers like Velcro.
Yeah,
Like usually when you extend, like when the pocket collapses,
right.
Patrick Mahomes he'll find an open receiver.
Hmm. He didn't find
There was
nobody.
he didn't find nobody,
Nope.
so he kept it and did in the times that he didn't throw it away, he got sacked.
Right. And they
I mean,
didn't run the ball well. That's what I'm like, yo. They need a running back. They need like a Derrick Henry type of running back because Pacheco is not that.
yeah, when it was like 3rd and 28, I was like, yeah, they cooked.
Yeah,
Like there was if there was ever a time for you to get a first down,
yeah,
it can't be in both situations. Like you have to it has to be when it gets like the second, like let's say 2nd and 8.
right.
I would say throw a hitch, try to loosen up the defense.
They couldn't do that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? It was like, yo, I'm like, they just done. You know what I'm saying? It was just the Eagles' time to win, and Eagles got the revenge. You know what I mean? And it was the offensive issue. They had offensive issues last year, and even last year when they won, I'm like, the Niners should have won that. That was a close game. They lost by 3 points. Not the Niners. That was really the Niners' fault. The Niners should have won that game because that whole year they had the Chiefs' offense was garbage. Like they had no receiver to throw it to.
and that's another thing. I feel like the Eagles were decisively better
Yeah,
than the Chiefs.
yeah,
I mean, it was undeniable.
yep.
So that's why for me, as a Lions fan, I can easily wipe my hands with this season
Hmm.
because usually, like if it was man, if it was any other team, I would be like, man, they don't deserve to play against the Chiefs.
Right,
But man, like the defense was rushing only 4, and if they do it had if they do break an extra uh, defensive player on a rush, it's always going to be quick and up the middle.
right. Yeah, it was crazy, and yeah, I just didn't like the game. I was like, oh god, this game sucks. But the halftime show now.
Oh, by the way, last
Mm.
year I did not look at the Super Bowl.
You didn't
I
look at the
didn't
Super
look
Bowl
at
last year?
Man, I was so angry that we lost
Right.
in the NFC title game.
Mm,
I would have been seeing red all game long, man. I was like,
right.
no, I can't do it.
I
Mm-mm.
don't blame you because when I was watching the World Series and the Yankees got murdered by the Dodgers, I was like, yo, the Yankees they reminded me of the Chiefs on Sunday. I'm like, yo, they just got outplayed. They
Yeah.
just got outplayed by a better team. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it was just not a good look. But Kung Fu Kenny made up for it during the halftime show. That was the real highlight of the game. Everybody wanted to see him do the diss record to Drake, and he did it. And there was never no doubt that he wasn't gonna do it. I was like, yo, this nigga is going to do this song because that's why he was here. They made the announcement way before GNX came out, so he was supposed to be performing at the Super Bowl to do the diss record. We didn't care what Drake had to say about it. You know what I'm saying? You want to sue the NFL or Jay-Z or whoever, go right ahead. But he was gonna do that this record. He did it. It was great. My only issue with it was that, and I understand why now because I saw a video with the video explaining why he didn't do his past hits from his other albums, but that's because those were under CDE, and GNX is the first album that he put out with PG Lang. So
Wasn't humble under TDE.
yeah, he did humble, but I don't think he was going to be able to do like swimming pools and um the joint he did like with Rihanna and all. I don't think he was going to be able to do
Loyalty.
those. Huh?
The song Loyalty.
Yeah, and like Sing About Me was always been one of my favorites from Good Kid, Mad City. Like those joints, all right and stuff. I don't think he was gonna be able to do those songs because he had like a that was like part of the agreement with TDE or whatever. The video broke it down where with TDE as an artist he would only be making like 2 million, but with PG Lang because it's independent he'd be making 30 million.
Oh, that's an
So
easy decision.
yeah, so that's why like a lot of the songs he did was from GNX, and it makes sense now because I was watching and I'm like, why is he not doing all right and this record? And because people like his other stuff, and he did like 4 or 5 songs from GNX. I'm like, it makes sense now. And he did Humble, he did DNA, he did a piece of an unreleased track that has yet to be released, and I thought his performance was great. I love the message in the whole performance, with the PlayStation game console thing, and it was great having Samuel L. Jackson out there and Serena crip walking, and people were like, well, why is she crip walking and her sister got killed by Crips? They from Cali, right? I mean, that's what they do out there, and it was so petty, like throwing subliminal shots at Drake. That was Drake's ex, and she was out there looking good, and I enjoyed it. I thought that was a good halftime show. I'm not. It's too early to say if it was one of the best. I saw people saying that. I'm like, we've had Michael Jackson and Prince and Beyonce with Coldplay and Bruno Mars. Those to me were like great. I'm not ready to say it was like one of the best yet. It was a good halftime show. I love the message in it for Black History Month. And if there was any doubt that Drake was still alive, he's not anymore. He's gone. Rest in peace, Aubrey. That was your official funeral on Sunday. I don't know how, honestly. I don't know if I was a Drake stan. I don't know how Drake comes back from this. I really don't. I like I said even last year, he needs to take at least 3 or 4 years off. Make people miss you. This whole thing about he's trying to stay relevant and in the public's eye, and you're dropping like unreleased footage from like your earlier albums, and he's coming out with an album on Friday with Party Next Door. I'm like, nobody gives a fuck. Unless you're a Drake stan, no, the rest of the hip hop world do not give a fuck about what you drop because they're not checking for it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I honestly don't know how he comes back. I don't think he can come back from this at all.
But another reason why this is bad timing for Drake and Party Next Door to release a
Yeah.
new album.
Mm-hmm.
The physical copies of GNX ship
Mm-hmm.
to people that pre-ordered it this week.
Yep.
So GNX is going to have a high re-entry on the charts.
Oh yeah,
And,
it's
and,
gonna be.
and,
They
and it,
already said it's gonna be back in number one.
yeah, and it's going to outsell Drake by
Hmm.
a lot.
Yep. And it's overtaking the number one spot, which is currently held by The Weeknd with his new album. You know, great album too. I love The Weeknd. It's a great album. But Kung Fu Kenny will be back at number one again, where he rightfully belongs. This is why this man is the king right now. This era. It's no big three. It's Kenny and everybody else. It's no longer Drake. It's no longer Drake in that convo. I don't know why he was in that convo to begin with. It's no longer J. Cole. It is Kenny by himself on Mount Rushmore with everybody else.
And you know what Drake could have done to at least maintain a little bit of good grace with the public.
What could he have done?
He could have stayed. He could have stayed quiet. Like from the time he put out the Hard Part 6, he could have stayed quiet the entire time. You know why?
Mm,
Because he would have built nostalgia around his name. People would have missed him. You give people the opportunity to miss you, to wonder what is he doing,
exactly.
what has he been doing all of this time. So now people are interested to hear what you have going on.
Exactly. Look at Will Smith. Even though Will Smith didn't run from a battle, but because he was such in high demand in Hollywood with the movies, he had did Independence Day and Bad Boys and he was doing Freshmen's of Bel Air. He took 5 years off from rap. If you look at the last album that him and Jazzy Jeff released was Code Red. That was 93. He didn't come back to rap till Men in Black. That was 97. And then he
Mm-hmm.
came out with a Big Willie Style, which was his, a great comeback album. That's how you come back. That's what Drake needs to do. He needs to take 5 years off. Make people forget about you. Take care of your kids. Maybe you go in a different genre. Maybe you do an R&B album. Maybe you do some more acting. Make people miss you first, and then you come back. Because by then, 5 years, I mean, we will always talk about Not Like Us because it is it might be the best diss song ever because it has transcended beyond just rap music now. The fact that it got Grammy awards and it was played at the Super Bowl halftime show. It's beyond just a diss record now. So we always gonna talk about it. But maybe in 5 years' time, you take some 5 years off and you come back and people actually miss you. And then we see where he's at in his career and his life. But the fact that
Maybe
he's constantly has been in people's faces when all this shit is going on, it's like nobody give a fuck. I'm not rushing to. I didn't listen to the last Drake album. I'm definitely not rushing to hear no album with him and Party Next Door. I don't like Party Next Door anyway. I don't think he can sing. I think he's overrated as fuck. He's one of Drake's artists, but Drake is. I will say this about Drake: he has opened the lane for artists from Toronto to come out. Daniel Caesar was one of his artists. He's a good artist. You had Magic Jordan, a two-man R&B group. They dropped some good stuff in the past and the Vision. You know what I mean? But as far as him, I don't care to hear another Drake album at all. Like if he retires right now, like I would not give a fuck. I think he made his best stuff like 10, 15 years ago. You know what I'm
he's
saying? So I'm definitely not listening to no album with him and Party Next Door. I know he has another album coming out. I'm listening to that album.
he's persona non grata right now.
You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like it's not even the petty shit. It's that I don't feel like he's dropping quality music anymore. You know what I'm saying?
He,
And I felt like that even when he came out with the double album, the what was that? The Scorpion album. He
yeah,
had some okay songs. I know he had Primo on there doing the joint, and I guess maybe he thought, oh well, if I use Primo, I'm gonna get that street credibility. No, he wasn't. He had Illmind on there. He wasn't getting that credibility from Ramada. You know what I'm saying? And even with that double album, we had some songs that was okay, but it wasn't no great double album. You know what I'm saying? And to me, he hasn't made a great album since Nothing Was the Same. Everything else after that, I have not liked it. Like More Life, crap. What's that shit? Yeah, if you're reading this, I think that the anniversary today was for that album. That was okay. But other than that, all those other albums he came out with, the shit with 21 Savage, crap. I don't listen to 21 Savage. The dance album, didn't care for it. You know, there hasn't been nothing that he's dropped since nothing was the same that I was excited for. That I actually was like on like replay value for me. You know what I'm saying? And then you top that off with the battles that he had. If you're not a battler, you don't battle.
Well,
Your pen has always been in question when Quentin Miller came out and said that he was his ghostwriter. So how
he
could you
did
want to enter a battle with Pusha T?
he did say he studied rap battles for a living.
Yeah, study. Yeah, but so did I. But I'm not a battle rapper. Studying battle rap and actually being one is two different things. He's not that. What is one thing if you battle Meek Mill, you can't battle Pusha T and thought that he was gonna actually win a rap battle. And I feel like he was taking shots at Kendrick for years, and Kendrick said enough is enough. I'm gonna end you, and that's what he did. And it's all these delusional Drake fans, even online, they replying to me, oh, how could you say he's done, he's over? I'm like, yo, all that the concert ticket sales and shit don't mean nothing. He could retire now and live off of concert sales forever. It don't mean shit. You got artists like EPMD that still tour and they haven't put out an album in God knows how long. You can always make money off of tours and shit. You know what I'm saying? But the actual where his position is in rap, he was never in the big three for me. It was never no big three with him, Kendrick, and J. Cole. I don't know who started that trend, but that trend is gone.
Well, being that it's award season, Kendrick missed a great opportunity to license Not Like Us, and it could have been nominated for an Oscar. Now imagine if Not Like Us would have won an Academy Award.
Well, what? But for what movie?
I mean, you could. I'm just making.
Oh. Well, I mean that could still possibly happen, right? Like he could still license it to like a movie and they could use it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Oh my
saying?
God.
But it's like all that big three talk should be gone. Because I'm like, yo, there's way too many MCs even in this era that's better than him that don't get mentioned.
If you like, I feel like Kendrick, he hit the grand slam. I mean, considering where it started, like for it to go from first person shooter to Kendrick responding on like that to it culminating to winning 5 Grammys and then headlining the Super Bowl. Drake has nobody to blame but himself
Exactly.
because I'm sure some of this was coordinated, but a lot of this was just a weird confluence of circumstances that not even Kendrick could have predicted.
We none of us predicted this shit.
We will
I didn't
never
see this coming at all.
we will never see anything like this at least for a while,
Yeah.
if ever.
I don't think we'll ever see something like this again. Like for this record to win the major awards at the Grammys, I don't think we'll ever see this again. You know what I'm saying? Definitely not from Drake. That's for damn sure. Because you
Like
already proved that you can't beat nobody in no battle.
we was talking about the uh, football Hall of Fame, like in the Hall of Fame of diss tracks, in the Hall of Fame of a career, like he would be first ballot, meaning Kendrick.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's already proved that. Like this, there's never been a Kendrick album per se that I didn't like. Like Mr. Morale has some joints. I don't think it was a great album, but you know, there's fans that feel like it was a classic, and that's great. You know, but I will always check for Kendrick before I check for Drake. You know what I'm saying? Because I just from even from day one, like when I started listening to him and listening to Overly Dedicated, listening to the Section 80, he was just dope. You know, he was just different. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, like, again, like he reminded me of J. Cole because it was like, yo, like they had the cosign already from legends like Dr. Dre and Jay-Z. And they didn't use it. Like J. Cole has been on Rock Nation from day one. He only had one song with Jay-Z, Mr. Nice Watch. That was on his first album. Never did he use that cosign to get him ahead. Same with Kendrick. Kendrick was on Aftermath. He only did one song with Dr. Dre, The Recipe, for his own shit. He's never used Dr. Dre to get ahead.
And they both learn how to be self-contained, to be independent and self-sufficient,
Exactly.
not having to
Exactly.
rely on
Exactly.
Jay-Z and Dr. Dre respectively.
Exactly. Now if that
to
was
make more.
if that was fucking Memphis Bleak, now Memphis Bleak would have been having Jay-Z all over his fucking albums and still can't sell. Oh,
And now,
let me have Jay drop a bonus track on Memphis Bleak album and the shit still don't sell.
and the spaces between releases would have been greater because Jay-Z don't drop like Jay-Z. He operates on his own time. So if Memphis Bleak want that feature, he has to wait for Jay-Z to be inspired to rap.
For me, I look, when you have artists like Benny, Conway, um, I'm gonna say Mac
Ransom.
Miller. I'm gonna say Mac Miller, even though he's not here. Bless the dead. Mac Miller was a phenomenal artist. Even he was better than Drake. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's so many to name. Rock Marcy, Ransom, Dave East. Like why aren't these artists being talked about when it comes to the big three? And all I keep hearing is Drake with J. Cole and Kendrick. He was never on their level. They only equating that to album streams and oh well he sold more than these people. So MC Hammer sold more than Redman. Is he a better artist than Redman? No. So
Mhm.
make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't understand who started that whole big three combo. I'm like, he was never in my big three. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
I'm
saying?
a,
And Kendrick proved that, and he had to prove that to these Drake fans the hard way. That your God is not the God that you all thought he was.
so I wonder where does J. Cole and Drake go from here? Like that's what
Well,
I want to
J
know.
Cole, I still fuck with J Cole. I think J Cole is a great artist. Um, I don't agree that he should have bowed out of the battle. I'm like, yo, if you want to, this is part of rap. This is part of the culture. Like you battle. This is what it was. Like Keras One never strayed away from a battle with MC Shan. Nas did not stray away from Jay-Z. He was ready for that nigga. He was not gonna be afraid of Jay. No matter how many multi-platinum albums he had and status or whatever, Nas went at him and he beat him. And I'm from Brooklyn, I could tell you he beat him.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't do that. Like this whole if this generation want to be part of this culture, y'all better know what battle rap is.
Could you
Especially if
imagine?
you're artists. Don't run away from a battle because well, I don't know if I'm gonna win or I'm friends with this person. Fuck that. If the nigga call you out, you call him out. That's a battle. You know what I'm saying? If he throw shit at you, you do the same back. And I think that's really what hurt J. Cole is that he wanted to bow out of this battle. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's like, mm, that was smart, Jay, because Kendrick would annihilated your ass too. That was smart, Jay. But we'll never really know because he didn't battle Kendrick. He threw a shot on Mike Delete later, but it was like, yo, like either you in the battle or you ain't. Don't throw a shade throw shade at the dude and then you want to run. It's either you going to battle or you're not, and you chose
Now that
not to. But that doesn't. I don't look at Cole any different. Like I'm hopefully the Fall Off is a great album. We've been hearing about it for a while. It better be a great album because if it doesn't stack up to where GNX is at, he might as well already fallen off.
now that Kendrick has won 5 Grammys for a diss record. I think going forward, I'm not really big into award shows, but
Hmm.
to make it interesting, I would like to see, award shows have like a best diss song
Right?
category.
Yeah, that would be something. Every couple years, we have a category like that. I mean, there's been some classic diss songs that should have gotten nominated and they didn't. Maybe
Name
that's something that Grammys got to look at.
name them.
You know. Um, but yeah, like J Cole, phenomenal artist. I like the Might Delete Later project, and this album he got coming, it better be great. It better be great. That's all I got to say. Because if it's not, you might as well have fallen off already. Then.
So if you were okay, like say I'm just brainstorming right now, but remember in 2003,
Hmm.
if you could give a song, if you can give a diss song the award, like the Grammy Award for best diss song for that year, what song would that be?
In '03,
Yeah,
why '03 though?
well, yeah, I can just name, I can just
Wasn't
say,
wasn't Takeover was '01, right? Wasn't Takeover '01?
yeah,
And
but
Ether,
Ether was '01.
right? So why we
So
jumping to '03? What was '03?
oh, oh, free back down by 50 Cent.
Oh,
Clap Back by Ja Rule.
that's not
Uh,
even to me 50's best diss song. I liked I Smell Pussy better.
was I Smell Pussy in
That was that
'03?
was that song was that I want to say that was a bonus track on was that the G Unit album? I had it on the mixtape though because it was on one of the mixtapes. But I want to say he put it as a bonus track on Beg for Mercy. But that
Okay.
to me was a better diss track. Back Down was dope. That to me was a better diss track though. He had so many too, man. Like he had his foot on the neck of Murder Inc. He didn't give a fuck. He was like, I'm annihilating all y'all. You know. Um, I was thinking more of like Takeover and Ether. That would have been hard because Jay annihilated Mobb Deep and Nas on that shit. But Nas came back with Ether and it was like, yo, this is the only dude, him and Pac, that stood up to Jay. You know what I'm saying? Like remember Pac had many diss records. A lot of them is unreleased, but he made it a thing to go at Bad Boy and Jay-Z and Mobb Deep and them. You know what I'm saying? Like he had beef. He had beef with
Yeah.
with people I didn't even know he had beef with. I'm like, yo, when did he have beef with the Fugees and the Brat? Because we didn't hear about this shit. This is before the internet. I'm
Yeah.
like, we didn't hear about him having. I didn't hear about him having beef with the Fugees and the Brat and Chino XL and all that. It was crazy.
So so what did you hear the Hail Mary 2003 diss track by Eminem, 50
Uh,
Cent, and Busta Rhymes to Ja Rule?
was was that
That
the
was also in '03.
that was on a mixtape, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
I
think it
did.
was
I did hear
Green
that
Lantern.
joint. Yeah, I did hear that
So
joint. I had the Green Lantern. That was like the Invasion mixtape or some shit.
so if Back Down and Hail Mary '03 are the nominees, who's getting the award?
Mm.
Drum roll, please.
Well, they did but the mixtape joint didn't they use like a beat that was already out?
Yeah, yeah. Hail Mary.
Yeah,
The
so
beat.
I would
The
give it to
beat.
50. I just felt like and he had Wankster also. Remember he had Wankster. Wankster was about Ja Rule also.
Winston was in '02.
Right.
So
Wankster
it
and
was on.
Wankster came out. Wankster was on the mixtape that made it onto the album.
Yeah, I think it was on. Was it the Guess Who's Back
It was on
mixtape?
one of those mixtapes that I heard it on.
And then it later went on the 8 Mile soundtrack.
Right. Yeah, Wankster was one. You had Back Down. You had I Smoke Pussy. He had like the diss records ready for them niggas.
Now I will say, like in 02, 50 Cent would have dominated the best
For sure.
this song award
For sure.
category.
Definitely. Because he picked up where Pac left off. Because it was like niggas was dropping subliminals and they didn't want to mention niggas' names. I'm like, yo, Pac was, if he had beef with you, he was mentioning your name. He didn't care who he was. You know what I'm saying? And we haven't seen that until 50 came out. When he came out with How to Rob and he was coming at Missy and Timberland and punning them, like that was crazy.
So let's go to 05.
Mm-hmm.
So in 05, 50 Cent puts out Piggy Bank dissing
Right,
Fat Joe,
that too. I forgot about that one.
Ja Rule, Jadakiss.
Right.
And then Jadakiss puts out Checkmate,
Mm-hmm.
Problem Child with Styles P.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I heard that one. Problem Child joint.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing that one. Checkmate joint I liked. I liked the Jadakiss diss record. That was fire.
So which diss song is better between Piggy Bank and
Piggy Bank was just funny though, because that was the one where he called Jadakiss a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
That shit was hilarious. Then I remember seeing like people started making the memes out of that shit.
And also he dissed Fat Joe. He said something like you thought Lean Back was in the club. That shit came out and it wound up being a dud or something like that.
Yeah. And then he had Fat Joe on the mixtape cover for Return of the Body Snatchers.
Oh
no,
yeah.
No. Or was it Elephant in the Room?
Yeah, that was the
and he had like Fat Joe on the beach and shit. I was like, yo, where did they get that picture from?
I thought that was Photoshop, but I wouldn't be surprised if 50 Cent had some moles on the beach.
That shit was crazy, and then he had the diss record for what do you call it for Cameron, the funeral.
Yeah, that was in 07.
With the video.
Yeah, I remember that was that was around the time of All-Star Weekend.
Yes, the video was. I think I still got that because I have a G Unit mixtape DVD with the joints that they did from the Return of the Body Snatchers mixtape, and they have like videos for like certain songs.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say the video for the funeral is on that DVD. I gotta check. It's been years since I saw that one, but I remember seeing the video for that, and it had like at the end when they shot up Cam's Lambo, and he was like peeking out the window.
Yeah,
that shit was crazy.
Yeah, because Cameron got shot in DC driving a Lamborghini, and he said to the police that he knew that it came from Jay-Z because somebody threw up the rock.
Right. Yeah, and he was like doing the news. He did like the news interview with the bullet hole still in his arm and shit.
Oh yeah,
I'm like, bro, go to the hospital. Like, why are you standing around with bullet holes in your arm?
Like I didn't understand during the press conference because he's showing the bullet wounds, and you don't think the police?
Yeah, I'm like, what? That's crazy. You know, and yeah, I remember that funeral dream was crazy.
I did like Curtis more than the funeral only because Cameron, he was on top of the Lamborghini.
Oh yeah,
and he had everybody during the chorus saying Curtis.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yo, there's a lot of feuds back then. Rick Ross was feuding with 50 at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
You had Jay going that Dipset on a Dig a Hole. You know,
that was from the what album was that?
That's on Kingdom Come.
Kingdom Come.
Yeah, I didn't care for this record though, because I mean, and the beat from Swizz was generic. It wasn't nothing special. Jay, he didn't even call niggas names out on that joint.
But you know what Cameron has that Jay doesn't, even though Jay is a far better MC. Jay-Z he's not as funny as Cameron,
Right,
and he's not as good at shit talking as Cameron.
right.
Like the swagger jacking joint.
Hmm. That was terrible.
Well, you like swagger jacking?
Is that's the Cameron joint?
Yeah, but that was
My
when
bad. I was thinking of the other shit. There's the other joint that did, but it never came out on nobody's album. Remember the Jock in My Style shit?
Oh yeah, I think that was
I
for
heard that on a mixtape. I'm like, what is this? And it's never been on. He never released it on any album.
it sounded like it sounded so half-assed,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it
I
sounded
got it.
real
I got it. It's
lazy.
been years since I heard the Swagger Jack and joint. I gotta hear that again.
Yeah, like Cameron, he had compiled all of the rhymes that he
Mhm.
had bit from other rappers and put them on one track.
Wow, that's
Yo,
wild.
and he showed
Oh,
how he bit lines from Snoop,
right.
from Biggie, from
Oh
Nas.
yeah, we was always saying that. People was used to always say like Jay's always biting shit from Biggie. That's shit that Biggie said or whatever. Even like song titles like on Blueprint 2, he had the It Was All a
Mhm.
Dream. Biggie said that already.
I did not like the Dream.
Yeah. I didn't like that whole double album.
Yo, you preaching to the choir, man, because I know there's so many Jay Z fans that swear up and down, yo, that's a classic
Nah.
double album.
Fuck no. Fuck they didn't even think it was good. That's why they re-released it with the best tracks and they called it Blueprint 2.1 or some shit like that.
Yeah, they try to cut the fat out.
Yeah, they didn't like it because they didn't think it was a good double album. And he's never did that with none of his albums.
Yo, and I still got Street's Disciple. I like that double album
That
more.
that was that had some joints. I didn't think it was a great album either, but it had some joints though. Like there was some joints on there that I liked. I felt like Def Jam should have promoted it more.
Yo, to me, if you look at the double albums, I would say Jay Z is pulling up the rear behind Biggie, Tupac, Wu Tang, even Diplomatic
Yeah,
Immunity.
they dead last to me. Like I don't think Nas had a classic double album. I don't think Jay had one. You know what I'm
Yo,
saying? And it's like you had two dead artists with Pac and Biggie that gave us classic double albums compared to them.
did you know Nelly had a double album?
Yeah, Sweatsuit, Trash.
Oh my, I think of look, I get it. Like Nelly, he's guaranteed to go double platinum, so I get it. His record label probably green stamped him putting out a double album,
Mm-hmm.
but nobody talks about
Nobody talks about
that
that.
sweat and suit
Nope.
shit.
Nope. Even with the Drake double album, nobody talks about that one. The Scorpion album. Like one side was like hip hop, another side was like more R&B ish type of joints, and I'm like, yeah, it wasn't a great double album. Like there's very few. I seen a video with EDI. EDI from the Outlaws. He had his own YouTube channel, and he was even talking about when Pac came out with All Eyes on Me because this month is like the anniversary for it, and he said like there's not a lot of great double albums, and Tupac really started that. Like he really at least for rap. Like he really after Pac came out with All Eyes, that's when a lot of other rappers decided to do a double album.
Yeah, Thursday is the 29th
Or
anniversary
it's
of All
tomorrow.
Eyes on Me. Yeah, tomorrow
Oh
is.
wow,
It was. It came out on February 13th,
nice.
1996.
And that's the same day as the Fugees and Mad Skills.
Yeah. Oh my
Fugees
God.
came out with the score, and Mad Skills came out with From Where. So a historic day in hip hop tomorrow.
Yeah, and those anniversaries, man, just think like release dates back then, they were so coveted, man.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
I know I remember I bought All Eyes on Me first,
Mhm. Yep.
and like I was aware of Mass Skills, album,
Mhm.
but I mean I didn't buy it because number one, great albums was coming out so fast and in a hurry.
Oh yeah.
And plus, like, and another thing, like the cassette was like 20. It was over
Yeah.
$20. I couldn't spend. I couldn't buy anything rap related for another month or so.
Right.
So I was so
Oh
I
yeah.
I had to listen to
That that's
uh
that's what I did too. Like, back then, depending on what store you went to, like if you go to the Wiz, the tapes were like $9.98. So if I didn't have enough money for the CD, I was getting the cassette, and I've bought albums on cassette because I didn't have enough money for the CD. And years later on, I end up getting a lot of those albums on CD now. But that's what we all did. We all went through that, and I think I did get All Eyes first, and I had went to Virginia, Richmond. Come out. My grandparents used to stay in Virginia, and when I went down there to visit, I had went and got this the score down there at the Virginia Commonwealth Mall or whatever. And the mad skills I ended up getting from Columbia House, like later on. But that I remember that day, like they had already had the promo album commercial for All Eyes on Me being played, and we were waiting. He was out of prison. We heard he went to death row, and California Love, both versions of the radio was playing at that time, and we were ready. What I'm saying, especially coming off of Me Against the World, and that was already a classic. And now he's on death row and he's putting out his first album, and it's a double album at that. And we didn't know what the fuck. I'm like, what double album? I'm like, we Stevie Wonder released the double album with Songs in the Key of Life. But in rap, that was unheard of. So I'm like, how many joints is this album gonna have? You know what I mean? And looking at the track listing and seeing who was on it, I'm like, yo, this is gonna be phenomenal. And it did not disappoint.
yo. And you mentioned like that Matt Skills album. Also, that's another
Yeah.
thing. Like Around My Way,
Mhm.
like the Matt Skills album, they were usually at mom and pop's
Right.
joints. Around My Way,
Mhm.
like I didn't see those at the Sam Goody's and the Warehouse Music.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because I remember seeing Mad Skills. The Wiz had Mad Skills. They had it there. But not every record store were carrying the underground artists like that. And if they did, they had like their album all the way in the back shelf. So you have to like go through all the shelves where they had like the rap section to find your favorite underground artist or whatever. But I ended up getting it from Columbia House because Columbia House, they had many different artists back then, and they had the Mad Skills album there. I'm like, yeah, I got to pick this up because we just hearing the Nod Factor, and then hearing the Jam. He had a joint called Skills in '95 that a Large Pro did that didn't make the album. That I remember, Stretch and Barbito was playing that a lot. That was fire too. So I had to get that. And Mad Skills is severely underrated.
Yo, and also like with battle rap,
Mhm.
a lot like there's a delineation that has to be made between
Right.
battlers that battled on the street,
Oh yeah.
like the smack rappers like Arsenal, Mook,
Yeah.
Lux, T Rex, and then there's the battlers that was battling at industry events like Mad Skills,
Right.
Supernatural. So when I heard Mad Skills album, I felt like it was dope, but it wasn't great. It wasn't like man like Mad Skills really is blowing my mind.
Right.
Like to me, like I felt like I heard better from his freestyles.
Right.
And I'm gonna take it a step further.
Mhm.
Of the MCs of Mad Skills caliber, meaning Razcast, Chino XL, Exhibit,
Mhm.
all three of them had better albums than Mad
You
Skills.
think so? Wow. Okay. See, the thing is, like, he was on Atlantic, so it was still a label where a lot of those corporate labels, they didn't know how to promote the underground artists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And I felt like he had to come out with like they wanted the radio friendly joint. That's why he came out with the Jam. You know what I'm saying? And they, and Move Your Body, because they wanted that, even though he was an underground artist, they still wanted like, that radio song that radio could play. You know what I mean? And then you had like the joints for like the hip hop heads. You had the Non-Factor, you had, the Tip of the Tongue, and it's going down. You know what I mean? So I think it was a well-rounded rap album. You know what I'm saying? But they really didn't know they didn't know what to do with an artist like Maskos. And then he had like an affiliation with Timbaland. Why Timbaland never put him out is crazy to me. But you put out niggas like Bubba Sparks and Tweed, and you know what I mean? But he was on Maskos was on Timbaland's first official album, the Life in the Basement joint from '98. He has two joints on there, and he was affiliated with him because he's from Virginia, like Timbaland and Missy. I'm like, well, why isn't he being put out like Aaliyah and Genuine and Skills?
Yo, was the jam? Did that sample Grand Central Station?
Which one? For the
The
jam?
jam for Matt Skill's album.
I don't. I gotta look at it. I don't know. I don't remember that.
Okay.
That's the sample from it though.
Cause I vaguely remember. It has been so long since I've heard it,
Right.
but I do remember he had some heavy hitters on that album.
Yeah, Dilla's on that. He had Nick Wiz. I want to say Easy LP is on that album. He has some, what's the name? The Beatnuts, they did the Non-Factor.
Did Q-Tip do anything on this album?
Q-Tip is on it. He's on extra abstract skills. But I don't think he did the beat. I think that was Large Pro that did the beat.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he had like people that people like niggas respected in the game that was on the album, and he just never got that recognition that he deserved. And even with like his other albums after that, like I know he like everybody knows him as a ghostwriter. He's ghostwriting for like a lot of well-known artists that he'll never speak about, and he's gotten Grammys and shit. I saw him at the Grammys this past last week. He was at the Grammys. He was on the red carpet.
Yo, do you know have you heard For Real by Skills? Yo, I believe the what's the song? The $1 Million Backpack album. To me, that's his best album.
I haven't heard that one. I remember when it came out though.
Yo, I remember. I thought there was a song that he did. There's a video for it, and it's called For Real.
Okay,
and it's a relationship song.
Yeah,
he's talking to a shorty trying to mack her. But I thought if he had a bigger push, he could have did well with that album.
Right. Yeah. And they didn't know how to promote artists like that. Even the Cellar Dwellers, another group that they were on Loud Records, but I don't feel like Loud Records gave them the push that they did with 3 6 Mafia or with Mobb Deep. You know what I'm saying? Or even with Wu. You know what I'm saying? Like and Loud,
isn't that kind of odd though?
What?
Isn't that odd? Because Loud Records is probably the best label in the 90s that actually gave lyrical rappers a straight push.
Yeah.
I mean, Big Pun went platinum.
Yes.
Mobb Deep went platinum.
Even Exhibit.
Yeah, Exhibit.
Especially
that third album, Restless.
Right. Yes. We just covered that yesterday. We had a review on that. I love that album.
I forgot Cellar Dwellers was on Loud.
Yeah, and I just felt like we knew them underground wise because college radio was playing them, but mainstream wise, the only song they had mainstream wise was Perfect Match because of the video. He had like was it Jerry Stone was in that or Ricky Lake or whatever?
It was like a black and white video.
Nah, it was like a talk show video where they were dating the same woman and they would end up being on a talk show.
Oh, okay.
And that's the song that radio was playing. They were playing Perfect Match. Like that's really the only mainstream type of song that they had. And I'm like, well, they on Loud Records. Loud Records to me is like might be the best hip hop label ever. I mean, Def Jam in the 80s and 90s were great. even the early 2000s, and then they lost their way. And I love Ruckus, but just about every artist on Loud I listen to. You know what I'm
but
saying? No matter where they were from, whether they're from Memphis or from Queens or Staten Island, every artist on that label, I think I have all the albums. And except for the Soul Dwellers. Soul Dwellers, I know their albums been long out of print, but they really didn't get a lot of promotion. And I don't understand because that label was for artists like that.
yeah.
You know?
But I look at Def Jam kind of differently
Mhm.
than Loud in the '90s because Def Jam went through so many distribution
Yeah.
changes. At one point, they were distributed by Columbia. Then they became Rush associated labels.
Right.
Then they went to another distributor,
Mhm.
Universal. So Def Jam under Russell Simmons wasn't the same as leadership under Leo Cohen and
Right.
Kevin Lyles.
See, like
Whereas with Steve
I
Rifkin was
mm,
Steve Rifkin was far more hands off.
right. But I think like during the Rush era, they also had their mainstream acts and they had a lot of underground artists that they didn't get promoted enough. You know what I'm saying? With Leo and Kevin, it was mainly about Rockefeller, Murder Inc. and DMX. You know what I'm saying? It was about them. Like Ja Rule, Jay-Z, DMX, they were making the money for them in the 2000s. And then it was like everybody else. Which Joe Budden was there. He didn't get no promotion. He ended up leaving. Um, you had when they even had an R&B department. They had Def Soul. They had Drew Hill and Kelly Price on that label. Montel Jordan at one point, and then they left. You know what I'm saying? But it was mainly DMX, Rockefeller, and Murder Inc. that was making the money for them, and they didn't really focus on none of the other artists because everybody was clicked up. Everybody was you was either with Murder Inc. or Rockefeller, or you had your own crew. I know DMX had his own label that he didn't really get off the ground. You know,
Bloodline.
yeah, Bloodline Records, right? He had his own stable of artists but none of them came out. You
You
know,
know, I'm gonna mention an artist under Rough Riders
Mhm.
that I believe deserved a bigger career.
Mhm.
Like his album went gold,
Yeah.
but the second album was uh, hamstrung because we switched distributors and
Mhm.
the the new parent company didn't know what to do with them.
Right.
Drag on.
Drag
That,
on.
that
That
the H2O album is dope.
is good.
I actually like
Was
that
that the first
album.
album?
Yeah.
I
With
never I
Swiss Beats
never
and
heard it. I,
Ghost.
I remember the singles, but I never bought it and I never listened to it.
Yeah, I bought it off of the strength of Down Bottom
Right.
from the
Oh
Rough
yeah.
Riders compilation
Yeah.
because I felt like Drag On he showed such great performances on that
Yeah.
compilation. I felt like I trust that this is going to be an album worth my purchase.
Was it worth
And
it?
yeah,
It was
I,
okay.
yeah, I actually listened to it a lot in the 2000s,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
felt
I forgot he was on Down Bottom. Him and Juvenile. That might have been my favorite song on Rough Riders Volume 1.
absolutely.
That was great. That was a great song, definitely. Spit These Bars. That was my joint. You know. Yeah. Even now, Drag On is still he's dropping freestyles. I just saw him drop a freestyle yesterday, and he's still doing his thing right now. He needs to drop something like drop a new album or something, man.
If you look at the underlings
Hmm.
of Rough Riders,
Yeah.
Rockefeller,
Hmm.
Murder Inc., Drag On was far better than Bleak.
Oh yeah. Bleak never. And the thing I don't get was Bleak. He had his own crew. He had the co-defendants. It was him and
Get Low
GDK.
Records.
Yeah, Get Low Records. He had shit set up for him, but it was like he wasn't doing shit with it. Like unlike Beanie Siegel, his issue was he couldn't stay in. He kept he was in the streets too damn much. And Jay was trying to groom him, but he had his shit set up. He had the clothing line. You had state property. You had the movies. You know what I mean? Like it's like these niggas just fucked it up.
Yo, it's like they uh you know what, the analogy I would make is like,
Mhm.
yeah, you ever see those movies where like the drug boss, he has like a criminal organization,
Right.
and they have it thriving for a couple of years.
Hmm.
They're making tens of millions of dollars a year,
Right.
you know, either gun running, drug smuggling, whatever it is. Then they get arrested, they get tried, then
Hmm.
convicted. So now the second in command is in charge and they fuck up the business. That's what I
Exactly.
felt like Bleak uh,
He.
and Beans, especially. Like, if you look at
Mhm.
State Property had the music, they had the fashion,
Yep.
they were bringing money in up
Oh
on
yeah.
top of the record sales.
Oh yeah. He had the
So once,
talent, which is important.
yeah, and the talent. So once Beans got arrested and got charged for attempted murder,
Right.
now Beans is away. Then you have Freeway.
Right.
Freeway had, what was it, Philadelphia Freeway?
Freeway. Yes.
I think it went gold,
That was a great album.
but without the leadership of Beans,
Right. I mean, it's
it,
not like Beans is all over the album. I felt like he could have still won platinum with like his own tour. But
yeah.
it's like at that time people associated him with Beans, and if Beans ain't around, then you pretty much on your own as a new artist.
And Jay-Z, he had so much to
Right.
focus on. Like
Yeah.
that was the main reason why Jay-Z gave Beans his own imprint,
Right.
so that he could, benefit from signing these cats.
Yeah.
But you got to be on top of them. But
Right.
you can't be on top of them if you're not on top of your own.
You had Dipset was killing it out there. Cam was doing his thing. Jewels, they had the Dipset album, and I think it was Dipset and State Property was making the most noise at that time. You know what I mean? And it's just a shame that they should have at least had looked at what Dipset was doing and tried to do that. Like, yo, like we gotta not get in trouble and be on our business shit like Cam do with how Cam made like every member, like the CEO and the co-CEO and all that. They didn't do that with
Yeah,
State Property. And if Beans, even if Beans was away, Beans could be like, yo, well, Freeway, you second in command. You're gonna be co CEO or whatever, and Edie, you next up because you was the popular one with the women, and he was. I really feel like he could have blown up and be his own star if he actually came out with his solo album. And we know what happened with that, and it was just chaos with them. You know what I mean?
and Rockefeller, they truly were brand first, music second.
Right.
Because if you look at the Dipset and State Property movements,
Hmm.
they were very influential with the fashion,
Oh yeah, for
like
sure.
those car hat
Yeah.
style
Yep.
jeans,
Hmm.
hoodies, and jackets.
Yeah.
Like their apparel was tailored for
Hmm.
winter.
Oh yeah, for
like
sure.
like their apparel looked like what the Wire was
Oh yeah.
wearing.
Because winter time here meant you're gonna get the classic albums because there's nothing else to do but stay at home and bump these classic albums. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to be out there. It's like -15. That's what winter's meant for us. It's like, oh, we get in a snowstorm. Let me pop in this Helter Skelter album or Mike Geronimo. That's what it
Yeah,
was for us.
and the only people that are outside are people that are hustling.
Right. You know what I mean? And they had the gear, like Rockaware. We had like, man, I had a lot of Rockaware coats and denim and all that for the winter. It was like that's what they were made for, man. Like that was like their biggest shit was like their coats and their vests and all that,
I
their
would say
beanies and
like
all that.
I would say like during the fashion season,
Hmm.
like for fashion people, fashion
Right.
designers, like a lot of their clothes are going to sell all year long.
Right.
But for state property and for
Yeah.
Dipset, it's only one season that truly matters. It's the
Exactly.
winter.
Exactly. You know, like Jim, we looked at Jim like, yo, like he's a fashionista. Like, yeah, we had Pharrell doing his thing with, the ice cream line and Billionaire Boys Club, and he had Bapes, him and Nego, and then, Kanye was on his Louis Vuitton Don shit, and then we had Jim was rocking the True Religion jeans and the Nike ACG boots, the leather jackets, and that's how we were dressing. I got old pictures from like '08 to '09 with all that shit on. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we were shopping for. We were going to the mall to shop and buy whatever Jim was rocking. That's what was hot on the streets. I still got my ACG boots. I just seen Fredro Starr. Fredro was on the new episode of Outside with Nems, and he had his all black ACG boots on. I'm like, damn, I ain't wear my ACG boots in a minute. They bringing that shit back now. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, let me find out. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. It was like niggas wasn't rocking True Religion jeans before Jim. Like he made that thing. I heard something about Wale. I'm like, Wale was not rocking that shit before Jim Jones.
Especially with the nameplate belts.
Yeah, the belt buckles. Yeah. Oh yeah, we was rocking all of that shit, and Ed Hardy, all that. Christian Audige. You know what I'm saying? So like even now, like Jim still got it when it comes to fashion. You know what I'm saying? And I look at Westside Gun too. I'm gonna throw him in there because I just saw that new video he dropped, and he got like the Louis leather. You know what I mean? And I love it. I love the whole look, that the whole fashion thing that Westside Gun has brought back to the game. You know what I mean? And incorporating the wrestling culture with it too.
Like I gotta mention, I do think it is lame that Jim Jones still thinks it's important to go out to Cali to prove that he can go to people's gang related hoods.
I don't get that.
I mean, like you're at AARP age. Like, dude, you should be like you may not live to reach Social Security age if you keep this up, man. Like you should not be hyper focused on that. Like that's what you do when you're in your 20s and 30s, not in your 40s.
I think he's doing that, and he has a new album coming out next week. I do expect them to take shots at Cameron on it. I think that's all. He's just trying to like really shake Cameron and what Cam was saying and show people that like he's really about that life, and I expect that from Jim. That's Jim. You know what I'm saying? I'm not surprised. This is what Jim Jones does. He's always been cocky, like even when he was coming out with like From the Church and summertime in Harlem, like he was already cocky. You know what I'm saying? He was like the cockiest dude in Dipset. You know what I mean? And that's just what he do.
So I was watching The Breakfast Club, and they was talking about this is back when Cameron responded to Jim Jones.
Yeah.
And DJ Envy said everybody knew that Jim Jones was the muscle. I found that hard to believe that Jim Jones was the muscle in the crew.
Nah, he wasn't, because he told that story about how when BMF ran up on him and they were chasing them niggas. It was like 40 BMF niggas chasing them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, nah, we all know that you wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole incident at Rucker Park and Junior Mafia was chasing them in Rucker Park and shit. They had that on video. I'm like, no, he was never the muscle of Dipset.
Yo, and I only know True Life for their beef with Dipset. The only thing I know about True Life is Lower East Side, for whatever that means, and they signed to Jay-Z.
Yeah,
I
he
never,
was on. He was on with Rockefeller Latino or some shit.
I never understood what Jay-Z heard in True Life
Yeah,
as a rapper.
which is why they didn't put him out. They ain't put him out. They ain't put out shit with him. You know, and I remember him, but I didn't listen to him. I didn't listen to his mixtapes and shit. But he was like on a lot of other people's stuff. Like he did shit with Saigon. He was on a lot of other people's mixtapes and stuff. And I just was like, I don't really care for him, dude. You
Yo,
know?
I do remember. Do you remember the Beef DVD?
Yeah, I had those.
Yeah, True Life and his people. They were shooting guns in the air,
Yeah,
and True Life was like, "Yo, the police always bother us. Like,
right,
we're not a gang. Like, these people are my family. They just want to
right.
see me."
And he had some issue. I think he had some issue with Prodigy or some shit.
Yeah, because I Mobb Deep had collaborated with True Life,
Right.
but Prodigy had given True Life the same verse that he had given to The Alchemist for his project.
Wow.
So True Life was mad that Prodigy charged him
Right.
for a verse that he used before.
Oh,
And they ran up in True Life, and his goons ran up in the studio and pistol whipped Prodigy.
What? That's crazy. Yeah, and you know, it was just, hey, man, a lot of them they ain't last long. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them are gone now, like True Life and Shay Davis. Remember Shay Davis?
Yeah.
Shay Davis and a lot of them cats ain't last long. You know what I'm saying? Like Joe Budden really is like the biggest like mixtape artist that's still relevant now from that era.
And
You know
that's
him,
not even from rapping.
right? It's not even because of the rapping. You know what I'm saying? It's something totally different. And 50 Cent, Cameron, like they still here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else done. I mean, Saigon. I know Saigon dropping a new album with Buck Wild that's coming out soon. I'm anxious to hear it because it's been a long time since I heard a Saigon album. So I
Yo,
definitely hope it's good.
I'm gonna take you even further back than that.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Billy Bathgate?
Bathgate, yep, I remember him.
Yo,
What happened to that nigga? Ali Vegas? What happened to him?
yo, that's another one. Like
You know?
he was like a Shaheem. He was in
Yeah,
the mode of Shaheem.
yep.
But
You
Billy
know,
Bath,
and
Bill,
Fabulous. I feel like Fabulous has survived that era, but he hasn't. He's still living off of his past. I'm like, what the fuck has he dropped lately? Like he hasn't dropped shit.
Fab is the only rapper from that era that transitioned from the throwback
Mm-hmm.
period to present day.
Yeah,
Because Billy
it's
Bathgate,
like
all of those cats was rocking
yeah,
the throwbacks with the paper
yeah.
towel
It's like
bandanas.
he just resorted now to doing features. It's like he hasn't dropped shit in how long? And I'm like, what album? What he? I don't look at him as a legend. What fucking album does he have that's a classic? 'Cause I'm like, this nigga, his mixtapes were better to me. You know, when you ask his fans, they be like, they give you different answers. They can't even tell you what's his best album. You don't have that one definitive album.
Yeah, his last studio album was Summertime Shootout 3, and that was in 2019.
Right. And this is 2025. He ain't dropped a project since 2019, since before the pandemic. You would think we had like what 4 years of the pandemic, he would have dropped something. He ain't dropped shit. He was on Mary J. Blige album and he's done like some other features and shit. I know just saw him in some song with Jada for Kith for the clothing line. And I'm like, that's what you're doing? You doing Kith the songs now?
And we saw him get washed
Oh yeah.
by Jada Kiss in that
That's
verse.
what happened during the pandemic. He got washed during Jada. He had to recover. He got washed against Jada. I was like, yo, I thought it would have been a better battle than that. I'm like, bro, it's like chill with the love songs, man. You can't do love songs in a battle like that against Jada Kiss.
And the thing that and Jada Kiss just has as many songs geared towards women,
Right.
but he understood the assignment. Like
Exactly.
this is
Exactly.
a battle where you're pitting
You know what I mean? It's
But
like you want to do the love song thing. Maybe he should have battled Nelly or Ja Rule instead.
oh
He
my,
would have had a better
yo,
chance.
and Nelly did the same thing. Like
Yeah,
Luda, like Ludacris was
he was
rapping his
watching them.
ass off,
He was watching them.
and yeah, Nelly, like he was dancing and he was in his like he was in his own element.
Oh yeah,
Like you ever seen somebody at a party that's dancing and they don't know they don't like they dancing so hard they don't even know
they
what's
don't
going
care.
on around them.
Exactly.
That's what Nelly was doing. Like
Yep.
in his mind, he thought he was killing it.
Yeah. He got washed. I'm like, bro, like the matchups was not good for that one. I'm like, nah. Y'all should have put Fabulous against Ja Rule or something. You know, cause that would have been a better matchup for him. Not against Jada. You know, and yeah, I'm like, he survived the mixtape era, but that's really because he ain't dropped shit. Like it's almost like he's done it strategically. Like, oh, I'm gonna survive this era, but I ain't gonna put out shit. I'm gonna just survive off of
Yeah.
features and that's it. You
And
know,
also like the albums that he has put out have been very safe.
they
Like you
have.
don't get
There's been he has decent albums. I don't look at none of like Ghetto Fabulous was a nice little debut. I don't think it was classic. Street Dreams I like, Loso's Way and nothing from nothing to something and Real Talk. They were good, but they wasn't they're not classics to me.
he don't talk about nothing.
None, yeah. None of those albums like his mixtapes people love, the soul tapes and there is no competition and sometimes shootouts. That's his best shit. But when it comes to his albums, ask his own fan base what's his best album. They can't tell you. And that's the problem, especially if this dude is like he's been here since the 90s. He's a 90s artist. He's like what 30 years in the game and he has no classic album. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And I've had people mad at me and like, well, how can you say that about Fab? I'm like, because it's the truth. It's very easy for me to say because it's the truth. Like I've seen Fabulous live. You know what I'm saying? He has no classic album to his name. His mixtapes were great, and
How's
and
he
so
live?
and he's managed to remain relevant. But again, that's only because of the features because he has not put out a project since 2019. He was okay, and he wasn't the best shit live either because that was a concert where you had DMX before he passed away. And everybody wanted to see him. You had 50 Cent was the headliner. You had Dipset that was they were there. The Locks was there. Everybody else was better than him. Even T.I. put on a better performance than him. Snoop Dogg put on a better performance than him. And you would think this is in Brooklyn. You basically the hometown boy. You ain't even put on a great show like that. I don't know what the fuck he was doing because he had on like some leather vest, and this was like in June, and it was like 90 degrees that day.
That's another thing. Like he's more into fashion nowadays more than
Yeah,
anything.
right. Which is why that explains why he did that song with Jada because it's for a clothing line.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't know Kith was putting out fucking rap songs now. You know what I'm saying? You're
Yeah.
putting out rap songs and shit now. I'm like, come on, like what we doing here? And I'm like, yeah, people love Fab. I get it. He nice, but I'm not putting him in on no Mount Rushmore with the greats like Biggie and Jay-Z. You know,
Yeah.
he's managed to stay relevant without dropping nothing, just being on features and shit. He was on Mary's last album. You know, is that's basically about it. It's like I don't. You ask Fab when is he coming? He probably don't even know when he coming out with anything. He's been doing a lot of freestyles and shit.
I wonder like is Fab still on Def Jam?
That's a good question because the last project that he put out, he did a collab album with Jada. The was a Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever the fuck they call it. I forgot what they call it because they couldn't actually use the title because they would have gotten sued by New Line. So it was like Nightmare on some shit, Nightmare on a Friday or some stupid shit like that. It was called, but that was a good album. I do feel like Jada had the better verses though.
Yeah, I did like Soul Food.
Yeah,
I did think like that's one of the rare songs on that album where Fab had just as good a verse as Kiss.
Right.
But I do think Kiss just brings something to
Yeah.
songs that Fab can't, and maybe
Right.
it's like the voice, a certain amount
He's a
of
street nigga.
gravitas.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's the street. Jada brings that street essence to anything that he does, and that's why people fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Fab is more like he the pretty boy. He doing the shit for the women, throw it in the bag, all that type of shit. That's him. Jada is the grimy nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, Jada. I love Jada. Even with him, it's like his discography is not great either. You know, and for for an MC of his caliber, he should have a couple classic albums.
and his last album came out in 2020.
Yeah, Ignatius.
I
Yep.
thought, I'm gonna tell you, if I don't know who his manager is,
Uh,
but I know his manager has to feel at least a little bit frustrated
well,
that,
I think he made that album because his manager had passed away. Ice Pick,
yeah,
and Ice Pick had supposedly Ice Pick had wanted him to collaborate with the artists that were on the album, like John. Like he never did shit with John Legend. He wanted him to collaborate with John Legend, and that's how he made that album. It was like over like his manager was sick and he died, and Ice Pick wanted him to do an album like that, so he did it. And I was on I was on a podcast. Shout out to the Front Stoop. Good people's over there. They had did an album review, and we were talking about that album, and it was okay. It was like more grown up Jadakiss, but other than that, it wasn't something I would go back to and replay.
yeah,
It was more of a grown up Kiss. He had the song the joint with a Pusha T. I forgot the name of that joint. That was a dope joint. I enjoyed that. I mean, but like his past shit, like to me, his best
was
album
it
is
hunting season?
yeah, because he has a video for that. Yeah, that was dope. That's like the Jadakiss I expect to hear. You know, but to me, his best album is still Kiss the Game Goodbye. You know, Kiss of Death. It was outdated. There's songs on there that sound like it's from '04, especially that joint he did with Mariah. I don't like it. Um, what he had? Last Kiss. I only remember like two songs from Last Kiss. I don't even remember because Def Jam they did a terrible job promoting that album. You know, he had the Letter to Big. That should have been that really was like the joint they kept playing from that album. I don't remember nothing else over that album. You know, Top 5 Dead or Alive, didn't like it. Like he don't have a great discography. Again, like his mixtapes were better.
I think he made a big mistake not releasing an album after he uh, did the verses against
I
Dipset.
agree. That's when he should have capitalized on it. Instead, he wanted to come. He trademarked the drunk Jada, and they came up with like a couple caps, and that was it. You
Yo,
know,
and this is where somebody like 50 Cent separates himself from the pack,
exactly.
because 50 Cent would have recognized the marketing opportunity
Hmm.
and he would have been on top of it. Like, okay, if you can't put out an album immediately after that, you can at least put out an EP
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and tease the album,
And
in
he
a
didn't
few
do that.
months.
I would have even have like yo like Jadakiss and Alchemist. Like, can we get an album like that? Because Alchemist has gave Jada some fire stuff in the past. I would love to hear Jadakiss and Alchemist on the whole album.
And I think what putting out like an EP of Alchemist with just Alchemist production would have done,
Hmm.
it would have taken the pressure off of Jadakiss to put out an album where he satisfies
Exactly.
all of his constituents. Like he puts too much pressure on himself to make a hit for the women, make a
Exactly.
hit for the clubs, make a hit for the radio. Forget all of that.
Right.
Like, you're already the toast of hip hop right now.
Yep.
You single handedly defeated the Locks.
Exactly.
People will buy a CD of you
He
doing your laugh.
he he destroyed Dipset by himself.
Exactly. Like
You
he
know what I
could have
mean?
put out an entire CD of just his laugh, and
I
people would have
agree.
bought it.
I agree. And he didn't capitalize. I'm like, and then like the verses with Fab, he gets drunk at the verses, then he puts out a couple of caps and t-shirts. I'm like, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, so if you didn't see the verses, you're not even gonna know that he was drunk on that shit. He got drunk Jada and he still beat Fabulous. That's terrible.
And also, like, that's kind of like, some T-shirts and caps. Like, yo, man, bootleggers can print T-shirts with far better product.
Exactly. He
It's
put
like
on some dad hats with him getting drunk on it. I'm like, really? Like this is what it is, Jada? This is what you can be remembered for? Being drunk at a versus?
man, like at this point in time, man, like Jadakiss, he has the power. He could have, struck a deal with uh with a TV streaming company, and let's do a documentary
Right.
on but
On the
behind the
verses.
scenes, of the verses.
Yeah.
Do a behind the scenes of the verses,
Right. That would have been better.
and show the audience what they didn't see from
Exactly.
the initial IG live.
Besides you getting drunk at the verses, they like show us like a day in the life with Jada or whatever. You know what I
Exactly,
mean?
like and you don't know, and who knows, like maybe that will lead to a TV show, or maybe
Right.
that might lead to a book deal.
Right. Now I seen him do some shit like that when he was at some barbershop. Like he had like he went to some barbershop and they did like a day in the life of Jada and he was talking with dudes at the I'm like, but what is it? What is this going to like who's like rushing to see this shit? Like, oh, you at a barbershop talking with a bunch of older heads.
Yeah, what ends, like what's the end game here?
Right. So I didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, they wasn't the best thing that Locks have going for them is the fucking the juice bar joint.
Yeah.
You know, and he got Jada got like the coffee line, the coffee line with his son and his father. But I don't drink coffee, so it's like that's not something I'm looking to get. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I've never drank coffee. It's like that's not for me.
And
You know,
I think if you look at each member's discography, Styles P since 2018
yeah.
has proven to be a far more substantial artist.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I actually enjoy his albums, particularly
Yes.
because he talks about things like uh our identity as Black people.
Right.
He talks about politics, talks about uh, racial solidarity,
Yeah.
heavier subjects than what Jadakiss would be concerned with.
Right.
And I
Facts.
think Styles has understood that in order to get a greater foothold with your core audience, they have to grow with you. Like Styles, like he went from a gangster to a gentleman and literally did that. Like he found a lane where he can be conscious
Right.
and still be street. Whereas with Kiss, he still wants to be that 25-year-old, at the club, running with Rough Riders.
He grew his hair out and everything. I'm like, I didn't know Kiss could grow hair. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
what, you trying to make yourself look younger now?
Yeah, for real.
You doing collabs with like any old body now, like some no name niggas he doing collabs with. I'm like, what? What is this? Never heard of
And,
these dudes. You doing collabs with giving great verses at that to these no name niggas.
and also like it's like, man, like the Locks, they had D Block Records and they went nowhere with it.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some dude named Whispers that's down with them. He been dropping like a couple of joints. You know, I'm like, but none of these niggas come out on D Block. Like, look what happened with J Hood. He never came out, and he was like the one with the potential.
I found it odd that J Hood was not on Kiss the Game Goodbye. He wasn't on
Right.
Kiss of Death. He wasn't on
Mm-hmm.
any of Jada Kiss's albums. Same thing with Styles.
Right. Yeah, there was definitely was something going on between them. I know that's all J Hood seemed to talk about on his YouTube channel is something regarding the locks or when he was there, and it seemed like there was some shit going on that they don't really speak about. It's just all coming from him. You know what I mean? And I'm like that's kind of I don't know what happened because it's like they were promoting him like he was like the next big thing off of D Block, and we ain't get no album. We got a shitload of mixtapes that he dropped. You
Yeah.
know. But I felt like he had the potential and we didn't get the album from him and I don't understand why. Even now it's like yo like he's put out like independent shit that people slept on.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
Sheik, like I rock with Sheik Luch
Yeah.
a lot, but when he was asked about J Hood's statements about uh, his treatment over at D Block
Mm.
Records, she really didn't answer the
He
question as
didn't answer
much
it,
as he
right.
deflected it. So that's not a good look. So that tells me that something
Yeah, something's wrong, man.
happened that truly uh, derailed J Hood's career.
I would love to have J Hood on and ask him like both of us like do an interview with him and I might have to do that. I might have to hit up J Hood because I don't know if he's doing interviews and shit. I know he was at one point.
Yeah,
But I've always been curious to find out like why he never came out with his album on D Block. And what really happened between him and the Locks.
because timing is everything in hip hop, man.
Yeah,
Like you only have a certain window
right,
when you're that age to really put out an album and have a chance to make a dent.
right, facts. Yeah,
Like
I remember I had a lot of his mixtapes and even like at this when they were going at
G
when they were
Unit,
go huh
G Unit,
yeah when they were going
The Rock.
at Beans and State Property in them and he was involved in those freestyles and shit. So he was there when all that was going on. I'm like, well, what happened?
Yeah, it felt like if you're on the front line, you should be rewarded for your loyalty.
Right, I agree. I agree. You know, you got niggas that been loyal to dudes like let's start been loyal to Busta Rhymes from day one. He ain't never put out a fucking album. Like
Yeah,
that's true loyalty. You know what I'm saying? Same with Bleak. Like Bleak ain't never went platinum. He's been loyal to Jay from day one.
and Bleak, he's still. I don't know how old Bleak is, but Bleak is too old to still be playing the little homie role.
He promoting Duce. I'm like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like a liquor brand. That's his legacy now.
And more power to him. But
Yeah, it's like that's cool. I don't drink, so it's like I'm not gonna be promoting your Duce liquor brand.
and also, man, like eventually, man, like even what's my man's name? Um, Banks. Banks
Yeah,
is quiet. Like Banks is real quiet. He
Ba-
keeps to himself, but he at
right,
least will he'll make something available to fans
right.
that's
Banks
closer.
put out a whole trilogy by himself. No G Unit help, no G Unit on there. He still got it, still releasing his own music, and I think he needed to get away from G Unit, and he became a dad, and I think that totally changed him. Yayo, I just saw Yayo put out a new song yesterday. And he's like
Was that the video where he's like
yeah,
in
he's
the
like in the
mountains?
mountains and shit, and like on a ski resort.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this? Yayo, what is? Are you dropping an album finally? Like, or is this like just another song that people can forget about?
At least Yayo is like is showing upward mobility. I'm glad that he's not shooting a million video of him in the hood.
Right. I'm like, wow, a professional video in the mountains, and you know what I mean. I'm like, he got to be coming out with something.
But here's the thing, though.
Uh,
If I'm sure 50 has given him some sound advice, but you don't let that video be shown without having something
something.
behind it
Yeah, I
because
agree.
that video looked well shot.
It do. That's all. Like this
But
is
but
Yayo.
but you know, like the song I'm not really crazy about,
Right,
but you got my attention with the video,
right.
and
Now
that's
you got to capitalize on it.
exactly because once you get somebody's attention, now people are intrigued.
Right. Yeah. Ray Sean said, "My bad, Ray Sean. He been commenting. I ain't been reading it. He said, Rough Riders Volume 1 is dope. I have fond memories of that. Pina Colada was that joint. Oh yeah, Chic and Big Pun. That was one of my favorite joints on there. They
That
definitely
was
needed a video
me,
for that. You know,
man. Man, Rough Riders Volume One is a great compilation
oh yeah,
album.
classic.
And you know what I liked about it is that they
Yeah,
didn't stick to their own crew. Like they
right.
reached out to people outside of their
Yeah,
circle.
Mace. Yeah, Mace on that. Jermaine Dupri. Um, who else was on that? Jay Z's on that. Jigga. What's my motherfucking name? Jigga. That nigga. That was a joint right there.
I got sick of that song.
You guys think that?
Yo, they played it on the radio
They did. It
every
was
day.
played at games everywhere. It was all over because Jay was the hottest dude at that time.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, this is
Like
like what volume 3, Jigga? Yeah, because like volume 3 was like 99. So
oh yeah, like and plus that was around the time of the Hard Knock Life tour. So
right, yes, you know what I'm saying.
he was
So
giving them product.
oh yeah, anything he was dropping was heat. You know what I'm saying. And he was on that joint, and that was such a great compilation, man. Well done by the Rough Riders and the singles they picked out, Ride or Die and the Eve joint. It's classic. I remember seeing that Eve joint made the TRL countdown. That's how hot it was.
Yo, was there a song on there with damn, what's the name of that song that I really liked? It was a song
Mhm.
with Beanie Siegel.
Yeah.
Beanie Siegel and Drag On. What's the name of that song?
I forgot. I gotta look for my CD, man. Shit. I know you're talking about. Yeah, Beans is on that joint too.
It was a posse cut, and
Yeah.
to be honest, like Beanie Siegel and Drag On, they were the only two verses that was worth listening to. The other niggas, man.
You didn't like the Kiss solo joint?
Yeah, I like the Kiss solo
Yeah.
joint, Kiss of Death.
Yeah, that was fire. That was
I gotta
fire.
be honest, man. Like my son was on that. Oh, the Hood. That's the
The
name of
Hood,
the
yeah,
song.
that joint was fire. Yeah,
I could like I did not like my son
you like his
back
verse?
then.
Uh,
He can rap, but
yeah.
and
He,
he's definitely he's no slouch at all.
he's
But
another one that because of like stupidity, he didn't get a chance to come out with shit.
yeah,
Like
he
he was
got
signed to Def Jam, and then I think
he
he
robbed a
had
cab driver.
yeah, and then he went to jail for like what 7 years or something like that.
Yeah,
Something stupid. I'm like, oh man, and he was featured on the Violator compilation, Volume 1. He was on that one too because he was under Chris Lighty. I'm
did
like,
you
bro, you niggas be fucking their own shit up.
like does my son strike you as somebody that you would buy the album
I
if
mean, we'll never know.
no I'm talking about like you heard enough of my
Yeah.
song back then.
I mean, I heard like free. I don't remember no song he did. I heard freestyles that he did, but I felt like anything could have been possible. But he
I,
didn't even give his own self a chance because he went and robbed the damn cab driver and then ended up going to prison for it.
I felt like my song lyrically is what I call nondescript. Like
And
I don't
wasn't
know
he
how.
like he was affiliated with Mace and them, right? I
Who
think
is
I think he was like affiliated with Mace and shit. You know,
probably
and I'm like, well, shit, Mace done took off. He took advantage of his opportunity. You
because my
know,
son from Harlem.
I want to say yeah. I think he was from Harlem. I remember him like shouting out Mace and shit.
Okay,
You know, he was on Mace's second album. He was on Double Up. That was that terrible sophomore album. He was on the joint on the
I didn't listen to Mace's second album, so you
his
putting
album
me
was
on.
trash. I remember getting it from Columbia House and I threw it away. That's how bad it was. Like it was, I literally heard it one time and threw this shit in the trash. That's how bad. That's how bad it was. But unfortunately, because I have a great memory, I still remember like the songs on it, and I had the bootleg because it had got leaked, and on the bootleg there were songs that didn't make the album. Like there's a song, what's the name of that joint? There's a song on Diddy's second album, the PD Forever, that Kelly Price is singing on, and he wiped off Mace's verse from that song. So like you hear at the end, you hear the Mace ad libs, but his verses are gone for whatever reason. I know at that time like that's when he had announced his retirement. Maybe that's why. But on the bootleg, they have the full song with Mace's verses on there, which was interesting. I'm like, this is interesting because he took the verses off of his own album, but kept it on it's on the bootleg, and then he has the song. He had the diss record to was it Cardan? It was either Cardan or to Junior Mafia that was on the bootleg, but it wasn't on the album.
So it
You
sounds
remember Cardan?
vaguely.
Cardan, he was a young dude. I want to say he was. I want to say he was a part of Harlem World, the group, the super group. But Cardan had like mixtape joints that Mace was on. There's a joint called Time Is Money, and that was like on the Clue joints. And I actually still have it on my iPod. But I want, if it wasn't Cardan and it was Junior Mafia. I know he had beef with one of them cats, and he had a diss record for them. And the diss record was on the bootleg, but it didn't make the album though.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And it was even the song titles were different on the bootleg compared to the sophomore album. But the sophomore album was just trash. It wasn't the production wasn't great. The singles he picked wasn't great. But I do remember my son. My son was on the joint on there with I think it was From Scratch.
It sounds like my son had great management.
Yeah,
he's getting
like
some great.
You know, they tried to do like another 24 hours where he was like, if you could start your life from scratch, some shit like that. And it was my son. I think Sean was on that one too. But it wasn't a great album. I was just like, yo, this shit is garbage. I'm glad I didn't buy it at retail price. I'm like, I would have wanted my money back. But I remember getting rid of it. And then even with the Diddy second album, because we all thought, oh, he's gonna do another No Way Out, and he didn't. Even though he had like every song on there was with like big names. He had Redman on that. He had Busy Bone. He had both Jay and Nas on that album, and it was still shit. And I threw that album away also. And that one I bought retail price, and I was pissed off that I got it.
Yo,
So that was it. After the second album, I didn't buy shit from Diddy again. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. Like, No Way Out is the only album that I care to have from him.
Yo, I threw the Dogfather album out.
The Godfather?
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Snoop's second album.
Oh, the Dogfather.
Yeah, Dogfather.
Yeah, I never bought that out. And I remember when that came out, and I remember reading the review in the Vibe magazine, and they didn't even like it. And I'm like, yeah, well, if Vibe magazine, this is Quincy Jones magazine, if he didn't like it, then I'm definitely not getting it.
Yo, like I remember popping, like I bought the cassette.
Yeah.
And I popped in my cassette player because I had bought it from Sam Goody.
Yeah.
So, you know, you unwrap the shrink wrap from it, popped it into my cassette player, and the title song, I could barely make out what Snoop is saying because he's whispering.
Right.
He's speaking real low.
And
I'm like, that's on top of the production being lackluster.
I don't get how people say that's a classic album. I'm like, are y'all hearing the same album? Because I heard that album. I'm like, there's nothing on there that's classic.
This is what I would say to anybody that thinks that's a classic album. If Dogfather is such a classic album, why doesn't Snoop perform any songs from that album live?
And I saw him live, and he didn't do not one song from the Dogfather. He didn't do not one song. He doesn't do songs from that album.
And he did he did the Vapors over.
Right,
He switched a couple of names around.
right. It was okay, but I mean, I like the Lottie Dottie version more than Vapors. You know,
Yeah, because Lottie Dottie was done well. The production was far superior.
yeah. And the thing, I think there was like I think Dre was supposed to work on it, but he had already left.
Yeah.
But he needed Dre on that album severely because I love Daz, but Daz couldn't save that album, and neither could Quick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And
And I'm like that was not a great sophomore album. Like and at the time, and then they released it right after Pac died, and he had Machiavelli out, and I'm like, no, everybody was more focused on Machiavelli, and you know, we still in shock that Pac had got killed. So I wasn't trying to go get a dog. I still don't have it. I never bought it.
and also the Dogfather came out a week before Machiavelli Don
Yeah,
Illuminati.
yeah, it was just bad timing, and it was like what are you doing, Snoop? Like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? And I never bought it. I never bought that album because I'm like it's too many songs. First of all, it's like 22 songs on there or some shit. A lot of album filler, and it wasn't a great album. I'm like the fact that people sit there and be like it's a classic compared to Doggy Style. Are y'all crazy?
Yo, you remember the first single?
The first single was Snoop Upside Your Head with Charlie
Oh,
Wilson.
yeah, that sound like that song sounds so goofy.
Yeah. It was like it sounded like some Gap Band shit. I'm like, well, you should have gave it to Charlie Wilson instead then. Let him sing over
Yo,
it because I didn't like this. I'm not just that was the first single, and then he had the Dogfather joint he came out with, and they just picked the wrong singles.
the best song on that album was the last song,
Mhm.
Downtown Assassins.
Right.
To me, like that's a damn shame that the best song came at the very end.
Yeah. It just wasn't a good sophomore album, and I think that's why I never bought it. And I'm not in a rush to get it out. Like if I seen it somewhere and it was like $5, then I would get it. But
Yeah,
I'm not I'm not paying full price for Snoop's sophomore album.
yeah, if it's at a bargain,
Yeah, bargain bin. Like let me see it on vinyl for like $1. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get it for sure.
yo,
$5, okay, definitely. But
I,
if a re-release, I wouldn't get no re-release for that album.
I did not know Snoop loved Charlie Wilson so much.
Yeah,
Like Charlie Wilson, he was on. He also sung on the title track,
right.
and when they performed at the Apollo,
Yeah,
Charlie Wilson was singing during the Vapors.
right. Well, supposedly, I think it was Snoop that introduced Uncle Charlie to his wife or some shit. It's some connection they have. I know when Snoop had that reality show on the E channels, Charlie Wilson was on every episode.
Yeah,
And he's like the godfather to like his kids or whatever. So I know they got like a close friendship, and you know he's been on basically every Snoop album.
he was also on Wanted Dead or Alive with
Yeah,
Tupac and Snoop from
right.
the Gridlock soundtrack.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So
I
he,
can. So yeah,
mm,
like I can. That's an incredible connection to
yeah,
have. Like when you have Charlie Wilson, play a pivotal role in you
yeah.
meeting your soulmate.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? So I know they have like they're true friends and all that, and but yeah, that sophomore album was not good. That might be a live stream we could do, like worst rap sophomore albums ever. Cause
You
it's
want?
a long list.
I'm down. I'm down. I can rank. I could rank them from.
We mentioned 3 already, so
Yeah.
yo, I would love to get some other people on that stream, like Ray Lansky and Dame and them. You know what I'm saying? See what they think.
Yeah. Just let me know. I'm
Yeah.
always. Uh, I'll clear my schedule to do that
Oh yeah,
because I got so much to say about all of those
for
albums.
sure. Some of them are unfortunately I wasted money on that. I regret it. I'm like, yeah, this got to go in the trash because I'm not gonna play this shit. There you go.
And like, and that's like back then, like there were some albums that I bought I mean, if there was no way of knowing if it was
Mm.
good or bad, So yeah, so you bought them on faith.
Yeah, see, I bought them more for the hype, thinking like, okay, No Way Out was a classic. He's gonna come back, but I mean, just looking at the track list, and you see that track list, and you see the star-studded names on the album. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. Then I played. I'm like, this is crap. Like Nas and Jay Z couldn't save the album, and Redman and CeeLo, Beanie Siegel's on it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that had to go. The Mace second album, same thing with that. The Harlem World was great. I'm thinking, okay, second album gonna be good. I heard the bootleg already. They didn't like it. The Foxy Brown China Doll, same with that. And
Oof,
then and
that
her
was
poster was
brutal.
everywhere for that album. That was in the subway. It was in Times Square. You get home and play the album. That shit was garbage. Threw that away. That's 3 albums right there, and there's more. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm like, yeah, this. In a way, like it's good now that we have the internet where we can listen to these albums before we actually buy the shit. Because back then we didn't have none of that. So it's like if we saw the video, that's all we had. We had to go, or if the DJs wasn't playing nothing from the album, you were asked out. It was a blind buy.
Yeah, that's a being from Detroit, like I didn't always have access, to what you're talking about for like the mixtapes and
Hmm.
seeing like the pre-hype
Right.
publicity, like the album posters,
Yeah.
on subways. So yeah, you had a better gauge on what would be good or what would be whack.
Hmm.
I had no idea of knowing,
Yeah.
so if I bought an album and it was terrible,
Hmm.
I would just I would just tuck it. There's consistent CDs that
Hmm.
I'll have stacked, and if I'm in the mood to hear it, I can just pick it out
Right.
and put it in my CD player or
You
cassette
you you
player.
remember you remember the Harlem World album that Mace came out with his sisters Stacey Bethel and Blinky Blinking them?
I didn't listen, I didn't buy it, but I
Bro,
know I'm aware of
yo,
it.
you know what's crazy? I remember I went to Beach Street with a friend of mine, my homeboy and his sister, and that was at the same time I was going to Beach Street to get Outkast a Criminal album, right?
Mm.
And for some reason, because I think that around the same time Black Men had released the Warzone album. For some reason, instead of buying the Criminal album, I bought the Harlem World album on cassette. Right? I go
Mhm.
I go home when I play this album. Like this album is crap. And he had this is like early Kanye West was on that album, and he had the Neptunes and Jermaine Dupri production. He had Nas on the album. This album was garbage. I remember throwing away the cassette. Right?
How much did you
Yeah,
buy?
a couple years ago during the pandemic, I had gotten this CD lot from this CD seller, DJ Nelson. Shout out to DJ Nelson. And he throws in this CD lot. He throws in the Harlem World album again on CD. I had this shit again. I'm like, I can't escape this album. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, I've had people hit me up like, yo, they didn't even know the album came out. I'm like, bro, because they didn't promote this shit. He did like one song, like one single, and then that was it. And that was on Social Death. And they didn't promote the album. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That was a bad buy as well. It's like, yo, I got stories for days, bro. It's like, man.
was it because like Mace had announced his retirement
Nah,
that
because
the
this is before, like this was like around the same time. I want to say that came out before Harlem World. Not Harlem World. I want to say that came out before Double Up. You know what I'm saying? It was this. He was because he was off the success off of Harlem World, and then he did the Crew album because he had supposed. I think he was supposed to sign with Social Death, but I don't know what happened with that and how he got to Bad Boy, but the Crew album was on Social Death. And Puffy ain't had nothing to do with that album. Like it was Jermaine Dupri that did the music, and you got some early Neptunes on that, and Kanye West. But that album was garbage. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what it was. It was the hype off for like the success of Harlem World. And I'm like, oh, he got the crew coming out there with his sister and Loon was a part of that and Blinky Blink. And I'm like, let me hear this album. I heard the
uh,
album. I did not like that shit.
is are Harlem World as a crew good rappers, or they like Junior Mafia?
Nah, they were bad. They were worse than Junior Mafia had a classic album. They had a classic with Conspiracy. They were not Junior Mafia. Because Station Bethel was not Little Kim. Um, uh, uh, Loon is not Little C's. And the rest of the members were irrelevant. I want to say Cardan was a part of that crew too. And they had you had Sugar J, I think that was his name. Sugar J used to go with Lala. He's the one that had the fight with Carmelo Anthony.
Mm.
You heard about that fight, right? When I think it was at Swiss Beats birthday party and Carmelo had a fight with Sugar J.
I didn't hear about
Yeah,
this.
they had a fight. And he spit in Lala's face and Melo and him had a fight at the party. This is back when Melo was in Denver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he was a part of Harlem World. He was a part of Mace's crew. But none of them niggas were good. Like at least with Junior Mafia, they had talent with Junior Mafia. They had Kim, they had C's, you had Klepto. You know what I'm saying? You had the Snakes. You know what I mean? But nah, they wasn't Junior Mafia. He tried to make them like Junior Mafia, but they wasn't like Junior Mafia.
so even if Mace would have wrote all of their rhymes, it
Yeah, it
still would have
wasn't. It
been.
still wasn't. Yeah, because you could. Well, they used to say that they all sounded like Mace. Like his sister sounded like him. Blinky Blink sounded like him. Loon was like a direct wannabe from Mace, and he had a deal with Bad Boy. You know.
So Loon was part of Harlem World.
Yeah, he was part of it. He's on the album cover with them. They all on the album cover. They like all dressed in white and shit.
Yeah, this is like the maybe this is like the reverse G. Like remember when G Unit
Yeah,
brought on the game because he was solo
yeah,
and he was floundering. Like this
yep.
is like the reverse, like where
It
He was
was
in
like that,
Harlem World, then he went solo.
right? But see, at least with G Unit, again, they had the talent, they had the game, they had Young Buck, they had Banks, 50. You know what I'm saying? But this they wasn't G Unit. Like they were like, remember Major Figures? They were like trying to be like them.
Oh, okay.
This
Oh,
was
yeah.
like a Major Figures wannabe type of super group. But
But Major Figures was way
yeah,
nicer.
yeah, they were better. They were better. And Mace couldn't save them, and I think that's why the album never did good. You know, I'm like I can't escape this album, bro. Like I got rid of it before, and it comes back to me. I'm like, what is this?
So was this like who was the dude in the crew that Jay-Z dissed?
Mhm.
Um, he dissed them on was it no, not Takeover, but I know Jay-Z dissed somebody in Harlem World. Something
I
about
didn't-
I'll shoot your fat ass out of a cannon.
Oh wow, I didn't know who he's talking about.
I
That
know
might have been was it Huddy Combs? I think there was a dude named Huddy Combs that was in that crew.
it had like was there somebody real heavy set in Harlem
Yeah,
World?
it would have to be him because he or was it no. It was Huddy Combs and then it was Mino.
Yeah,
Mino,
maybe that's him.
yeah, because Mino was a part of that crew and then he went solo and I think he did something with like Dane Grease like in the like early 2000s. But none of them the only one that really that people would really remember is of course Mason Loon because everybody else like they didn't have a solo career. And then Loon ended up being a Muslim or whatever. So
Yo, it's amazing. Like, it's amazing that after after Biggie died, Puffy pretty
mhm,
much put on
yeah,
all Harlem cats.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? And they all have a connection to Big because Black Rob had a connection to Big too. You know what I'm saying? And of course Mace and Cam got Cam and Charlie was Biggie's audience. And then when Biggie died, they went to Un.
Oh
Now
yeah,
imagine if Biggie was still alive. They Charlie probably would have been a multi-platinum artist right now.
yeah.
And he
I
was
felt
sleeping with
like
her, so that was he was sleeping with her as well. So that was like extra added, incentive to make sure that she go platinum.
Charlie Baltimore was just as nice as Eve. Like
I
she was
think
just
she
as
is. I felt like again, like she got two albums shelved. Like she had her first one on Epic shelved, and then she goes to Murder Inc. and then Irv shelves her album. So she didn't catch a break. And now it's like you can't even get her to come out with a song.
the thing that I don't understand about Irv back then was Falke. Charlie Baltimore is very marketable. She's
Exactly.
beautiful. She's tall, statuesque. She's lyrically g- good.
Hmm.
Like she can be great.
Right.
Like she started where Eve was, and
Exactly.
Eve, got with Rough Riders,
Right.
Swiss Beats,
Mhm.
helped produce her album, and she took off. Like from '01 to '02, there was no reason why she could not have put out an album.
Right. Something happened because they have actual photos of like the album shoot. Like she done the album was been done. Like the album is on the shelf, but she have like the album photos that you can find online. But something
Hmm.
happened. I don't know if it was if it was something sexual with her and Gotti, but I believe it was something that happened that caused him to show the album.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because they had her doing features with Ashanti and Ja Rule. She's on the Down for You joint. She's on the Down Ass Bitch joint. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like she wasn't. She was on the Last Temptation album on different. She was on the title track with Ja Rule. So it's not like they didn't have doing stuff with the roster. Just that something happened between Gotti and her that caused them to show that album. It has to be because we at that time we didn't know what it was, but if it didn't come out yet, I think it's gonna come out at some point. Like, and she know why her album was shelved or whatever.
And I'm sure uh, to not get well, that's another thing. Like we don't know
Mhm.
if there was a first single that was chosen, what
Right,
stopped the
right.
first single from coming out.
I know,
Because
I know they.
if everything is a go, and
Mhm.
you're doing photo shoots for the album,
Right.
then there's preparation being made for the first
Yeah,
single to come out.
they they
So
have
it's
they have like the album on YouTube. Like I never heard it, but the album is on YouTube. Like they have like the tracks and all that. You know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason, Def Jam didn't put it out, and Gotti signed off on it. So I'm like, yo, well, that was basically the whole damn roster because Black Cow never got a chance to come out. Cadillac Time never got a chance to come out. Vita never got a chance to come out. What do
and
they know? Yeah. Rest in peace to Gotti. I get it. Like he was a major figure in hip hop, and he got sick and died. But he did a lot of fucked up shit. He was a piece of shit, and that whole thing with him and Ashanti and was real creepy.
I did like that POV anthem
That
by
was fire.
Cadillac Ty.
Yeah,
yo,
that was fire.
it sounded like um, not ringtones, but the cell phone.
Yeah, the
Uh,
cell phone melody.
yeah,
Yeah, that was from the Fast and Furious soundtrack.
to me, like I think Irv had unrealistic expectations for artists other than Ja Rule.
You think
Like
so?
I think Irv Gotti in his mind felt like if this album isn't guaranteed to go platinum, it's not
Yeah,
worth
he
putting
ain't putting it
out.
down.
Whereas with sometimes, man, like maybe the most realistic expectation for an album, for an artist like Cadillac Ty is to
Right,
go gold.
right,
Like maybe that's all he can do is go gold. And
right.
for a street artist like him, that's a bonus.
Exactly. Just put them out. Like let the streets dictate how the album gonna go.
And that's
But
the
he didn't do
reason
none of that though.
and that's the reason why you have a cash cow like Ja Rule to
Right.
cover whatever losses you think you're going to incur
Exactly.
with Cadillac Ty.
Like, I was promoting for them. I'm like, bro, like we only promoted Ashanti and Ja Rule. They didn't promote nothing from Vita. Vita didn't have shit out. They promoted the one song from the POV anthem, and that was it. Cadillac Time came on no album, Black Child no album, and they were saying that for years, like, oh, coming soon, Black Child's album, Cadillac Time album, Vita. Then they had signed Fatal Hussein from the Outlaws, and then he ended up dying. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they had like a shitload of people on the roster. And they ain't come out with nothing. It was just Ashanti and Ja Rule.
And I heard Irv Gotti say, but he doesn't believe in putting out free music, meaning he doesn't believe in putting out mixtapes. But the public but if Black Child and Cadillac Tie, they are only heard on the Murderers album and Ja Rule's album. Like they need to be heard on
Exactly.
their own.
Exactly, on their own shit. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
at some point they're just going to be tax write-offs for the entire time you have that
Exactly.
label.
Only time you heard him was on the compilation joints, like the Murderers album, when Gotti had like the remix album. That's the only time you heard them was on the compilation shit. Any other time they didn't come out with nothing. And that's the same thing that happened with State Property when I'm like, okay, you had Beans come out, you have Freeway. Where's PD Crack album? Where's Oskino and Sparks? You know what I'm saying? With the
Yeah,
where's the Young Chris solo album? You know what I'm saying? So it was like that we heard the same shit with State Property.
yeah. I will say though, Black Child he never put out a single on his own,
Mm-hmm.
but he will like his most memorable rhyme came
Mm-hmm.
from his freestyle over the Wangster beat when he was dissing 50.
Yes. And supposedly he was the one that stabbed 50 with the butter knife.
Yeah, at the Hit Factory in New
Yeah.
York.
Yep.
To make me gun you down. What do you say? To make
And I
me
liked him. I
stab you
thought he
off
was
of.
dope. I'm like, where's the Black Child album? At least put out a mixtape or something.
Yeah, like to me, I felt like Black Child was like the he was like the most gutter version
Yeah.
of Ja Rule on Murder Inc.
Facts.
Like he is the living like he was the epitome of Murder Inc.
Yeah.
Like
For
and I
sure.
felt like if he had got like an EP, like maybe he could have toured behind that.
Yeah.
But
I
now
agree.
when people think of Black Child now they think of 50 Cent dissing him on the Beef DVD. I
That's crazy.
remember when I was watching that Beef DVD,
Mm-hmm.
Black Child said uh, he was talking about 50 Cent success, and he was like, "Man, I'm not worried about 50 Cent. Like I'm focused. I'm focused on making a difference in the hood."
Mm-hmm.
And that was his ego talking because
Oh yeah.
what difference could you be making in the hood, man? Seriously.
Yo, it was crazy. That's crazy times, man. I was like, yo, like none of these
yo,
niggas coming out with shit.
that's the answer you give when your ego is bruised and
Right.
you can't really say why you're not coming out.
Right. You can't. You just be like, oh, it's up to God.
Like Black Child was what Spider Loc was for G Unit.
Right.
They could talk that hardcore street stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but they ain't gonna get a
Ain't coming out.
shot beyond that.
Nope. And it's a shame, guys. I think they could have been so much bigger. So it could have been so much more than just Ashanti and Ja Rule coming out on that label. At least with Rockefeller, like most of their artists came out. For the most part, they still had their own artists that never came out, like MOP and uh and Rel. Rel should have came out because he was like one of the OG signees on that label. But
Yeah,
for the most part, they made sure that everybody came out. You know what I'm saying? And But
It
I don't know.
wasn't. It wasn't until Rockefeller was near breaking up that
Mm-hmm.
Dame started signing Graph,
Mm-hmm.
Joe Budden,
I forgot Graf
Twista.
was on that label.
Yeah,
I totally forgot he was on that label. Joe Budden was with them
briefly.
briefly. I never seen him with a rock chain.
Yeah, this was around the time when uh, Jay-Z went on vacation in
Oh,
France, and Dame was using that opportunity to
wow.
sign
And this
people
and
left
this
and
is and
right.
this is all the time when this is at this time when Joe hated Jay because he was like he wasn't promoting his album
No, I think that was
or
before.
before. Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't even know Joe was with Rockefeller
yeah, it was like for a brief time because I know Dame
wow
signed Twista.
because they didn't know how to promote him like he was like one of the dudes without no crew. He came out with Pump It Up. They didn't expect Pump It Up to do good, and it did. And it's like they didn't put the same type of energy in the album like they did with the song.
And,
He was
and
remember he was even on the Def Jam Vendetta soundtrack when they had the game. They had the soundtrack for the game, and he was on the soundtrack for the game.
and Def Jam picked some terrible singles
Yeah,
for Joe Budden. Like,
yeah.
remember that song "Fire" with Busta
I
Rhymes?
never liked that song.
It was like it was like terrible four on the floor beat.
Yeah,
It was like that's a song that's cutting
that
floor material.
yeah that wasn't for him. If you give that joint to like a Lloyd Banks or who had his own fire song or Buster who had his own fire song, they would have killed it.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And yeah, that album I didn't like the album. I'm like the Focus joint they were playing on the mixtape that should have been a single. But yeah, he was on the Vendetta soundtrack and they promoted just the game. They didn't even promote the damn soundtrack like that. You know, I'm like man, like they didn't know what to do with him. Keith Murray, another one, like, and he had the big hit song with Candy Bar, but that album was not good.
Yeah, and I think Def Jam did not know. Like for example,
Hmm.
when he was on Jive Records pretty much left him alone because he was
Right,
produced by Eric Sermon.
right.
When he was on Def Jam, it just seemed like we want to force these producers on you.
Hmm.
Like we need Candy Bar,
Yeah.
need to go to radio, and uh, the only other thing I remember from Keith Murray on Def Jam was that
Mm.
terrible song he did with LL
Fatty
for
Girl.
Fubu. Yeah, Fatty Girl.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah, to me, I look at Fatty Girl on the same level I look at Rock the Mic with State Property. I did not understand how that song became a hit.
that. I don't understand either. But I think Fubu that was like Fubu was still like popping out there. I think that had something to do with Fubu or some shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And it had LL on there and Ludacris, and I was surprised. I'm like Keith Murray, and then Keith Murray shows up on the what do you call it? Wasn't he on the special delivery remix?
yes, he was.
Yeah, he was on that shit too. So I'm like,
It
so
had
they had
Ghostface
him do
Killer
all like
on it.
all these, huh?
They had Ghostface Killer on it.
Yeah, right. Craig Mack was on it. They had him on these posse joints, but the album itself was not good. I'm like, that wasn't some of Eric Summer's best beats that he gave him.
Yo, I got Keith Murray's first two albums.
Yeah, classic.
I bought uh the third album on Jive.
I
I
got that
got
one too.
that, but the album on Def Jam,
Yeah, I didn't
something
like that.
told me. Like I listened to a couple of songs and I was like, you
Mhm.
know what?
Yeah,
I gotta let it go, man.
yep.
Like
I heard.
I
I'm
don't like
like,
the direction where this is
what is? I'm
going.
like, and then the candy ball was like on 106 and Park. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this song? This is not Keith Murray.
Right.
I'm like, what is this shit? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it felt like Keith Murray was being forced into a peg. we want to fit Keith Murray as a square
Yeah.
into this round hole, and it
I'm like,
wasn't working.
nah. This is like shit Nelly would do. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I didn't like that song at all. And then when I heard the album, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not fucking with this.
Like I don't think it's a coincidence that Candy Bar was out at the same time as Redman being on
Right.
that song with Christina Aguilera,
Yes,
and
stripped.
they were both in weird spaces.
Yeah. Redman was doing like the Get the Party Started remix with Pink, and then he had the shit with Christina Aguilera, then he had the joint with DJ Cool. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this shit? What are you all doing, Def Jam? Like,
Yeah, this was around the time when I had to kind of fall back
yeah,
from Redman and Keith Murray at this time
yeah,
because for Ja Rule that works, for
yeah,
Jay-Z that works,
exactly.
but not for y'all.
That don't work with everybody, and yeah, it was just, and I like Pink. I didn't expect to hear Redman on a Pink remix. That was just like out of left field. I'm like, what? And then Christina Aguilera, like, oh no,
And
you know what I mean?
Like Eminem did a song with Pink, and it was hardcore, but it was to his style.
Right.
Like Redman, doing a song with Pink.
I was like, nah.
To me, it sounded like Redman was so happy to be in that pop world,
Right.
like he was happy as can be. But it's
I
not.
mean,
But
I mean, yeah, rightfully right, because you would think like shit, like this man has been on Def Jam, but I felt like he was overshadowed by Method Man, and he's never really sniffed up like pop success until the Christina Aguilera joint.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And then at that time it was like what they had their own TV show on Fox, him and Method Man, and How High Is Out in theaters, and you know what I mean. So they were living it up. He was in Cedar Chucky. People forget that.
yeah, he was enjoying his greatest
Yeah.
visibility
Oh,
in Hollywood.
right.
Like he had never, like he was always contained
Hmm.
in the hip hop space. Like he was great at that, but I
Oh yeah.
think once he got a taste of Hollywood, he was
Right.
like,
Oh yeah.
"There's no going back."
Yep. And I remember going to see How High in the theaters, and it was packed. Like people wanted to see them on the big screen, and I remember watching the Fox TV show, and they hilarious. They always had their personality. Like their personality is what shines, and you know we definitely I would definitely would like to see them do another show or something.
Now, speaking of sequels that are
Mm,
terrible, How High 2
yeah.
is bad.
How High
Like
too? Yeah, I didn't even watch that shit.
I
I'm like I
forget
didn't see the need to
Lil,
do it unless
Lil
they're gonna be in it.
Yachty. Lil Yachty was co-starring
Oh Lord,
alongside some other dude.
crap,
It was terrible.
crap. I was not watching it. I'm like, no red and meth? Crap.
Hmm. You ain't missed nothing.
Yeah. I'm surprised you watched it.
Yo, I saw it out of curiosity.
It was that bad,
Like,
huh?
and I saw it on TV. It came
Right.
on TV, and I was
Hmm.
like, I'm not doing nothing.
Right.
Let me look at it, and it was everything that I feared it would be.
Oh Lord. Oh
Yeah,
man. Ray Sean said, yeah, see the Chucky was bad. Like that whole thing with the child, and they didn't know if it was a hermaphrodite or I don't know what the fuck was going on with that. It was
oh
a
yeah,
he. That's what it was. We didn't know.
yeah. That was real
You know
terrible.
what I mean? And just to have a movie with Chucky and Jennifer Tilly and Redman, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be bad. You know. So he said Murder Inc. has so much potential to be a cool label. Yeah, but it had the potential, and that's like I said, that's the only rap label that was successful off of two artists because nobody else came out. You never see that with Bad Boy. You never seen that with Def Jam. You never seen that with Rough Riders or who else was out that time? Dipset,
Hmm.
Death Row. Like niggas was putting out albums. This for whatever reason, Gotti was saying no to these niggas. Like, no, you're not coming out. It's all about Ashanti and Ja Rule. And I didn't understand that. Because all these people want to praise him now. Oh, rest in peace, Gotti. Well, I hope you all remember that shit. Because the very same people that's doing that was the same people complaining like, yo, how come none of these niggas are coming out?
Yo, and you know that the funeral is going to be very soon, and
Are they showing it or no?
well, I don't know if they're going to
Right.
show it, but I was going to say that a lot of people's loyalty is going to be tested
Mm-hmm.
because 50 Cent is going to keep an eye on who attends that
Right.
funeral,
Right. Of
and
course.
whoever attends the funeral is going to be trolled and going to get the big meat treatment.
Right. Oh yeah. That's why I didn't make no post about it. I'm like, yeah, I get Gotti. It's sad that he passed, and what he did for the game was cool, but he also fucked over his artists. You know what I'm saying? People forget that. I'm like Murder Inc. was just a two-man label. Like nobody else came out. I wonder how those artists feel now that he's gone. Like, how do Black Child feel about him and Cadillac telling them?
I mean, if like Lloyd, like when Lloyd was on Murder Inc. and Lloyd
Mm-hmm.
put out at least one album on Murder Inc.
Right.
Then Lloyd collaborated with 50 Cent,
Mm-hmm.
and Lloyd and Murder and Irv Gotti said uh, that nigga can get hit by a truck for all I care.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
And
like,
but see how I come around though.
mm,
Lloyd's still with us, and
right,
Irv Gotti is in the ground.
right. Yeah, and I just was like, some of these niggas is fake. It's like, yeah, y'all sitting up there talking about rest in peace, and then y'all was the one talking shit about him, or saying like, yo, like he's a bad executive, and I ain't do it. Like if I ain't care for a dude when he was alive, I'm not gonna start posting shit now because he dead. I'm like, yeah, it's fucked up that he died young, but he did a lot of fucked up shit.
And like it's going to be what's really going to be interesting is his estate.
Right,
Like if he didn't have his estate up to par and he didn't leave a will,
right.
and like a lot of artists are going to be filing claims against his estate
Uh-huh.
for royalties missed. Like a lot of
I could
you
definitely see
know
that happening too.
a lot of people are going to be filing against the estate to get what they think they owed. It's going to
And
be an
and he
entire
and he
shit
lost
show.
he lost that deal with Def Jam after that trial they had. So
Oh yeah,
you know, right,
the racketeering trial.
right. I'm pretty sure he lost money.
Oh yeah, and
You know,
and a lot of people didn't want to do business with
right,
him because if people think that you're that you got here through money laundering,
right.
they're going to be leery of investing in you.
Yeah. And that's why we never saw Murder Inc. come back because I think he had a deal with Universal, but they didn't put out nobody. And at that
Yeah,
time, we went to jail, I think, for like tax evasion or some shit. Ashanti was already done. You know what I'm saying? And they niggas had done moved on from him. But he
like
never
he
he never regained the status that he had with Murder Inc.
like he even like he tried to come back.
Mm-hmm.
He did a show that was on VH1, and it showed him working with News. You remember News?
I know he was on Grown Up Hip Hop. He was on that show. It was like him and his kids, and the Java was on there with his kids, and then he was planning like to do like a 20th anniversary tour, like how Diddy did with Bad Boy. But the thing is, he couldn't do it because they wanted Ashanti, and Ashanti didn't want to do it. So it's like you
And
can't have a Murder Inc. Tour without Ashanti, and that's what. And then on top of that, him and Charlie wasn't talking like since everything happened. So she was pissed off with him too. So he never did the tour.
Ashanti had leverage.
Right,
I'm the draw other than
right.
Ja
I'm the
Rule.
draw, right? And she wanted her masters, and he had her masters or whatever. That's another thing. It's like, does she have the masters now? Was that tied up in his estate?
Didn't she say that she was going to re-record
Yeah, she said she was
her
going to re-record it
catalog?
because she couldn't get the masters. But now that he's gone, like does will she be able to get it, or is that forever like a part of his estate?
Well, it's going to be tied up in probate.
Yeah,
So Ashanti, through her legal team, can file a claim against his estate for her masters,
right.
but that's going to take a couple of years
Yeah,
because the courts through probate they have to assess how valuable his estate is,
right.
and they're going to have to pay off his creditors.
Of course. Yeah,
And then, if he left a will, they're going to have to, pay off. They're going to have to determine who gets what.
right. Crazy, yo. Yeah, rest in peace to Gotti. You know, I remember when he started with Mike Geronimo and in the Shit Is Real video classic record, you know, from Mike's first album, and he just rose to fame and he started doing his own thing, you know.
Yeah, yo, and Mike Geronimo, man, like he had a short career, but
Yeah,
the first album is dope. The second album,
not so much.
yeah,
Not so much. And the thing is, I heard there was a rumor like he had did this interview and he had said that the nothing moved but the money song, that beat was for LL. And
because
Diddy had did
Trackmasters produced it, right?
was it Trackmaster or was it, I thought it was Diddy that did the beat,
Oh,
and
okay.
Diddy told him don't get on the song because it's not for you, like that's not your lane. You didn't listen and end up doing the song and releasing it, and you see what happened. The album didn't sell. That's like one of
Yeah,
the rare times that you actually should listen to Diddy.
because I remember that it was '97, and it sounded like something from Mace or a
Hmm.
Bad Boy artist,
Right.
and I'm like this, and like with anybody that heard that single.
Hmm.
But number one, at that time I did not like that sound at all.
Yeah,
So
I didn't like it.
it turned me off from purchasing the album to begin
Right.
with.
And even the year like that, if that had went to LL, that probably would have been on Phenomenon because Phenomenon came out in '97.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I didn't like that album. That album was trash.
Yo, that title track Phenomenon is corny,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. And did he produce that song for him? You know,
Yeah,
that was
that
that
was a
was
weird period for LL, man, because
yeah,
like he could have three-fourths of the album could be lame and corny,
yeah.
but he'll have that one posse cut to save the day.
The favorite. The 4 3 2 1 was great. I bought the single, but even that couldn't save the album.
Yeah.
It was just bad. I'm like, nah, that's one of LL's worst albums. Did not like it. You know, he had came out with that book that tell all book where he was like talking about he saw his mother get killed in front of him and he was fucking pregnant bitches on staircases and shit. There was a lot going on in that book.
Yeah, I didn't read that book. Like the only
Yeah,
thing I know about that book is that Cannabis clowned him for
yeah.
saying he
He had
smoked
the mic on
weed.
his arm and yeah, it was a lot going on at that time for L.
Yo, and at that time he still had the sitcom In the House.
Right. Yeah, yeah. That was good. I used to watch that. That was good.
Yeah, I felt like he had a like In the House obviously wasn't as good as Fresh Prince of Bel Air,
Mm,
but In the House it kickstarted UPN's success
yeah.
because they had some terrible shows like
Mm-hmm.
Homeboys from
Oh
Outer
God.
Space with
Crap.
Kareem Hardison.
Crap.
Yo, they canceled that show so quickly.
Crap. Never watched it. I didn't like none of those shows. Man. Like I know Eve had a show on there, and I didn't like none of them shows on there.
Yo, UPN was like uh I think Paul Mooney said the network stands for you pick a nigga.
Exactly. That's exactly. I agree with him. That they had the worst black shows on there. And that was like the dark days of network TV. You know.
But I do remember like WB had
Uh,
like they had the Wayans brothers, but they also
yes.
had a show that was like some 2-bit version of Married with Children.
They had a Jamie Foxx show as well on there.
Yeah, I mean the Jamie Foxx show was the best show
Yeah.
other than Wayans brothers.
Oh yeah, it was good. I watched those shows. Like I liked the WB lineup at that time. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which they actually bringing back. I don't know why you bringing back Buffy at her age, but you have a 50-year-old vampire hunter running around. They don't know what to do in Hollywood. Everything is a reboot or a remake. I'm like, well, bringing back Buffy? Are you kidding me?
Man, I will say like there's one show that I was very late to,
Mhm.
but to me, I've been binge watching, trying to catch up. Is Abbott Elementary.
Oh yeah. I've never watched it. I heard about it.
Yeah, it's one of the few shows that does not rely on stereotypes of
Mhm.
black people.
Yeah.
I like that. It's kind of like it has the similar setup to The Office,
Right.
mockumentary style,
Right.
and the characters they speak to a camera
Mhm.
to document their day. Um, the creator of that show is a black woman,
Right.
and she's like, from what I've seen so far, like she is creating uh, a great show. I think it's
Yeah.
like in its fourth season.
Yeah.
Like I'm hella late to it. Like I've only seen a couple of episodes, but
Right.
I like that it's focused on education.
Yeah.
Like, and I like that it's exaggerated. They show
Mm-hmm.
they show what teachers go through. Of course, it's exaggerated, but
Right.
it's it's a uh, it's a welcome to the shows like Power and
EMF.
BMF. Like I like those shows have a place in Hollywood, but
Mhm.
it's just too much of that stuff available.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I've been watching The Bear. The Bear also. I started binge watching that.
What show?
The Bear.
I haven't heard about that. Tell me more.
That's the guy from you remember the show called Shameless?
Mm-mm.
All right, there was a show called Shameless on Showtime. It was about like a poor white trash family, and one of the actors on that show, he's on The Bear. He plays like a chef that he left. He like his he comes back home because his brother had killed himself, and his brother was like owning the little sandwich shop that he works at. So he comes back home from like I think he had went across the world to become like a world-renowned chef. Comes back home to Chicago. He's like estranged from his family, and he's running the sandwich shop. He still don't know why his brother killed himself, but it's like he's putting together the pieces and figuring out, oh well, his brother had a gambling debt that he has to pay off now. Um, the crew at the sandwich shop don't fuck with him. They don't care for him. They respected his brother, but his brother's dead, so he took over the sandwich shop, so he had to deal with them. His cousin, I think one of his cousins was like running the shop, but the cousin was closer with the brother, but him and the cousin don't get along. You know, his sister is like calling him 50 times a day and wants him to like, you know, get in contact with the family. He don't care to do so. He's like a loner. So there's a lot of shit going on with that show. But I've been watching. I started to watch it. See, first season is pretty good. You know, and yeah, it's like two more seasons. I think they got renewed. I know they won like I think they won like some Emmys and stuff like that. So it got renewed. You know, for season 4. So, but I'm on season 1, so I've been watching it. It's been good so far, and you know, I like the forgot the dude name, but he played Liam on he played Liam Gallagher on Shameless, and I love Shameless. Shameless was a good show.
Mm.
You know, so I've been watching
Gotta check
that.
that out.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, and it's like a little. It's not even a restaurant. Like he's bringing his world-renowned chef talents to like a small-time sandwich shop that the brother used to have, the brother used to own, and then the brother for whatever reason he killed himself, and they trying to find out why. But everything else going on. But I know the brother did have a gambling debt because the thing is the brother owed one of the uncles money, and the uncle is like a big time like drug dealer or whatever. So he's like, yo, well, you gotta pay your brother's gambling debt because you owe me like 300,000. Cause that's what he owed, but the brother's dead. So he's like, so he put the debt now in the other brother's hand, the chef that works at the sandwich shop. So he gotta figure out how to pay back the uncle $300,000.
That's a
Yeah.
heavy plot.
Yeah. So he have all this shit going on, and then he have like the staff at the sandwich shop that don't care for him. He have to deal with them every day, and then he hired a black girl, a young black girl to like be like his co-captain, and they don't like her because she's young and she hasn't been there long, and there's a lot of shit going on in this show.
Mm.
You know, so but I like it. I like it so far. It's you know it's good. I'm on like episode 5. So
And it's on Showtime.
yeah, well I'm watching it on streaming. It's called The Bear.
Oh,
Yeah, because I want to say it got like some Emmys and shit. I remember it got all these awards for like outstanding show, and I think he gotten nominated for like best actor and all that.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
The
so I'm
Bear.
like, yeah, this is good. Yeah, I've been wanting to check it out. I'm like, oh, let me check this out, and I like it so far. I mean, it's like it's 8 episodes the first season. I didn't even see the second and third season, so it's like really short seasons I could go through. And when they're like 20 something episodes long, I was like, this is gonna be a marathon. I don't really care for those long ass seasons anymore. So unless I'm following the show from the beginning, I don't like really getting into a show late and then it's like a shitload of episodes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I did that.
It's,
I did that. I think the last time I did that was with Grimm. Remember Grimm?
nah, I never
There,
heard
there
of
was a
him.
show called Grimm back like it's based on like the Brothers Grimm, and
Okay.
that used to be on NBC, and like I think when I started watching that they were already on season 3, but I binge watched the whole first two like I think like maybe like a whole weekend because I like it was like horror and then like horror and mystery, and they were dealing with like the family, the Brothers Grimm, with like chasing monsters and witches and shit. So that one was actually good. But I don't really do that with shows. Like if I'm not watching the show from the beginning, I ain't really checking for it. See, like the Power shows, the BMF, like those I watched from day one. Like I wasn't trying to get into them shits late. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like once you get into like 3 or 4 seasons, now it's like too much homework.
Yeah. It'd be too much. It's like you gotta, and then it's like all these blogs are like doing the reviews on the series and shit. So it has to be something that I really want to check out for to make me like want to go back and binge watch that late. But I know this show. The show started like in 20. I want to say 2022. During the pandemic, it started, and I've been wanting to check it out. I'm like, oh, let me check this out, and it's been good so far. But season 2 could be shit for all I know. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I'm glad that it's like really short episodes. I can just breeze through it, get to the next season.
Yeah.
We got to do like a binge watch stream, like at some point and just talk about like what we binge watching lately or some shit.
Oh yeah, most
You know
definitely.
what I mean?
Like now that football season is over,
Yeah, it's
I
over
got
basically.
you know,
It's like it's basketball and then baseball starting soon.
hell yeah.
So it's like yeah, like we got time to watch some stuff coming up.
Yeah, because like for me, like um I don't really start like when it comes to baseball season,
Mm,
it's usually like opening day for me.
yeah,
Is the
same.
first couple of weeks of watching,
Yeah,
but then like the season gets long,
yeah,
so
yeah.
so,
Then it's like unless it's like a competitive game in the summer, I'm not really checking for all that. I'll look at the scores and all that, but if it's not a game that's really good, I ain't really checking for it until like playoff time.
exactly.
You know? I,
And also, man, like by July anyway,
yeah,
you know, I get super excited about OTAs, and
yeah, facts.
now I'm hyper focused on trade moves and
Yeah,
you know then training season.
right.
Like for me, like when it comes to like watching shows,
Yeah,
it's right now.
yeah,
It's
facts.
like only 3 or 4 months when I can really watch and give these shows my attention.
Right. I agree.
And
Yeah, man.
also,
So,
I stopped looking at first take once the Lions got
oh God, did you
eliminated,
did you
man.
hear what Stephen A said about Serena?
Oh, that he would have divorced Serena after she decided to dance
She was
and troll her
funny.
ex.
I was like, yo, that's
Yo,
so funny.
like, but you know what though?
Uh,
Like Stephen A. He'll say something real wild and unpopular, and
right.
then like a couple days later, he'll try to
Backtrack.
clarify and backtrack.
Yeah. I mean, say what you mean to mean what you say. Like, if you feel like you would have divorced Serena for doing that, then mean it. You know what I'm saying? To me, I felt like it was just like her being petty, and I mean, obviously they broke up for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Drake cheated on her or whatever, and this was like her get back. But I was like, she was having fun with it, so I didn't see nothing wrong with it.
But you know what? What prompted Stephen A. to
Mhm.
make those clarifying statements?
Right.
Black women was on his ass.
Yep.
Like I
Yep.
saw Reese Colbert,
Mhm.
say something about Stephen A. Uh, Amanda Seals had something to
Yeah.
say.
She always got something to say. She's still beefing with Issa Rae.
Like that's like that's some mean girl type of drama.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's been how long since they fell out?
Right.
I felt like she embarrassed herself on Club Shay Shay.
Hmm. She's still talking about a damn show that's not even on anymore. Like HBO canceled that show.
And
You
Issa
know?
Rae has gone on to
Yeah.
do other shows
She done
since
moved
then.
on. You know? And I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, I get what Stephen A is saying. I'm like, I just think that they were just giving back the petty energy that Drake was doing. So you suing motherfuckers over this song? That's no place in hip hop for that. And that's why I feel like he will never be respected by the true heads in this community. Like it was already bad enough that a lot of motherfuckers wasn't checking for him. But the fact that you going around suing people over this record is like they're not gonna check for you. Can't come back from that. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm telling these idiotic Drake fans, I'm like, bro, your six God is done. There's no coming back from that. Even if he's still relevant in the pop world, he's not gonna be relevant anymore in the hip hop community over this shit.
And it's constant. Like even I saw the other day where Drake posted on his IG story
Mhm.
a picture of him and Serena Williams' former agent.
Right.
So what are you trying to say?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's when you do shit like that. It's like think of like all the greats in this culture that had diss records that didn't do what you did. KRS One, MC Shan, Jay Z, Nas. You know, who else? Who else? I'm forgetting. UTFO, Roxanne Shante, like all the greats. They sitting back and they watching you do sit up and sue people over a diss record. A diss record that's part of the that battling is part of the culture to begin with. So that whole title, not like us, it rings sentiments of what how people really feel about Drake. That you're not one of us.
Imagine, like, if there's any person in the history of hip hop that would have had cause to sue, but wouldn't, was Biggie. Like, imagine, like, you know, Biggie suing Tupac for saying
Mhm.
that he slept with his wife
Right,
and that he would murder his.
right. With all
Yo,
that going on, and that could have been a sign of pettiness for Pac to sleep with Faith Evans, but Biggie wasn't suing nobody. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like he's done. He's done as far as hip hop, man. Like he can't come back and change that. It's like people already felt some type of way about him even before all that happened. And so now it's like you just put your own nail in the coffin. You know what I'm saying? Like the pop world is different. Like we don't like pop world is like that's just the pop world is this manufactured. A lot of those artists are manufactured. A lot of those labels are chasing the next big thing. Pop and hip hop is two different things. He could survive in the pop world, but in hip hop is like you already done because he just did too many petty shit behind this record that turned a lot of people off. It's like who gonna fuck with him now? You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like you think Nas gonna run and do a collab with you? That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? The people that respect the art and the culture, they're not gonna fuck with him on that level. So it's like what would he have to do to come back? I don't think there's anything he could do that would bring him back. I think people just like, you know what? This is MC Hammer territory and we respect Hammer more, you
Yeah,
know. You
you
know
know,
what I'm saying? But his fans don't understand that because they either young or they don't get the damn culture. Or it's both. They're young and they don't get the damn culture.
but a lot of his sycophants are going to keep pleading his case,
Yeah.
like 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 Maul and academics.
Right.
Like he's going to have, people in the media that's going to, you know constantly try to discredit Kendrick, but what's going to count is how he bounced back from a loss like this, man. Like these, like doing this project with Party Next Door
Right.
isn't going to cut it.
That
Like
that's
I think
not. That's only gonna be good for the pop crowd. It's like the hip hop crowd who's checking for that. What
I,
hip hop head is gonna be like, yo, like we just had a phenomenal album come out with Larry June, Two Chains, and Alchemist. We got another new album coming out with Ransom and with Dave East. Who the fuck is checking for that Party Niggas album with Drake?
I think the only way that Drake will be able to have an opportunity to bounce back, he has to be introspective and transparent. Like he has to throw himself to the mercy of
He
the
ain't gonna do that because he has too
of,
much pride and ego. That's the reason why he did the lawsuit in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
he was trying to throw anything uh, at the wall to see what would stick.
Even if he did that, I think it's too little, too late. Even if he did like some Machiavelli shit where he on the cross and he had like he been going around on his tour wearing this sweatshirt with bullet holes in it. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Like what you've been crucified by who? You did that to yourself. It wasn't us.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't us.
but another thing that is his Achilles heel. He's addicted to social media. Like every day, he's going to post, some weird outfit that he's wearing, He's going to he's going to try and project this image that he's unbothered when clearly he is.
Like he really got hurt by the diss record. We know the diss record hurt him because you're not going to sit up there and sue everybody that was either they cool with Kendrick or they were a part of the diss record for no damn reason. We know the diss record hurt him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and that's the primary reason why niggas are not gonna fuck with him. You know what I'm saying?
I think, and also I think people are getting tired of him whining. It's like
That too.
every time you hear about Drake, it's him filing a lawsuit. It's him, going after bloggers that dare say anything critical about him. It's his, going on IG
Mm-hmm.
and pouting and giving the duck lips and
Mm-hmm.
and constantly being passive aggressive.
He
That
he
gets
will.
annoying.
Mm.
I would
Now
just say that gets annoying.
okay, my bad.
Oh, cool.
Now I was saying he will after this he will never pick a battle with anyone again. I don't care if fucking Jack Harlow came out and said something about him. He will never battle nobody again after this because he was playing with Kendrick and he took Kendrick for a joke and Kendrick had to show him like, yo, I'm really that nigga. There ain't no big three. It's just me.
So what's his record against people that he's picked fights with?
Well, the Meek Mill battle, I ain't pay attention to that because Meek Mill to me ain't no battle rapper either. So I really didn't care who won that. You know what I'm saying? The pusher, even the pusher exposed him because he was the one that told the world that this nigga got a baby that he's hiding from you all, and it turned out to be true. And and I don't consider Pusha a great lyricist. Like he has his moments, but I'm like, you ain't fucking with Pusha. You are not fucking with Pusha, not on no level. You know what I'm saying? And that right there was when I was like, yo, if you can't fuck with Pusha, what make you think you better than Kendrick or feel like you a part of a big three that you feel like you were a part of? Because I never put him on that level with J. Cole. So I'm like, you really feel like he's on that level of J. Cole? Where? Not lyrically. And if we talking discography wise, I think that J. Cole's discography is better than his. People feel like J. Cole got one classic album. I'm like, J. Cole got more than one classic album. It ain't just Forest Hills Drive. Born Sinner was a classic as well. They don't even talk about the Born Sinner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like his mixtapes were solid. His albums were solid. KOD, Kids on Drugs, phenomenal album. One of my favorites. You know what I'm saying? For Your Eyes Only. A lot of people love that album. You know what I'm saying? I like a couple songs, but I've heard people say that album to them was a classic. So I'm like, where does he feel like he was on Mount Rushmore with J. Cole and Kendrick? And not even mentioning Benny and Conway. They way better than him. The minute you have a ghostwriter rumor come out about you in rap, you done. There ain't no coming back from that. And his pen has always been in question. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's something that conversation started with his fan base. I'm like, because niggas, the heads that I know, they was not putting them in no big three with Kendrick and J. Cole. And after this annihilation, they could stop that now.
Yeah, his fall from grace is going to be one for the ages because like there's some people that don't age gracefully as they get older. Like I don't think going forward that he's going to conduct himself uh any differently.
Hey,
Like,
that's on him, man. Like we
well,
going they can make a Hollywood movie out of that then, like the fall of R.B. Drake Graham,
just
and
look at his
and
impulses.
that's gonna be a Lifetime movie soon.
But just look at his impulses.
Right.
Whenever he is triggered, He's going to, he's going to, rap subliminal
If you're not
shots.
built, you're not built for the game. Then you're not built. You're not built. If you could sit up there and do lawsuits, you're not built for the game. This culture is from the streets, and he ain't from there.
The
You know what I'm
irony is
saying?
the irony is that he sponsored Caffeine, which was a streaming platform to showcase rap battles.
Right. So
And
what?
have you seen the way battle rappers talk about Drake?
Exactly. But
It's
it's like even if he funded a rap battle league, that's not him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I used to love URL and Smack, the Smack battles and Queen of the Ring. I ain't a battle rapper though. That's for the professionals. He ain't one of them niggas. And this already showed people like, yo, he who could he battle right now? Who could he battle? If you can't battle Kendrick and throwing lawsuits and shit, he can't battle nobody. So it's like, yo, that's part of the culture, and he ain't a part of it. He ain't one of us. That was the whole damn song. You're not, not like us.
he would have to battle one of those grind time rappers,
Who
battle
would he battle?
rappers.
Who would he battle that people would be interested in seeing him battle? Not nobody with talent. You can't battle a Black Thought. Black Thought would
No,
watch him.
I thought you meant like what
No,
battle
I'm talking
rappers
about. I'm
could he
talking
beat?
about. I'm talking about if he can't battle nobody after this. This is it. Because you already
Oh yeah,
showed that, yo, like when you lose, you're gonna take it to the extreme and sue people. He can't battle nobody. He can't battle Black Thought. Black Thought would watch him.
but nobody is going to entertain any beef that Drake is
What
involved
what
in.
battle could he what battle could he do right now that people would tune into to see? Nobody. What you would have to battle some trap nigga? Nobody would give a fuck about that. Some drill rapper? Nobody would care. It would have to be somebody with that people respect in the game. And if you can't beat Kendrick, well, like you're damn sure not gonna beat a Black Thought or a Nas or a Ice Cube or a Ransom, and he can't, or Joe Budden. Joe Budden been talking shit about him about his albums forever, and what he do? He wrote like a 4-page letter to Joe Budden because he don't want to battle him. You're not gonna battle that nigga.
Mm-hmm.
He's too nice. You know what I'm saying? This is why people have lanes. It's like we know what Kid Cudi is. Kid Cudi is not. It's not. He's never been great lyrically. He's good for what he do, and he have his own lane for that. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Hammer. Hammer was not great lyrically. He was an entertainer. That's why he had his own lane. There's a reason why niggas have lanes.
And there's a reason why some people. Well, there's a reason why MC Hammer failed when he put out that "It's All Good" album,
Right.
the one with Pumps in the Bump.
Right. The funky headhunter, that shit.
Yeah,
He had the nerve to sit up there and talk shit about Tribe Called Quest and Run DMC and all that.
and that's the reason why uh, on Down with the King Seal Smooth dissed him.
Yeah. Yes. Right. What Q-Tip said on Check the Rhyme, rap is not props. If you call it that, then stop. That was for MC Hammer. Because he was going around and calling that shit, oh, that's propers. That's proper. Like, who the fuck? We didn't even talk like that back in 1991. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That must have been like a West Coast thing. I'm like, niggas over here wasn't talking like that.
yeah, that's what happens when you get ahead of yourself and you get too big for your britches.
Right.
Because at that time he felt like because he had won the pop audience,
Right.
that he also felt that he had conquered hip hop.
And that is the same thing that's going on with Drake. The pop audience and the hip hop audience is two different audiences. That's what I was trying to explain to niggas. I'm like, y'all sit up there and talk about, oh, you want Lil Wayne to perform at the Super Bowl. What songs do Lil Wayne have that he could do at the Super Bowl to begin with? The Super Bowl audience is totally different from the rap audience. We might know the songs that he have, but can he perform those songs at the Super Bowl?
But even if he did have those songs, Lil Wayne is in no condition to perform. If you've seen recent footage of him, like he's awkward. He does these weird moves. He's not all the way there mentally.
He don't look healthy. He look like he's
Yeah,
been strung out on drugs for years, and his hair's falling out.
and also like the halftime show is months of coordination,
Mm-hmm.
and the NFL is going to like they have to trust that you are not going to say anything that is going to
Exactly.
violate any codes of conduct.
Exactly. Which is why they won't have Kanye. Kanye West could do the Super Bowl halftime show right now, but because he's so fucking crazy, they don't want to take a chance. They were like,
Yeah,
"Yo, we don't know what Kanye's gonna say. He might be for MAGA or some shit. He might say some shit like that on here."
I mean, the dude is selling T-shirts with the swastika on it.
Right. Exactly. Imagine if he was on there and he was wearing that same T-shirt.
He'd probably say, "Hell Hitler."
He got the hit records though. Little Wayne, they ain't got it like that. Kanye got the hit records to do. And he if he was cleaned up, yeah, he could perform. But what songs y'all want to hear him do? Lollipop and How to Love, and that's it. That's all he's gonna be able to do.
I mean, maybe 6 foot, 7 foot.
Yeah, that's it. Because he wasn't an artist to make family friendly songs. He don't have that shit. So what, 3 songs in that, and then he bring out what bring out some peoples. That's good. That's basically what the performance is gonna be.
Probably bring out Nicki Minaj.
Right. They could do Bedrock or whatever.
But you know what I feel like, if say if Lil Wayne was selected to do the Super Bowl halftime show next year, oh my God, you're gonna hear people clamoring, "We got to get Jay Mills to be a part of the
for what?
show."
What do you do? What do you do with Jay Mills that he could do the Super Bowl? I don't know no song that they did together.
That don't stop people from being delusional.
Right.
Because Jay Mills, he was on a couple of songs with Young Money.
Mm-hmm. And he never came out.
Yeah, like he's doing better as a battle rapper than he ever did in the music industry.
Exactly. He should have stayed a battle rapper.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like he saw the big label and the money and rent, and they ain't put out shit from him since he been there. Poor Mac Main. Mac Main ended up being a damn executive now. He was once an artist too. He ain't put out shit.
I mean, also Corey Guns.
Right. Him.
Corey
Still
Guns
waiting.
was on 6 foot, 7 foot. That should have been
waiting.
an easy layup to parlay Corey Guns.
I think I'll die before Corey Guns ever put out an album. I don't think he level put out an album. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like you'll hear him on an occasional freestyle, but man, like
that's what I'm saying, Rayshawn. It's like, what songs do he have the Super Bowl ready? He don't have that. He don't have, and the songs the songs that might be mainstream, he would have to do like a couple seconds because they're still dirty, like Mrs. Officer, Little Lollipop. A Millie and 6 foot 7 is probably like the only songs he could do. And maybe Bedrock. That's about it. He don't have the Super Bowl ready songs like Kanye West do. Or Chris Brown. Like they more ready to do a Super Bowl halftime show than Lil Wayne is. But somehow these people think, oh, Lil Wayne would have been better. I disagree. I don't think he would have been better than Kendrick's performance. I do think he would have gotten in shape for it. I think he would, lay off the damn lean and codeine and all that shit. I do think he would have gotten ready for it, but he don't have the songs to perform at the Super Bowl. You can't just do a regular album cut. You gotta do shit for the casual rap fan or the mainstream America that don't know who the fuck you are. You don't got those songs.
I mean, Skip Bayless is his biggest fan in the media.
Yeah, well, that's Skip. I still believe that's all promotional shit. I'm like, Skip Bayless can't tell me one Lil Wayne song in his life that he liked. Give me a whole Lil Wayne album that you like. Not a damn song. I'm an album nigga. You know, when you could tell me, oh yeah, you loved Carter 3 and your favorite tracks and your tracks that you didn't like, then I believe Skip Bayless. Like you can't tell me shit about no Lil Wayne album. You know what I'm saying? That's all promotional shit. You know, Kanye West, Chris Brown, Nicki Minaj, they can do a halftime show right now with ease because they easily got the hit records. I don't know about Lil Wayne. Yeah, I think that's something the fans want. I'm like I ain't one of them fans that care to see Lil Wayne on at the halftime show. You know, Outkast would love to see Outkast. Outkast just got nominated to be in a Rock and Hall of Fame. Congrats to them. I hope they get in. I'm gonna definitely vote for them. I would love to see Outkast perform at the Super Bowl halftime show next year. let's speak it into existence. Let's make that happen. Come on, Andre. Do something one final time with your boy, with Big Boy.
I mean, it would look like how would you lure Free Stacks to perform with Big Boy to do the halftime show?
What you mean? It'll be a monumental year. You're going into the Rock and Hall of Fame, and you do the Super Bowl halftime show. That's the best ending to Outkast that you can possibly ask for. You don't need to give us a new album. Give us one final performance with Big Boy, Super Bowl halftime show next year in San Francisco, and you go into the Rock and Hall of Fame. Perfect ending. They gave us 6 albums. They don't need to give people want another album from them. I'm like, bro, they gave us 6 albums. It was great. They did what they did. That's why they're nominated to be in the Hall of Fame because they're legends. That's the perfect way to end.
I don't know, like even if Free Stacks did agree to do the halftime show with Big Boy, like Andre just might bust out the flute and play the flute.
That's perfect way to start it. You bust out the flute for like 5 minutes, and then you go into Miss Jackson and Bombs Over Baghdad and all that.
But
aliens.
But what if he plays the flute on the parts where he's rapping?
No, I don't want him to do that shit. No. No. What's the point of having you there? No, you can't do that. Like, leave the flute at home then. No. We want rapping Andre, 16 bars. We don't want no you playing the flute for your verse. Nah.
He just might be the kind of person that will, agree to do the halftime show just to bust out the flute.
Nah, that would be not if they get paid for that. They get paid for the halftime show, right? Not if you get paid to rap.
They don't get paid.
They don't get paid? I thought they get paid for that.
Mm-mm.
Nah. We don't want you there. Then I'll take Chris Brown or Kanye West. I don't. Nah. If you're going to be doing the halftime show, we want you rapping. We want to hear your boss from Sorry Miss Jackson. Forever. We want to hear that. I don't want to hear no damn flute. He don't know the flute anyway. It's like he's on tour and he's like playing whatever the fuck he's playing from the flute, but he don't know like the actual melodies and shit. Who's going to listen? I saw Andre live with Outkast in 2001. Like, as Outkast, they were great. Like, I'm not going to see Andre in this day and age, and he's playing any old freestyling shit from a flute album. Nah, we want to hear you rapping. You know what I'm saying?
That's the $1 million question. Like, what would get him to want to rap again?
That would be it. You come on, he's human. You mean to tell me you did all this rapping for all these years not to just to rap? You want to be in the Hall of Fame and be idolized forever. That's the perfect ending. You you do the Super Bowl halftime show with Big Boy, and then you go into the Hall of Fame. Perfect ending.
Free Stack said that he's had countless offers for millions of dollars to perform again with Big Boy.
I think it would take that. It would take something monumental like that for him to come back. If they announce they want them at the halftime show for next year, and that they get inducted, that's the perfect ending. They could do a Outkast biopic and end it off with that. That'd be the perfect story ending. You know what I'm saying? Like they gave us classic albums, classic features. Like yo, they could bring out Sleepy Brown with them. They could bring out Erica Badu. Dungeon Family. Just make it a whole thing. Like bring out CeeLo and Goody Mob.
That sounds like pie in the sky.
I'm telling you, but it could happen. It's like like this people waiting for Lil Wayne. I'm like, if they never pick Lil Wayne, then what? Then what? Y'all gonna jump off a bridge because Lil Wayne didn't get picked? It's not a big deal if Lil Wayne perform or not. And I like him. I feel like he don't have the songs for the Super Bowl though. It's a different audience. This is not the Source Awards or BET Awards. The Super Bowl audience is very different. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like he has the songs for the Super Bowl. Kanye West do. Chris Brown do.
I mean,
Innocent Pack do.
Yeah, I agree, but I agree with everything that you're saying about Lil Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
I think with Free Stacks, he doesn't seem to be driven by money or fame. So like to me, the only way I could see him performing at the halftime show is if the people that booked the talent at the halftime show promise him like a 2-minute spot for him to perform a flute solo.
Oh my God! You really think you would perform the flute at the Super Bowl?
I think he would, just to show that he could.
Yeah, but he can't. That's the thing. He can't play it. That's the thing. Like he doesn't remember the notes from the flute album. He's just freestyling everything. So you're gonna go pay money to see Andre on tour play a damn flute, and he don't even memorize the notes. You know what I'm saying? He don't remember the notes. Like you said that. Like shit, anybody could do that. You could pay to see a kindergarten kid play a flute, and they don't remember the notes.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like no. If as Outkast, we want to see you at the Super Bowl doing your hit records, Miss Jackson, Players Ball, So Fresh, So Clean. That would be awesome. I would love to see Outkast at the Super Bowl. Are you kidding me? They got to make the first ballot Hall of Famers. I'm definitely gonna be voting every day for them to be in it, and Mariah Carey as well. You know what I'm saying? It's only right. You know, like why wouldn't they want them performing there? Like, what they're gonna wait till Atlanta's 2028. They're gonna wait till 2028 to get Outkast there. By then you'll have Future bitching like, oh, I should be performing there. You know
what though? I could see Wu-Tang performing at the halftime show before
Outkast. Before Outkast.
Because I think Free Stacks is going to be. You would have to twist his arm to get him.
You think it would take that? So you don't think a conversation with Jay-Z would be enough? You think they would have to twist his arm to get him to perform there?
Yeah, you would have to do a lot to. Like Jay-Z would have to make an offer that he couldn't refuse.
But if that's the case, then why did he decide to go on tour then? If you got to twist his arm, like did they pay him a shitload of money?
Well, he wanted to showcase his art in person,
right?
And I think, and also like he's performing concerts on his own terms,
right?
You know, so like yeah.
But shit. But what would like? It's the Super Bowl. It's like yo, you can pick any big ass shit y'all had to perform there. Like he want to do like some regular album cut. You know what I mean? It's like yo, like when people look at Future, and Future tell his fan base like, yeah, I'm a part of the Dungeon family. These kids don't know who the fuck the Dungeon family is. They wasn't around, and he was young when he was around Outkast and them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that would be a great way.
I agree that they don't know the Dungeon family. I mean, partly because it's been so long since they've heard Outkast together.
Yeah, but the Dungeon Family, I mean, as a whole, they haven't been active except for Big Boy. Like when CeeLo hasn't put out an album in how long? And Goody Mob, they haven't put out shit in a minute. You know what I'm saying? The other members, I don't even know where the other members are. Witch Doctor and Slim Cutter Calhoun, Cool Breeze, where the hell they been at for the last 25 years? You know what I'm saying? So it's like the Dungeon Family is pretty much and I forgot Killer Mike, Big Boy, Sleepy Brown, and CeeLo. That's really the faces of the Dungeon Family now.
Well, Killer Mike is the most relevant
Right.
member of the Dungeon Family,
And
other than
and that's why it would be so dope, because if you have Outkast there, they could bring out Killer Mike. You bring out faces of the Dungeon Family, Killer Mike. People know Killer Mike. That's why it's political stuff, not even the music. And then you bring out CeeLo. He could do some solo stuff, or with Danger Mouse, you bring out Sleepy Brown. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have Outkast and Dungeon Family, and you celebrate the Outkast and Dungeon Family. They lost Rico Wade. Well, we lost Rico Wade last year. That would be perfect for the Super Bowl. I need to get on the horn with Jay and pitch this. You know what I'm saying? Because more than likely, if they get nominated into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Dungeon Family gonna be there with them. I would think, right? They're not gonna miss that moment.
What, are they nominated for the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, the nominations came out.
Oh, okay.
It's Outkast, and I saw Mariah on there. Mariah didn't get in last year, which is crazy. She needs to be in there. They had some other like rock artists, but the big, at least for our people, the big two artists in there is Mariah Carey and Outkast. They got to get in. So this
I don't
this
think
shit.
Mariah Carey's going to get in.
You don't think she getting in? The pop diva herself, she not getting in. Whitney Houston got in before her.
Was Whitney Houston inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah, she got in.
No, I think that was Donna Summer posthumously.
I thought Whitney got in already. Whitney didn't get in.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame they don't really induct a lot of women.
Hey, Mary J got in.
In the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yes, Mary J got in.
Okay.
Her induction was last year. I saw it.
Hey, I'm just like, I'm sure you know, I was just kind of flabbergasted because usually they don't really induct a lot of women.
I know, and they were bitching about even the rap artists being there. Tribe Called Quest got in last year. It was great to see Q-Tip get inducted. I wish Phife was there. You know what I'm saying? Eminem got in. You know, LL Cool J, Jay-Z. So they starting to have more rap artists being inducted. It ain't gonna be everybody though. Which I told some people, I'm like, it ain't gonna be everybody. It's gonna be people that sold a lot of records like Outkast did, and they had a huge impact on Southern rap. It ain't gonna be everybody. EPMD is not getting in there. And Gangstar, like I told people this, and you know, niggas act like they don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, we have to have our own hip hop induction for our own artists, because Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ain't gonna have everybody in there. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be certain people like the Fugees will get in before the Locks do. Fugees sold millions with the score, and they were impactful, especially Lauryn Hill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If it was our Hall of Fame, then yes, we would have Gangstar and UGK and them in there. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is not acknowledging these niggas. You know what I'm saying? So unless they have more black people of color on the committee, they're not. A lot of the niggas in Bone Thugs and Harmony, that shit is right in their backyard. They might not even get a damn nomination. As sad as it is to say, they might not ever be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So, yeah, Outkast sold millions of records. And they were impactful to the genre. That's why they got nominated. Same thing with Mariah. She was impactful. She sold a shitload of records. Mary J, same with her. They going after niggas that were impactful and sold a lot of records. And even though Tribe didn't sell a lot of records, they were impactful to the genre. That's why they got inducted.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I'm
do
telling
see
you.
them. Yeah, I just well, if Outkast is inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, is there a greater chance that Andre would
Yeah. As a solo artist,
go?
I mean, I don't know. As a solo artist, I don't know. I think they might.
I would love to see it, but just
Mm,
going off of Andre 3000's statements as
right,
of late, he even said that he hasn't found the inspiration to rap
right.
lately. So I would think that if he's not inspired to rap lately, he's not going to be inspired to rap his old stuff either.
Yo, but that's the thing. But he was on. He gave an interview to Rick Rubin, and he's like, oh, because he's been away for so long, he don't know how to reintroduce it. You don't have to reintroduce yourself. It's up to this generation to know who the hell you are. That vice versa. You ain't gotta reintroduce yourself. He's like, you just come out with what you're accustomed to coming out with. Let them catch on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
I
the thing. It's
definitely
like, and
understand.
it's like you ain't gotta do much. Like, yo, this is the Super Bowl, bro. That's like you have Outkast at the Super Bowl with the Dungeon Family, with Killer Mike coming out, and CeeLo and Eric Sleepy Brown. That is the perfect ending to the story of Outkast. That's if they had to make a biopic, that's how you end the biopic with them doing the Super Bowl and then getting inducted in the Rock and Roll of Fame all in one year, and we could just celebrate the legacy of Outkast. They don't need to give us a new album. We got 6 albums from Outkast. How much more y'all want?
I would love to see that happen, but I would I would have to. I would be shocked if he did that.
I'm
Just going
telling
from
you.
his public statements and just going
But
by his
yeah,
actions.
what is but he also will sit there and say, oh, but he wants to go back to rap eventually. So when?
I mean, that's why it's open ended.
You know what I'm saying? It's like so when? So what? Like after the fluke tour, I'm about to say the whistle tour. After the fluke tour, you know what I'm saying? So it's like he's done features. It's not like he was gone completely. Like he was on other people's albums. Remember he was on Drake's second album. He was on Take Care. He was on that. Did a feature with Drake. He was on Frank Ocean album. He did a feature with Frank Ocean. He was on Rick Ross the what's that name? God Forgives Our Don't album. 16 joint. He was on that. He killed it. But he's not like he ain't been doing features. He was on Killer Mike's album. So he was still in rap doing features. He just wasn't coming out with a rap album.
I mean, I get that, but he doesn't strike me as somebody that is driven by fame. Like he was nominated for album of the year and
Uh-huh.
didn't go to this year's award ceremony.
But it's the Grammys. A lot of people ain't show up. Eminem ain't show up, and he was nominated. When the last time anybody seen Eminem at the Grammys? It's been years.
But for album of the year, usually like the most prized award of that award show.
He wasn't winning that anyway. You know he wasn't winning that shit. That shit was gonna go to either Taylor Swift or to Sabrina Carpenter or whoever else. I didn't think Andre had a chance to win that anyway. That's probably why he didn't show up.
Mm.
Amazing, right? They give album of the year to Andre. We can't even get Common and Pete Rock to win something, and they had the best rap album of the year. How come they didn't win shit?
I mean, have you heard Dochi?
And she have a mixtape. She went for a mixtape. She didn't win for an album. She went for a mixtape. That's a mixtape that she put up, that she came out with.
Then
If you listen to the mixtape, it's like most of the songs are like 2 minutes long. That's it.
I mean,
That's
I didn't listen to the album,
it,
but
it's
that
good.
had to be
Like
a
like
reason
I,
why.
I liked it because I kept hearing about her from Ebro. Like Ebro on Hot 97 kept talking about her, and then I'm like, oh, he was like, oh, she could rap, she could sing. I was like, yo, let me check it out. Heard the album, the mixtape. It was dope. Me and Reggie reviewing it. It's dope. It's a good project, but that's not even her first album yet. And she won for a mixtape. You know what I'm saying? It was good. I'm glad that she won, but I still feel like Common and Pete Rock had the best rap album.
I mean, I mean, Auditorium Volume One was my favorite
Yes.
rap album of the year.
That was one of the few albums that I kept going back to for the whole year. It was that. It was the Ice Cube album, Man Down. It was the Dog Pound album, We All We Got. Um, Redman, Muddy Waters 2 was a good sequel. I loved it. GNX, of course. Like, yo, there was like at least a good maybe 6 or 7 albums that I kept going back to, and Common and Pete Rock was at the top of that list.
But I'm not mad that she won. I'm actually, I'm actually glad that if it wasn't Common and Pete Rock that won,
Mm,
that it was somebody that is shaking, uh, that's creating some noise
right.
beyond the usual names.
Right. Rhapsody won too. That was surprising to see like two females in rap win a Grammy because I didn't expect that at all. And I wasn't even a fan of Rhapsody's album. I liked some of the songs. I just felt like she went too Lauryn Hillish on that album. It was definitely different from Layla's Way and her previous other albums, but I'm glad that Rhapsody won. They gave it to the right person.
Yeah,
You know,
but it seems like the trend has been going towards giving rap album of the year to artists that are challenging the norm
mhm.
with their art. Like Killer
And
Mike won it last year
right,
for
well deserved.
Scientists and Engineers.
Yes, well deserved. That was a great album by Killer Mike. The Michael album, that was phenomenal.
Yeah,
That's still his best album to me. You know, they that's what we want to see. Like get like you don't if we don't get the whole show right, at least get our genre right. Let it go to the right person. That mistake they made in 2012 when Macklemore won over Kendrick was a disgrace. And even Macklemore said like he don't deserve that award, and he knew it. Like the heist was okay, but not better than Good Kid, Man City. You know what I'm saying? And they're starting to get it half right, and it was good to see Killer Mike winning because he deserved it, and he got three Grammys last year. It was good to see Doshi and Rhapsody win. Two females in rap that actually have talent and they don't have to take off their clothes to sell records. They actually got bars. It was good to see that.
well,
I'm glad that Common and Pete Rock got nominated, but they still should have won too. They had a tie in R&B. Avery, what's her name? Avery Storm and No Worries, Innocent Pack and Knowledge. They had a tie in the R&B category and they both won. So why couldn't we get a tie in the rap category?
what? Who would
You know what I mean?
like? I never heard of those names that you mentioned in the
And
R&B
Anderson Pack,
category.
Anderson Pack.
Yeah, I know who Anderson
Yeah,
Paak is,
he
but
had
you
a he had
mentioned
a he has a group with the producer of Knowledge, and they call themselves No Worries. Their second album came out last year. They got nominated and they won one of the best R&B albums of the year. I loved it. They got Earl Sweatshirt on the album, Hers on the album, Charlie Wilson. It was great, great album, and they won. And they won in the category they won in. It was R&B and it was a tie.
mm.
You know, so like yeah, they giving it to some of the right artists. There's not everybody though. That's how you got to do. You got to spread it out. It can't just all be about Taylor Swift though, every year. Like how many damn awards that Taylor Swift gonna win?
I can probably say I've never heard none of her music.
I heard one of her albums. I'm not even going for the 1989 album when she had like Shake It Off and Blank Space. Like that was dope. But I'm not a Swiftie.
I mean, whenever I think of her name, I think of her terrible cover of
Mm,
September by Earth, Wind and Fire.
right.
That
She can't do that.
colored that colored my perception of her
Yeah.
from here on out.
She can't do that song. She ain't got no soul to do no song like that.
I think it was for a tribute album,
Mm.
and whoever was the producer of that song should have been smacked by Ghostface Engineer.
It should have been Smack Silly. Yeah,
Like,
I know people that love her. They especially like the hip hop heads. There's hip hop heads that will buy all her albums on vinyl, and I'm like, yeah, y'all are Swifties than I am. I ain't fucking on like on that level, you know.
do they really buy her albums as
Yeah,
much as or as much as they're hype beasts?
I can show you like yo, it's and you're probably following them. I can show you this hip hop heads like us that they buy every last one of her albums on vinyl, the colored vinyl, the slotted vinyl, and they fuck with her. I swear to you, like, and that's cool. That's just not for me. I'm not into her like that. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. I mean, if you drop, I mean, if you buying, cut like different
Yeah,
versions of
the
vinyl, then
variations. Yeah, they buy the different variations.
then you got to be a hardcore fan.
But they're the same ones that they have a problem with Kendrick halftime performance, and I don't see why. But I'm like Kendrick performance was entertaining, so I'm like y'all think Lil Wayne could do better? No,
I mean, Taylor Swift was Kendrick Lamar's greatest groupie at the
right,
Grammys.
right.
Sometimes,
And she got booed, and they showed when she got booed, and she didn't even expect that. She's like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
man, she's living in her own bubble. Like
Yeah,
she doesn't understand that there's people out there that do not like her simply because she is the girlfriend of a Chiefs player.
that had a bad season at that.
And also, there was a lot of people that was rooting for the Eagles simply
Yeah,
because Donald Trump
yeah.
picked the Chiefs to win.
See, I didn't have no dog in the fight. I just was like, as a Giants fan, the front office let Saquon go to the Phillies. That's the enemy in our division. So I see all these Giants fans picking the Eagles. I'm like, I wasn't picking them. I'm like, if he winning with them. He ain't winning with us. The fuck that got to do with me?
Yeah, I mean, if you like, for me, I didn't have any dog. Like, I needed something to like. I needed a reason to look at the Super Bowl beyond the halftime
Right,
show.
right.
And for me, once I saw Donald Trump pick the Chiefs
Mhm,
and Patrick Mahomes said it was an honor to
mhm.
play in front of Donald Trump, I was like,
Yeah.
man.
Well, look at him, a Trumpster. You know what I'm saying? It's
Oh yeah,
always a light skinned one.
I can understand I can understand Giants fans not caring who wins
Yeah, but
because
it was some of the Giants fans that was happy for the nigga. I'm like, y'all the same ones that talk about the Giants were wrong for letting him go to the Philly, and then you're cheering for him. Make up your fucking mind. You know, I'm
yeah.
like, yeah, I'm happy that he found success, but I wasn't cheering for him. I wasn't doing all that. That's too much of him. Because what's gonna happen next year when he's back at Giant Stadium? Y'all gonna be booing his ass, but y'all was cheering for him in the Super Bowl.
But they'll be booing him as a defending champion.
Yeah, on the other side of the team, he ain't with us. Daniel Jones is with Minnesota. Y'all gonna cheer Daniel Jones when he come back? I ain't. And that's
But
even if he stay on the roster.
yeah, I was about to say that he just might.
That's even if he stay on the roster. Who knows? I'm like, if Minnesota come to Giant Stadium, y'all not cheering Daniel Jones when he come back? You know, I'm like, hey, it ain't my team. I ain't got no dog in the race. All these motherfuckers were betting on the Chiefs to win, and they were going home pissed off as hell.
I saw Snoop Dogg. He had some kind of uh, uh, gaming thing that where he
Hmm.
takes bets and he picked the Chiefs.
Right.
But I knew the Chiefs were cooked when Snoop picked them because all of his football picks in the playoffs have been wrong.
Well, they were cooked before halftime. I'm like, yeah, they're not coming back from this shit. Well, once halftime, I saw the score. I'm like, yeah, they done because they ain't no way. Patrick Mahomes is not Tom Brady,
I mean
and they don't got the same team for them to come back like that.
the Eagles scored on their first drive,
Yeah.
and then the Chiefs their drive stalled,
Uh huh.
and then the Eagles scored again.
They
I'm
they
like,
couldn't do they couldn't move the ball. Like they running game was bad, and then they were doubling Kelsey, and Kelsey looked like he just looked horrible the whole damn season. So they wasn't gonna get built up by Kelsey. You know
and
what
the
I'm saying?
Kel-
And they just look horrible. I'm like, yeah, and then they were blitzing Mahomes every seemed like every play.
yeah, well, when they did blitz, they blitzed on downs that weren't obvious. Like they would blitz on second down,
Right.
and then they would just send four on. They would send four on third down
Yeah.
because like it was usually like third and 8, third and 9. Like there's no need to blitz at that point.
Right. But they wanted to make sure he don't move the ball at all. I'm like, and he basically had to like a lot of those plays where he was like running out of the pocket. He was just like improvising because there was nobody open. So he had to run the ball for extra yardage. That's the only thing really that's how they should have capitalized. Like, yo, like if nobody open and you got to run, try to get a first down and try to create something, create a play on your own because none of them niggas was open. When he threw the ball, niggas was dropping the damn ball.
Yeah, especially Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And so it was like, yo, they know they're gonna double team Kelsey because that's their best receiver. They ain't had nobody else. That's the next best thing is Worthy, and he dropped the damn ball. So it's like at that point, it's like, yo, I would have been like, yo, fuck it, I'm gonna try to create some offense my own damn self because y'all niggas ain't doing shit. You know, the loss gonna come on him anyways. Might as well try to create some points on your own. If that was Lamar would have did that shit. He was not gonna wait around for Henry or any of the receivers to do shit. He was gonna do that shit on his own. Probably I run the whole damn team. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but they definitely gonna learn from this now. They're gonna look at the tape and be like, yeah, we got to get a receiver. We need another running back. You know what I'm saying? The offensive line got to get tighter because I don't know what the fuck was. They look at their offensive line look like the Giants out there. I was like, damn, they was sacking that nigga. I'm like, yo, Mahomes gonna end up tearing his Achilles or some shit. But they not. They wasn't protecting him.
But you saw Chris Jones, man. He was getting
Yeah,
manhandled
yeah,
by those defensive ends, like
yeah.
uh, by
At
those
that point,
defensive.
it's like, yo, just take all them niggas out the game. Cause like I saw him go down and he had the knee brace on. I'm like, he injured with the knee brace on at that, or he was faking that shit.
Like to me, like I'm sure he re-aggravated some injury, but the way
Yeah,
he went down, it looked like he was faking an injury for a timeout.
yeah. Well, I mean, shit, they were already getting their ass beat. It's like, yeah, you ain't coming back from that. Might just
Mm-hmm.
call it a day. You know, I'm like, yeah, that shit was bad. That I enjoyed last year's game because it was more competitive. Like the Niners were in the damn game last year. This year the Chiefs were already out of it.
Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't look at that
Yeah,
Niners Chiefs game because,
yeah,
like I said, we lost in the NFL. We lost in the NFC title game. There
right,
was no need for me to look at the Super Bowl.
right. Yeah,
So
I think the Niners had the lead at one point. I think they were leading and then because Kansas City only won by 3 points. It was that's how close the game was last year. It was more competitive. This game here it was already a blowout when it started. You
yeah,
know, I'm like I don't like blowout games, man, because you don't really get that especially for the Super Bowl. You want like an entertaining, close, exciting game. I ain't get that shit. Everybody was just waiting for Kendrick to perform, and that was it. And these niggas was talking about, oh, can they pull off the biggest comeback? No, because they're not Tom Brady and the Patriots. They had a different team. That was a different team, and they were playing Atlanta. I'm like, Atlanta, you could come back on Atlanta, not Philly. You know, I'm like, nah, Jalen Hurts and them, they would have been damn fools if they let them come back like that.
I mean, at the very end, it was pretty much they were pretty much I'm talking about the Eagles. They was
Yeah.
pretty much just trying to get out of the game. Let's
Yep.
speed this clock up, man.
Yep.
Like we did our job.
Exactly. They didn't give a fuck. They're like, oh, y'all could score the last 20 points. We don't care. We already was it like 40-20. We good.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, they already won it. I'm like, yeah, this was not good.
I mean, if there was any, I do wish that there was a way for the defense, to get the Super Bowl MVP because without, I mean, they pretty much like they scored a defensive touchdown.
Yeah.
They sacked Mahomes 6 times.
Yep.
It made it way
Was it
easier
6
for.
though? It seemed like it was more.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean,
Those are the ones that he was actually running out from though. He could run his ass though. That's what I'm saying. Is like when what Andy Reid should have told him was like, yo, if this once the offensive line breaks down and you can't find nobody open, create the damn play yourself because you could run. He's always been a good runner. That's what he should have did. Because that's what he was doing. A lot of those when they looked like they was gonna sack him, he ran out of a lot of those plays and shit. You know what I'm saying? At least somebody was running because Pacheco wasn't. You know, I'm like, yo, the way they were blitzing them, that's some shit you see in Madden. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you can't do that. You can't like that blitzing all the time. Like there's been times when I've seen like playing your game and if you try to blitz like certain quarterbacks, it ain't gonna work. Like Peyton Manning was smart at that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, by that point, Peyton Manning, he had seen every kind of defense.
Yeah, he was. It was hard. It was hard to blitz him. Like he would like make adjustments on the fly and shit. You know, same with Brady and shit. Like it was hard to blitz them niggas. I'm like these niggas was playing Madden when they woke up this morning. They were just blitzing this nigga every play.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? But yo, this was a great episode. Of course, we hit the 4-hour mark as always. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, I could only imagine if I had Damon and Ray Lansky in them on here, man. It'd probably be longer. But we
Hell yeah.
definitely want to bring them on here. You know what I mean? And yeah, this was great, man.
It's not official unless we hit the 4-hour mark.
Yes. Before we go, tell them what you got coming up.
Oh, but right now I'm I saw something. You're familiar with 33 and a Third?
Nah, what's that?
Like 33 and a Third is a series of small books. They
Okay.
usually about classic albums.
Oh wow.
They're pocket-sized books.
Mhm.
Like they're like around 100 pages, and we have books. It's similar. Like it's very. They're all about classic albums, but
Right.
they're in the form of a pocket-sized book. But anyway, I saw that they're taking in submissions, for
Right.
Prospective writers to submit something, and if it's chosen, you have to write a proposal for a favorite album of yours, and if yours is chosen, then you'll have a chance to write a book on it. So,
nice.
And there's like a month that that people have to write and submit their proposals. So I'm trying to decide which album I want to send my proposal on.
That's gonna be hard, man, because there's so many like great albums to write about.
Exactly. Like
You know what I mean?
Like I already have 5 titles in my head. Like I'm trying to decide if I should write about Superfly by Curtis Mayfield. Write about It Takes
Yeah.
Right about It Takes a Nation of Millions by Public Enemy, but that title might have been done
Right.
in the past. Um, Death Certificate by Ice Cube,
Yeah.
um, Mothership Connection by
That was the first
Parliament.
album I heard from Cube was Death Certificate.
Yeah, that's my favorite Cube album.
Yeah.
And Poverty's Paradise by Naughty
Ooh,
by Nature.
classic. They last great album.
Oh my God! Like, have you heard the Icons album?
I didn't like that. The
Yeah,
Icons one and what's the other one? Anthem Inc. I think Chop It Up Hip Hop. He hit me up and we were supposed to do a review on that on IG like weeks ago, but we never did it.
yeah. I mean, what really disappointed me was just the number of guest appearances that Noted by Nature had to rely on.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just Tretch and Vinny. I mean,
Right.
to me, it seemed like they felt like they had no choice. In order to stay relevant, we have to bring on artists that are
Yeah.
relevant at that day and time. And
And
it's just,
they've done collabs. Like they had collabs on even back with the self-titled joint in 1993, and but it just felt like they were collaborating with just anybody at that point.
yeah, like on 1993, they did songs with Heavy D
Yes.
and Freddie Fox.
Yeah.
To me, I had no problem with that because
That
those are
was
their
Flavor Unit.
peers. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Flavor Unit,
Yeah.
and they're closer to being peers.
Right.
I just felt like by the time they got to 1999, it
Yeah.
just felt like
A lot.
we were just hanging on by a thread.
That's the album he picked. He picked that 1999 and the Icons to do a review on, but we never did the review. He must have heard those albums and be like, yo, I ain't doing this shit.
Yeah, like and to me, the next year,
Yeah.
De La Soul put out Artificial
Yes.
Intelligence,
That was good.
and they were on Tommy Boy.
Yep.
So I thought it was interesting
Mm-hmm.
that De La Soul, they were able to make a great concept album
Mm-hmm.
with guest appearances that fit the theme of the album, but it didn't
Right.
feel like they were pandering.
Facts.
Whereas with Naughty by Nature, I felt like they were pandering, trying to catch a wave to sell.
Yeah, I feel like they could do a new album. I don't know how the chemistry is with Tretch and with Vinny and KG because they had issues before. But I feel like we could definitely do with the new Naughty album.
I mean, Cypress Hill did it a long time
Yeah,
with DJ Muggs on the
right.
boards.
Mug still sound great. He's doing albums with different of the newer artists now, and he's still in his zone.
And in this day and time, like there are no gatekeepers, so you don't have to go through
Right.
a major label
Right.
anymore to get your music out.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's like I would love a new Naughty album. It's been forever,
Yeah.
you know. But that's dope. I definitely hope that you get to choose one to write about. I definitely want to read it.
Oh, no doubt. I'm going. It's the submission. The last day for submission is in March.
Okay.
Around it will be around this time next month.
Right.
So I'm going to write a couple of pages at a time. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna take it back to college where
Oh yeah.
when you had to write a paper, you
Right.
just write a couple of pages just
Mhm.
to get your ideas on paper and have something to go on. Because
Right.
sometimes like the hardest thing to do is just getting started.
Right.
So I'm gonna work on that this weekend.
Yeah, definitely got to come back and talk about it. You know,
Oh, absolutely.
for sure. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's great. I love to hear it. Shout out to Ray Sean for staying here. He's the only one that stayed. Everybody else left. I saw like 7 people at one point in here. They didn't say shit. Fuck y'all. Shout out to Ray Sean for actually staying for the 4 hours. Yo, real one, bro. Appreciate it. Like, comment, subscribe. Let me know what y'all thought about the Kendrick halftime performance. I thought it was good. You know, the game sucked, but hopefully next year will be better. I would love to see Outkast there next year. Let's make that happen. Go vote on rockandrollhalloffame.com for Outkast. Let them get in. They all first ballot Hall of Famers, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Let's get that group in there. You know, so thank you always, Rocker. We definitely gonna come back next week, and we out. Yeah, man.